Well, hello there. Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street. Oh my goodness, you are in for a treat today. We have got so many amazing things to share with you. Brand new guests to introduce you to as well. International, if you will. And loads of things like these beautiful patterns you can see behind me. We've got another lovely quilt I'll be showing you in a little while. But you know how things work here at Sewing Street. We kick the day off with an early bird. And this is an early bird that, well, first of all, I don't think I've seen it as an early bird, but I don't know if I've actually seen this rule before, to be honest. And I've seen quite a few in my time. I love the idea of this one. First of all, Creative Grids, we know we are buying into a quality rule because they know everything there needs to know about a quilting rule. But this is brilliant because this one, it's a little 6-inch one, so a nice little cutie. And you can see that it's called My Quilting Friends, and this will be your quilting friend. You can see we've got the details up on the screen. That won't be the price you're paying, incidentally, with this one. Now, have a little look at this. You've got lots of different sections. So I like this because this is a little bit like taking your favourite features from your larger rules, but putting them all together in something that is incredibly useful and easy to transport as well. It's only 6 inches wide, as you can see. I'd say probably about 2.5 inches across because you've got your inch there, maybe not quite 2.5, but there or thereabouts. And you can see you've got your different sections there. So whether it's your full inch sections you're looking at, but then you have got the breakdown with your markings there. Then of course you've got your 1/4 inches there with your little square grid, and then you've got obviously your 1/8 there as well. So you've got a lot of information here. You've got your markings along the edges there as well. So you've got them horizontally as well as vertically. You've got your 1/4 inch markings. There's a lot of information on this little rule, I have to say. This is something that is going to be very, very useful to have. So we've established that it's a useful little tool, but that price that we've got, is that a good price? Well, to be honest, I don't know. I've never shopped for one of these before. So we've gone off on the old Tinternet and we've had a little look. And we've had a little look on the Long River. And on the Long River, you can see exactly the same rule there. I love my quilt friends, £19.90. It's got a good rating on that one. Lots of people liking this one. So these are people that have bought and invested in it and decided that they're going to leave a review. That's the first thing. Sometimes we don't leave reviews, do we? Smack on risk, because we should do. Now, we've already started off lower than that, so straight away you are saving the best part of £3 on this one, but you know an early bird is worth tuning in for, and that's exactly why we are bringing this one to you at, wait for it, £13.99. Wow. That is such an affordable price for something that is going to be so useful. We've got the lovely Sarah coming up later on with one of her little kind of bags that she's created for you to take all your bits off to your quilt groups. But this is just something useful to have. If you've got a sewing machine that has got a reasonable size accessory box, I think you could quite easily pop that one in there. So straight away you've got it with all those markings. As you can see, lining it up, you've got everything there. And the last time that we bought this to you, oh my goodness, it was such a popular little rule of this one as well. But the last time that we actually bought it down in price was 2 years ago. Whoa, wow. And that is a long time, isn't it? Brilliant little rule as well. You are loving this. Obviously, you've got those traditional things that we see from quilters' grid. So if I tilt that, you can see you've got your little grippy hearts. How sweet is that on there? So when you're actually putting that on your fabric, I've got a bit of paper here, so it's not the best way to illustrate it. If I hold the paper, hopefully you'll see that when you actually have that grippy there, it's moving the paper. If I do that, then obviously it's going to scoot off. But that's down to the paper and not the little grippies. So, of course, this is something that has been very popular, you can imagine, in the past. Popular again today, so much so that lots of you are popping this into your basket. A little bit of a basket opener because we know we've got some fabulous guests coming, some wonderful fabrics, some amazing patterns that you're going to be spoilt for choice today. So, of course, by popping this one into your basket, what it means is your post and packing is covered for the whole of the day. So that is something good to note straight away. It means you can jump in at any point during the show, place your orders, check your baskets out. That is the key thing. Don't pop goodies into your basket and then just leave them there, because by the time you come to check your basket out, you may well find that they've sold out. But when you've actually made your first purchase today and you've opened that basket, everything is batched up at midnight. So even if you check out every single half an hour or so, then it doesn't matter. At midnight, your order is kind of sealed off and completed. That one post unpacking is applied, and it doesn't matter if you've ordered things from lots of different suppliers, you will still just pay that one post unpacking. But what it does mean is you get those deals, you get those bargains, you get the things that you really want to get your hands on. But you can be a bit tentative. We're a bit organised, aren't we? Pop things into our basket and think, right, I'll check that all out later on when I've finished or at the end of the hour. But that is not always the best way to shop. I know that from personal experience, and especially with something like this, which is your fabulous early bird, half the stock has gone already. We're nearly 6 minutes into the show, and for that quantity of stock, for something that's meant to last us the whole day, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't have my crystal ball handy. But yeah, the way I know it works here at Sewing Street, I know this is not going to be available for the whole of the day. It's a nice one as well, dare I say it. Is it too early to mention Christmas? I've done it. So if you've maybe started that Christmas bottom drawer where you're putting all your little gifts in there, you might not have a specific person that you're buying this for, but if you've got lots of sewy friends, things like Secret Santas, then these are things that you can be using. And of course, when they come to you, they're all packaged up. They've got the cellophane on there and all the stickers and everything. So this one's been opened up to show you all the markings. So you can pop these away, and it's a timeless classic, isn't it? It's not going to deteriorate over time. It's something you will find yourself going to time and time again. And if you have just joined us, we've shopped for this one on the Big River, found it at around £19.90. We have got an amazing price for you, as you can see there. So there's your comparison. Brilliant reviews, 4.7 out of 5. So it's a brilliant review on that. Don't know if we've got reviews on our own website, but you can see there, this has been a very popular item in the past, and it's useful too. 6 inches in size with regards to the length, and we're looking at about 2.5 inches across here. Important markings, you've got your eighths as a grid, you've got your quarter inch as a grid, you've also got your full inches here, but you have still got those increments there, both horizontally and vertically. And again, you've got those markings there with the little cutie hearts, as you can see there as well. So if you're wanting to take advantage, you can do, oh, what's this? This is not a gadget, it's an essential tool for small quilting. That's a good point, actually. That is a really good point. If you're working on projects, and we've got lovely Ellen joining us a little bit later on this hour, she has got projects that have got smaller pieces, not little tiny, tiny pieces, but manageable size pieces. But sometimes you don't, can you imagine coming out with your big 24-inch ruler and trying to measure little pieces? You don't want something like that. You want something that is very manageable. I'll probably take this with me when I go over and see Ellen in a little while, because I think it'll be worth referring back to this. Yeah, get it while you can. That is my advice to you this morning. £13.99, GMUT31, the all-important item number to get it into your basket. But it's all well and good getting it into your basket. Get it checked out. And that will guarantee that you take advantage of that deal that we're brought to. That is a jolly good early bird. Love it when we bring something that's so useful as an early bird. So there you go. I'm going to leave those details with you. I'm going to give you the opportunity for you to check your baskets out. And I'm going to give you a little insight as to what else we've got coming up today. Or you're going to be with us right the way through till 1 o'clock today, because we've got so much to share with you. Now, I've got the lovely Ellie coming up. Now, you might have met Ellie before, because Ellie is brand new to us here at Sewing Street. In fact, she is brand new to TV. So she's a little bit nervous. So do make sure you welcome. I know how welcoming you guys are at home. So do send in your messages. You know you can do that. I'll tell you how to do that in a second, just in case. So Ellie is here with some beautiful fabrics in the first hour. She'll be back later on with this gorgeous quilt kit. Isn't this beautiful? Absolutely gorgeous. You can see why you need that 6-inch ruler now, can't you? Makes sense. So Ellie's with us from 8 through until 9 a.m. And then we've got the lovely Sarah. Not worked with Sarah before. She has bought that quilt, that lovely monochromatic quilt with the red and that kind of ivory tone in there. Absolutely beautiful. We've got a few different variations as well, but a lovely quilt, which I know you're going to love. So Sarah will be showing us how to do that at 9 a.m. Then at 10 a.m. we're back with the lovely Ellie. So yeah, with this time we've got the quilt. So the quilt that we just showed you a few moments ago. And then 11 o'clock we've got another hour with a lovely Sarah. We've got a Retreat Organiser. that's going to be a perfect place for you to actually put your lovely little ruler in. So that is the key thing with regards to that hour. We're going to be getting ourselves organised. And then you can just about see on the bottom of your screen, hidden behind the telephone number, me on my own, well, not on my own, because I'm going to be with William Morris. Well, not himself, obviously, but some of his gorgeous fabrics. So, yeah, do join me from 12 through to 1. But let me introduce you to a lovely lady, and I know you guys are going to love her. And this is the fabulous Ellen. Ellen, welcome to Sewing Street.
Oh, yes, no. I'm really happy to be here.
Oh, well, I love that. Now, you are, I know you don't mind me saying you were a little bit nervous initially.
Oh, yes, that's totally fine.
Oh, but no, you don't have to be. You are amongst friends.
I'm all fine now.
You are, yeah. We've got a lovely team here welcoming you.
Yes.
You guys, you can message into the studio. Use that message system on the website as well if you'd like to message into us. But you know what? We're a nosy bunch here at Sewing Street. I did warn you about this, didn't I? So tell us a little bit about you and how you got into quilting, and not just quilting, designing your own fabrics.
Yes, it's quite a story, actually. I started quilting when I was 10 years old. I saw my mother, she followed a patchwork class, and I was really curious about all the blocks she was making, the fabrics she was using, the different techniques. And I really wanted to learn that as well, but at first she said no.
Oh,
yes.
Well, not very fair.
Oh, it was, because I was really good at starting things, but not finishing them. Oh. So, yes.
We're all guilty of that one.
Oh, yes, I know. But she was worried that, you know, I would cut into her nice fabrics and not finish it. So, yes, I had my first try with some scrap fabrics, and then I really, really liked it. So I continued, you know, with the real patchwork fabric. And I just designed a lot of the quilts that I made myself. And then I went to, I was born in Holland. I moved to Belgium to study. And I decided to start my pattern company called ELLIE'S QUILTPLACE. Because
EQP,
yes,
QUILTPLACE.
Exactly, yes. Because I thought that it would be a nice way to earn some extra money as a student. So, and it was actually, you know, it was really nice, but I put a lot of work in it. And after finishing the studies, I was working full-time. I did the patterns on the side, and my husband, he asked me, when are you going to earn an actual living with this? Yes, he's very practical.
Very forward as well.
Well, and I said, that's just, well, it's really hard with just patterns. And he is the one that said, you know, people need just one pattern to make a quilt, but they need a lot of different fabrics. So why don't you start designing fabrics?
Oh, so we've got to come with a couple of illustrations to show you some of those fabrics actually in projects. These are beautiful.
Thank you.
These are gorgeous.
Thank you.
And I love this look because it's kind of like a historic look, but with a modern twist to it. So is that where you kind of get your inspiration from?
Yes, so I studied history, and I really love antique quilts, especially the scrap quilts. So I like to have that as my starting point, but I like to add some more fresh colours to it.
I love that.
So that modern touch.
You've got an amazing, I mean, we're showing just the first of many, I am sure, because you guys are loving these already. And you can see behind us here, we've got a kit coming up in the next show. So that is going to be at, where am I, 10 o'clock. So we will be sharing this with you. One thing that strikes me with this is we've got some smaller pieces with these as well. And we were chatting earlier, you do a lot of hand sewing.
Yes, I tend to make all my quilts entirely by hand.
Wow.
I just started machine sewing a little while ago because, you know, having several fabric collections a year, it needs to go a little bit faster.
Okay.
But I really prefer the hand sewing and hand quilting. So,
beautiful.
Yes, it's so relaxing, it's so satisfying.
And they're gorgeous. And as I say, this isn't the first bundle that we're bringing to you, and it is a mega bundle that we've got for you. So we're going to be doing lots of chatting, if that's okay, Ellen. Because we're going to be learning lots about you. Now, this is your, did you say your 11th collection that you designed?
Yes.
And I love it. So we're going to see a lot more from Ellen. I just know it. As a sewer, I know it. But if we're investing within this particular bundle that we've got here, is this going to work with things that you've already created, things that we might see in the future?
Absolutely. So I always start from some colours that I used in previous collections. So you can reuse fabrics that you already have. And I add some new colors to it. So everything actually goes really well together.
Perfect.
So even if you have fabrics from the first collection and you will buy like the 25th, it will still match.
So keep every last scrap that you've
absolutely.
got. I love that. Now, this is a brilliant bundle to get started. We were looking at 1/2 metre pieces here, as you can see. You're actually going to get 9 metres in total, which is brilliant, across all of these gorgeous fabrics. Now, you've actually got 18 fabrics in total. So you've got a saving in this bundle already of £16.98, because that is a phenomenal price straight away when you're looking at these. And the quality as well. I guess that's something that's very important to you, the quality.
Absolutely, yes. When we designed the first, well, I say we, it's me and my husband. He's all about the helicopter view. I'm more the creative type.
Do we need to give him a name mention?
His name is Philip.
Philip, thank you.
Yes. You know, we could choose from different qualities of fabric, and one obviously is cheaper than the other one. But I just wanted the best, because I've been quilting for so long and I have used different fabric qualities, and it just doesn't work when it's not the best.
You want it to last a lifetime,
absolutely,
of quilt, don't you? When
you don't want to spend a lot of time creating something beautiful just to have it destroyed like within a year.
Yeah, absolutely. So. We're having some lovely messages come through. Thank you so much. I'm going to have to look on the screen over here because these eyeballs aren't working. So, hi, Ellie. Love your accent. You seem very nice. She's really nice. She's really nice. And we're a friendly group. Oh, aren't we just? We are indeed. So please don't worry about TV. Just be yourself. And this is love from Bernadette. Now, Bernadette Cats, I don't know if that's your name or it's Bernadette and the Cats.
Well,
I don't know.
I like both.
It's probably cats. We've got cats viewing as well there. So there you go. Told you everybody was lovely. Welcome, Ellie, to the lovely Sewing Street family. So there you go. So
that's really nice. Thanks.
And she's a natural, isn't she? Natural. I mean, you bring nice fabrics to Sewing Street, and you're amongst friends straight away. So don't you worry about anything. Now, the price on your screen, as you can see, you've got your split pay on this one, which means you are able to spread the cost of these. But I will warn you, we don't have huge quantities of these left. We started off with a good amount, plenty we thought, but yeah, we've already less than 30 as well. So 100% cotton with every single one of these as well. The thing that struck me with these, and I did mention this, Ellie, when we were doing our prep, you keep quite small prints, which are perfect if you're working on piecing, and we'll be chatting about piecing in the next hour. So is that something that you wanted to make sure that you kept your prints small?
Yes. I love bigger prints as well, but they're just more difficult to use. They're perfect for bag making, for example, but if you have a quilt with small pieces, exactly, yes. And these are just smaller prints that you can use for every project that you like. So you can use them in a large quilt, you can use them in a bag, you can use them in a pincushion, and they will always just show up lovely.
These 1/2 meters are going to go a long way when you consider some of the small pieces.
Yes. Exactly.
And I love it. And so many different ways you can be able to use it. I mean, so many different projects. I mean, I'm looking at these. The collection itself obviously all comes together perfectly. It's called Of Old and New. Now, is there a reason for that name?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Because I have, my inspiration comes from the antique quilts with the modern twist in the colours. So actually every collection that I make has something to do with something from the past and something from the future or the present. So it's, so we have previous collections called Modern Traditions or Remembering Tomorrow or Back and Forth. So it always has something to do with that. Yes.
Gives me a warm feeling inside that.
Don't know how long I can keep up with that. We'll see.
Yeah, that's quite a hard thing, isn't it, to keep it going. But the greens that we see, I see this darker green here that is kind of replicated over here.
Exactly.
And that lighter
green.
So is that across all of the other collections as well? So you'll see crossovers colour-wise?
Yes, I will always put in at least one slightly larger design, and then one design that has like several colours to connect the entire collection. As well as some more basics that are, calming it down a little bit.
I love those. I kind of call those the ones that dilute things down because they make it, sometimes less concentrated. But these are brilliant. I mean, you've got beautifully traditional styles here. So you've got these gorgeous florals, but then you've got these kind of almost like little wigwams.
Yes.
They're beautiful. I love it. Sorry, getting myself distracted. Sorry, Hannah, you're talking to me and I'm completely ignoring you. So this bundle should really be over £152. Yeah, but it's not. Now look at this. This is incredible. So, now, oh my goodness, we have around 20 bundles left. Now, that's to last the whole day. That's for everybody, people coming in from home from work who go back and watch the shows. People might dip in at lunchtime when they have the opportunity. But you're watching here now and live, so you have got that advantage that you can get involved. 18 beautiful fabrics, half-metre fabrics, really good size piece fabrics.
Yes,
really
you can
good
make
size.
any project you want.
Absolutely, as well. So with the quilt behind us, I know some of you have been asking about the quilt behind us. We have got a separate bundle for that with kind of the different sizes that you need with that, and the pattern will be included and everything. But that will be the fabrics that you require to create your quilt. This one is giving you the scope that you can use all of those gorgeous patterns that you've got at home, whether it's bag making, I mean, even garment making you could use these for, couldn't you? Yeah.
Yes, you can.
They're absolutely beautiful. All as a fabulous collection, £135.84. As I say, individually, you're looking at in excess of £150. So that is where you've got that wonderful saving. So you've got 9 metres in total, 18 different beautiful fabrics, all coming together under that one item number there, DP6697. So yeah, if you like the idea of getting a little bit of it, well, not a little bit, half metre of everything, then that is the way to go. But there might be certain fabrics that you tuned into, and there's certain ones that you're looking at and you're thinking, oh, I need more of that. We have got metre fabrics with those. We're down to teens with regards to quantities of these. I will keep you updated, but don't forget, two-way split if you're wanting to go for all of those together. So shall we work our way through each one of these? Yes. Oh my goodness, it's going to take us quite a while, isn't it? Have you got any favourites to start with, Ellie, or is there any way you would like me to start?
Well, I think they're all my favourites, to be honest.
Shall we start at this side and then work our way back? Let's do that.
Yes.
So let's start off with this beautiful one here.
Yes.
Leave those just at the top there, so if you do want to go for that bigger bundle, we can go back to these. So I've not opened these up yet. Now, this has been a very, very popular one. Oh, buttercups.
Yes.
Beautiful. I love that.
Well, I always have a lot of fun choosing the names.
Yes.
I realise that it's not the most important thing in designing, but it's just, you know, it gives it a nice extra touch.
I don't know. I think the name sometimes is a bit of a connection to the fabric, personally.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And a connection to you and your personality and the way that you think. So I think it's an important one to get the name right as well. This one has been very, very popular by itself. Now, this particular colour option is called Pumpkin, and we've only got 5 metres available. So that's only 10 opportunities. And I know some of you will be going for multiples of these. Now, Hannah, do we know, is this cut to order? Perfect. So if you do want to go for multiples, and if you're wondering what I mean by that, if you increase your quantity to 2, then you will get your full metre with these ones. So it's a half metre cut at the moment. So if you do want to go for your meterage, so to speak, then just check out your pattern. If you're looking at a garment and you're looking at something like 3 metres of this, you need to be quick. Because, of course, when we don't have huge quantities left, they can go in a heartbeat. And this would work beautifully, almost like a vintage-style tea dress. It looks beautiful.
It's really soft. It's really nice quality.
Gorgeous. Also, as well, let me just bring in my early bird. The reason being is, if you're into your EPP, your English paper piecing, and you're using it, if you look 2.5 inches, that's probably kind of your repeat going across that little kind of section of florals if you're wanting to. This is the early bird, incidentally, I've just brought in, but it's just for a reference to show you the size of that pattern. If you're wanting to do your small pieces, your little hexes and things like that, then yeah, you've got a nice small repeat there, but be quick. It's a popular one, but it's not the only colour option. So that one is your pumpkin. Each one of these have got different item numbers, incidentally, as well.
So this one, well, this design in general really goes well as a border fabric as well. It has this slightly larger print.
Yes.
It's not big,
yes.
But it shows really well, and it combines also some of the colors in the collection because it has the pumpkin, it has the brown, it has the green, and then there's a little touch of red and pink. It's
gorgeous,
in the flowers. So
I love it. And this is probably the largest of the prints, isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Now I'm going to move on because we've only got 2 opportunities left of that one. So this is, I've got a feeling, Ellen, this is how the hour is going to be. It's because we talk about
that's
something.
good, right?
So I'm going to pop that one over there. We will come back to it because we have still got the big bundle available, don't forget. Now, this one's my favourite.
Yes.
I do love blooms. This is beautiful. Again, the same print that we saw a few moments ago, so the buttercups. But this is a gorgeous colour.
It's a really, really warm colour.
Absolutely.
Yes. And it contains just the blue and the cream tones, so it's slightly more, we say, calm than this one. This one has a bit more colour, so you can tone down a really scrappy quilts and, you know, just bind it. And just connect all the different
fabrics. This has
fabrics.
been used around the edge of the border, hasn't it, on your quilt, I've noticed as well.
Yes.
It's lovely. And it's nice because they're kind of in lines, but they're not in straight lines, which is always difficult when you're a quilter.
I know.
Yeah. But they're kind of almost like just meander and scattered. Beautiful.
Yes, and it's really nice because the pattern is not that big. You don't need to worry about seams. You don't need to worry about the pattern continuing throughout the entire quilt because it really doesn't show. So.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, as you're saying it, I'm looking at the corners and you're so right.
Yes.
You are so right.
When you have the big flowers, it's just in your face, you know.
Yes.
There's a seam there, and with this, it just hides really nicely.
It does. And of course, sometimes if you've got a larger print, then it does end up that you're wasting fabric to try and kind of hide that seam. So, yeah, good point. I like that one. So this one is called Duck Egg. You can see that lovely duck egg in the background there, and that lovely blue in front. Again, beautiful fabric, whatever scenario. I mean, what sort of feedback do you get from your customers with regards to your fabrics? What sort of things do they make with them?
Oh, lots of different things. So it's mainly quilts, but big ones, small ones, table runners, pillows, bags, yes, lots and lots of things. And they always surprise me because I have those patterns in mind when I design a collection, but they come up with so many different ideas, and it's really, really lovely to see.
And I have to say, do go and check out Ellen's website as well. So, yeah, make sure you do. EQP, because there are some fabulous patterns on there. I went and did a little bit of research, and you're very generous with those patterns because they are available as downloads.
Yes, yes, and some are paid, some are free. So, yes.
And that might be where you get your inspiration from and then come back and choose your fabrics. So, yeah, do go and check those out. But look, there you go. You can see bags, you can see table runners there as well. All sorts of projects. Lovely for a plique as well. Beautiful. So that one is your duck egg, proving to be very, very popular. But we have got a reasonable amount of stock with regards to that one. So, yeah, keep going for that one as well. One more colourway with regards to your buttercups. And that is this lovely one here with the beautiful green. Love that inner green that you've chosen as well, that olive green.
Yes, it's slightly a contrast, which is really nice. I like to put in what I call ugly colours. I know that's quite shocking, but
ugly colours is not a word that we use very often here.
But it's nice because it brings the contrast and it makes the fabric much more interesting to look at.
Yeah, so. Good point. And it's almost got a yellow tone to it, but it's not a yellow.
No, it isn't.
Very clever.
Yes,
very clever.
It's kind of in between.
I love it. And this one is beautiful. Now, we've had a message come up on the screen. Now, please forgive me. Please forgive me if I hand this one over to you.
She's my friend. That's so nice.
So, Alice, thank you for messaging in there. Please do tell me.
She says I'm doing very well on TV.
Oh, there you go. I love that. Thank you. And a few people have commented on your lovely accent. And so is that kind of from your Dutch heritage, or is it from your...
well, yes, we learned English from the age of 10.
Wow.
I watched a lot of British series.
Yes,
so yeah, I think...
And you speak a little of, did you say 6 languages, a little bit of different
languages? Well, so let's count Dutch and Flemish as one language.
Okay.
And then I speak English, French, German. I'm basic in Spanish, and I'm learning, it's just for fun, I'm learning Danish.
Oh, wow.
Yes, it's really difficult. So.
Is it? Oh, gosh. I struggle with English, as I said earlier on, so amazing. Another lovely message here as well. Welcome, Ellie. What beautiful fabrics. Hope you'll become a regular to Sewing Street.
Oh,
Jane,
that's
I couldn't
very kind.
agree more.
Yes.
Oh, it'd be lovely.
Thank you.
Talking about your return visit already.
Oh, yes. I'll book the tickets.
Oh, yeah, please do. And you can see, I mean, the quilt behind us here is just one of the many quilts that we do see from Ellen. So, yeah, this one is going to be available as a kit a little bit later on. So if you do like the look look of this one, then everything that you need will be in there, which might be why you're choosing additional fabrics to work with it. Now, one thing I've not mentioned is the actual size of the fabric. So if you're thinking, potentially people might want to go for the kit later on and choose one of these to use for backing. So the fabrics themselves, what sort of width are these fabrics?
So yes, we are used to saying it in centimeters in Belgium. It's the 110, so that's a 44-inch.
44-inch, lovely. So that's a standard width. This is a pretty one. We've moved on.
I really like this design because it combines so many colors, and it's really small. It's really pretty. You can use it even if in the tiniest pieces. But it does connect all the fabrics in the quilts.
I love it. And what was your inspiration behind this style? Or did you just a bit of doodling?
Yes, actually I was. It's just so funny. I like to start with the dots and then, you know, connect it with the tiny twigs. And the funny thing is that, you know, I start always with the color palettes. Okay. And then I start designing the actual fabric. And I recolor each fabric in 30 possible ways. And I can choose my favorites. And those end up in the collection. And it's really nice to see how all the different colors combine and how they make one design look very, very different.
I love it. And I love the combination because we've seen quite often there are 3 different colourways of the patterns.
Yes, exactly.
Is that something that you consciously introduce?
Well, we are actually obliged to have a minimum order. Okay. And that can contain of 3 different fabrics of the same design, so in 3 different colours. So that's really nice.
That's a good combination.
Yes, and I think also it's nice because again, it connects all the different fabrics.
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely. Now, I forgot to give you the details of the last one. That one was carrot, incidentally. So a third of the stock has gone of that one. Those were the details that were on your screen. They're lovely colours. They're kind of unusual. I think maybe that's the word when you said about ugly colours. Perhaps that's the word. They're quite unusual, but they go. I mean, I wouldn't automatically choose this kind of mustard tone and put red with it, but it works beautifully.
It does. It does. Yeah. That's kind of like the ugly colour that I was talking about. It's the surprising combination of colours, and you know. I've been a quilter for so long. I have a huge, huge stash of fabrics at home that are not my designs. Okay. And the thing was that I was often lacking the exact fabric I was searching for. Okay. And I really focus more on colors than I do on designs when I start a quilt. So yeah, I'm just basically designing the things that I'm missing in the market. So
absolutely beautiful. It's gorgeous, lovely little print. Again, garment making. If you think of things like collars, cuffs, pocket flaps, use all those little scraps that you've got left over. So don't throw anything away with these. They're absolutely beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. What this one is called Seaberry. Yes. Seaberry. So that is your Seaberry in the, what did we call fern?
Fern, yes, exactly.
Now this is kind of, when we think of vintage quilts and older quilts, quite often we see darker tones. Yes. That's the thing that I've noticed with your fabrics. We bring that, well, you bring that beautiful vibrancy, but this is kind of a nod to the traditional, I suppose.
So I did want to put in some darker colours, some warmer colours. So I chose this one. It's called Grape. Okay. And this is kind of like the surprise fabric, I think, in this collection. But again, it contains all these different colours, and it's really, really versatile to use.
It's beautiful. Again,
I really love it.
It's lovely, isn't it, as well? So, yeah, absolutely beautiful. Incidentally, we're showing you half metres with regards to these, but we have got a mega bundle where you are going to get half metre of all of them, and you'll get a discount. So, yeah, with the prices that you've got on your screen, the mega bundle works out at £150 usually, but we've got a brilliant price on that one. So those are your Seaberries as well. Just going to pop the mega bundle up for you. So if you've liked the look of everything so far, then yes, do make sure that you shop for this as soon as you can. We haven't got enough fabrics to make any more of the mega bundle that's on your screen as well, because the Buttercup in Pumpkin, this particular one, that one has now sold out. So the only way you can get hold of that is in the bigger bundle that we're sharing with you at the moment, but we only have teens of these available now. We started off with a lot more than that, so yeah, so 13 of those mega bundles, details on your screen, so go for that one if you're wanting to. So again, 18 different fabrics with regards to those, so yeah, if you like all 18 of those, then please do so. But as Ellen mentioned, you've kind of got 3 little combinations with each of those fabrics, so I've got another one to share with you here. Thank you so much for all your lovely messages as well. Oh, everybody said we'll have to pass some of these on to you as well. Lots of people saying welcome to the family. Just realised I don't have the tablet we'll see if we can sort that out for you. But we have Festival of Quilts here in the UK in August. I don't know, are you familiar with that?
Yes, I've not visited yet. I want to, but
well, maybe we can kind of make a combination if you come in and visiting us here for a show, and then you can go and have a little look.
That would be lovely.
I don't book the shows, but I think it makes sense, wouldn't it?
We could make that work.
We can make that work, definitely. We can do that. Now, these 3, these are beautiful.
These are beautiful bases.
It's kind of a geometric look with this one as well. So yeah, all 3 of these, I'll show you them individually, but as we've mentioned before, we've kind of got that rule of 3 with these as well. So this is lovely. So I'm going to bring that mustard tone in, which is beautiful. I love this as well.
Really warm colour.
Absolutely.
And the funny thing with that colour, I must be honest, I found it really ugly.
Okay.
I had bought a small piece of fabric once, long time ago. And I bought it on purpose because it was such an ugly colour.
Okay.
And I really wanted to use this ugly colour in one of my scrap quilts.
Okay.
And I bought a piece that was just 10 by 10 inches.
Okay. Not a huge amount.
Not huge, no. It was really cheap. So yes, I mean, it wouldn't have been a big investment if I would have never used it.
Yes.
But I ended up using it all.
Okay.
And I was really sad that I finished all of this fabric.
Yes.
And I was thinking, I'm a fabric designer now, so I saved the last piece. I sent it to the mill in Korea and said, I need that exact colour in my lines.
That's it.
So yes.
So there you go.
Yes, but it really brightens up a project. It's such a warm colour, and it's just magical.
And I think that's a good lesson for us all, to be fair, Ellen, is sometimes we look at a fabric and we look at it just as it is, but don't see it in the bigger project. So sometimes that fabric that maybe you've got in your stash that you've not used, go back and explore it, try it with other fabrics as well. Sometimes picking out, so if it's a fabric that's got a similar sort of colour, maybe it's got that grape tone in there, then it might be that this will be something that will give it a different look, because that is the thing, when you bring a fabric in alongside a different fabric, it kind of changes the whole composition.
Put it next to this one, look.
Yes, yeah.
Then it turns more to the yellow.
Yeah.
It's really
nice. It looks different, doesn't it? It kind of raises it up and kind of pushes it back. That's a lovely combination.
We haven't talked about this one yet, but if you put this one...
Yeah, again, I would never think of putting those 2 together, but that works really well. Yes. You could take any of those, to be fair. Incidentally, these little kind of wigwammy ones, we'll show you those ones in a moment. Just looked at the time, my goodness, where is the time going? So there we go. So this particular, what are we calling this? Lemon cake mustard? Oh, lemon cake, but mustard colour.
Mustard colour.
I was thinking it's like a recipe. Lemon cake with a bit of mustard in there.
Well, as long as I don't need to cook.
But that's lovely. It's a lemon cake. So where did the name lemon cake come from with this particular design?
That's quite a story. I actually was inspired, and you will laugh now, by the car brand Citroën.
Okay, right.
Yes, so they have those.
Yeah,
yes, exactly. So I didn't make them that sharp, but that was the inspiration for this fabric.
Okay.
And when you take off the 2 dots of the E in Citroën, you get the word citroen, which is lemon in Dutch. So yes.
And straight away, lemon cake.
Absolutely.
There you go. They should be next to each other in the dictionary.
Exactly.
But there you go. So that is beautiful, though. That's lemon cake. So we've only got 7 metres. Excuse me, if that one next. I'm going to bring the next one in alongside it, because if you have gone for that one, I think this is a natural combination, because you've kind of got your darker and your lighter tone with this one. This is the one that we're going to be bringing the details in of next. So this is beautiful, and I love this because when we actually look with that very light backdrop, we've only got the one that we've got with a similar sort of backdrop is the one with the circles, which again, I think that works together, to be fair. So yeah, it's nice sometimes to have that lighter lighter contrast. Now, obviously the quilt behind me here, we'll show you a little bit later on, and it's kind of been used in these kind of large triangles that we've got, using the ones with circles, but it could be others that you're using. Oh, lovely. And
the colours are similar, so it's really nice to use them together, because if you use just one fabric to make both blocks as well as the sashings, it will get quite boring.
Yes, yeah. I like that. I like that a lot. So there you go. So it's been used on the sashing, as you can see there as well. So it's a popular one, this one. So this one has been one of the most popular on pre-order. And over half the stock has gone before we even showed it to you. So yeah, and it's kind of one of those areas that we all know that we will use a fabric like this. Yes. So it might be that maybe you're just going for half a metre today. Then yeah, go for this. To be fair, you could bring anything in alongside this, and it's going to work well. Yeah. Yes. Beautiful.
This is something that just everybody needs in their stash. Even if you're not sure yet for what you're going to use it, I mean, it will come in handy one day, so.
Absolutely. And I have to say, the whole collection is a very usable, very easy to use collection as well. So if you are a novice quilter and you struggle about bringing your fabrics together, then that bundle is a brilliant one to go for. Now, the last one, again, this is quite a contrast when you look at the different fabrics we've been looking at already with that lemon cake running through. I mean, very, very different fabrics, but this is I love this pink that we've got here as well.
Yes, it's one of my favourite colours, actually.
Oh, gorgeous.
Yes, it's really warm, and even if you put it together with just these two in a quilt, it would work really nice.
Good combination,
because, yes, exactly. And again, the small print, and it included the reds here and the cream here. Yes. So that binds again the other fabrics, and it's really, you know, you can use small pieces, you can use larger pieces. It's just, this is one of those perfect fabrics for me.
You could almost take inspiration from those arrows and use it, you know, like a log cabin, how you kind of got that angular look to it, just choosing two fabrics. But that is beautiful, love it. So if you're liking that coral pink, then the details are up on your screen there as well. Nice one for binding, because you've got that little tiny print there. Hannah, who's producing today, suggested that, and I think that's very true. Yes. If I just fold over just that little bit there, you can see you're not chopping off the design, are you, when you're doing a binding?
Exactly, and again, you don't need to worry about continuing the design when you have seams.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, you just lose those in the design, wouldn't you?
Exactly.
Gorgeous, I love it. So there you go. That is another very popular one. Only 5 half meters left. So yeah, if you're wanting that one and you're wanting it in quantity, you need to be quick with that one. Now, from those angular looks to something that's more circular, which is this one here. I like these three together, actually.
They're nice.
Nice look, isn't that? Like
what about a quilt with the British flag?
It is, yes, with your red, white and blue, yes. Almost, right, yeah. Love it. Navy, I love a navy. Then, of course, you've got that lovely creamy tone then, that gorgeous red that we just saw a few moments ago. So let's go through them one by one again. So if you're liking the look of the navy, which is brilliant. I'm looking at this one and I'm kind of thinking...
It has a direction and it hasn't.
Yeah.
Because I know that people are always quite afraid to use fabric which has a direction on it. Yes. Because they want to make the lines, you know, match up perfectly and, you know, all be in the same way. For me, it really doesn't matter.
Yes, yeah.
You know, you can make a quilt kind of interesting when it's slightly off, you know.
Yes, yeah.
But just to be safe, I thought, you know, we have the lines going that direction and we got the little arrows in the other direction. So, you know, it kind of balances it.
It's a nice twist on a polka dot as well. Exactly. I do like a dot. So, yeah, this is a beautiful fabric. Yes. Incidentally, if you have just joined us, good morning. Where have you been? Everybody gets up at different and tunes in at different times, don't they? So let me introduce lovely Ellen. Ellen has joined us, come all the way from Belgium to join us with her beautiful fabrics, her own range. ELLIE'S QUILTPLACE is the name of the brand. So EQP, go and have a little look. You'll find all sorts of wonderful inspiration on her website. Fabulous patterns that you can take advantage of. And then kind of the next stage was the fabrics from the patterns, really, wasn't it?
Sorry?
The next stage from the patterns was the fabric.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yes, yes. And now it's actually the other way around. So I used to design patterns and then choose the fabrics. Now I design the fabrics and then design the patterns. Yes.
So yeah, so brand new guest to us here, and you are loving everything that Ellen's bringing to us as well. The quilt behind us is going to be featuring in the 10 o'clock show, so we will be seeing Ellen back again in a little over an hour with this one, and it is a kit that has got all the fabrics, and this is a quilt you were chatting about, saying that you could hand stitch this one.
Exactly. So I machine stitched it, but you could definitely do hand stitching. And the nice thing about it is that you don't need to worry about where to put each of the fabrics. It must be scrappy.
Yes.
So, and I know that's quite challenging for some people because they like to be organized and structured. Yeah. But it's really nice. And if you're not confident, you can just make one block to try it out, make a pillow.
Nice
and,
idea, yes.
you know, just see how it grows on you.
I think people take inspiration from the pattern when they get it home and use other fabrics that they've got, because they're quite small pieces. We'll chat more about that in the next hour, because we've still got a few more fabrics to go through again. So this cream fabric has featured a lot within that particular quilt that we're just looking at, and it has been a very, very popular one. Again, a bit like the lemon cake that we saw earlier on, this one has been a popular one as well. Can I ask about inspiration for this one as well? Sometimes I suppose it's things that you see, sometimes it's just
popped up, actually. Yeah, I wanted to do something because I think it's important that in each line there is like a floral, there is something geometrical, there is something big, there is something small, well, medium, not big. And this was just a perfect blend of dots and lines.
Yes.
So, yeah. And it's nice. I start drawing. I usually start just drawing with pencil and paper. So really traditional.
I meant to ask you that, how you get started.
Yes, so I first choose the color palettes. And once that is on the table, I start designing the prints. And it's really, really simple pencil and paper until I'm satisfied with all the designs. And then I draw everything in Illustrator.
So it's kind of that digital twist, but it still starts with paper and pencil.
Yes, for me it does.
Yeah,
yes, because I have the feeling that when you start drawing immediately on the computer, you're always kind of limited to the shapes that it has in the program.
That's a good point. Yes.
And a pencil can just go any direction you want.
True.
Yes.
I love it. And
I can be more creative.
And you can see that fabric that we're just referring to there, separating out the design. It's lovely. If you want an alternative to maybe a plain contrast, then yeah, I mean, this is perfect, because it's almost like a plain with personality. I love it. Absolutely beautiful. Another lovely message come through here. Beautiful fabrics. Thank you, Ellie. Hope this is the first of many shows with you. And that's come from Marilyn as well.
Thank you.
You'll be on first name terms with customers when you come into the backwards and forwards. I love it. So there you go. That is the second in that fabulous range. And we're calling that one fast forward. Is that? I can see with
That's because of the arrows, yes.
I can see that. Love it. Love it. The red, though, oh my goodness, is beautiful.
It's
red
such
as well.
a warm colour. Yes, I love reds. And this is a little bit more brown than the other one that's in this collection, which is quite nice because it makes a nice combination. It's not all the same. It gives this scrappy look to the collection, but still it all goes very, very well together.
Little shots of pink in there as well, which is nice.
Yes. And then it's really dark here in the dots.
That's yes, that's true actually. Yes. The centre is a little bit darker than the outside, yeah. Really good. You can tell that these have been created by somebody who sews and somebody who understands quilting.
Yes.
Because lots of people think, oh, they can just design fabrics and that's it. But you need to understand how the fabrics are going to be used in order to know how to start with, and you've done a fabulous job, I have to say.
Thank you.
Absolutely beautiful, love it. So there you go, if you like the look of that particular one, that's cranberry red if you're liking that one. I will just mention the mega bundle. Let me just slide it in just a little bit. It's a bit disjointed because I'm trying to keep it organised. So this is my to-do pile. I haven't done those yet. But when everybody has checked out on this mega bundle, we only have 8 opportunities left. I can understand what a lot of you will be doing, because I'd be doing the same, Ellen. I'd be watching the fabrics individually, which we've only got this small pile left to go through before you make that final decision. Because if you decide that you're wanting all of them, the most economical way is for you to go for them together. If you're wanting this particular one, it's the only way you can go get that one, because that's sold out individually. A lot of the others are looking very very vulnerable. So yeah, the lemon cake in the sand, which is that particular one there, that one is on the verge of selling out as ½ metre. So it makes sense though, and I know for anybody looking at the fabrics, you'll be thinking it's quite a commitment, but when you see it all coming together, and how you can use this in so many different inspirational ways from your website, then yeah, it does make sense as well. This quilt's coming up a little bit later on as well, so a separate bundle for that one at 10 o'clock. So let's get back to those last few, just so as we can let everybody know exactly what they're getting in the bigger bundle. So we've got 2 more fabric designs, very different colourways as well, but it all comes together beautifully. So this little leaf.
Yes, exactly, and I really don't know how to pronounce it in English.
Okay, let's see.
I don't even know in Dutch.
I don't know what we've called it.
We would call it ginkgo.
Oh, so the ginkgo leaf.
Yes,
now,
exactly.
The ginkgo leaf is I don't know.
It's a Japanese tree, I think.
It goes in teas and medicines and things like that.
Yes, exactly.
So yes, yeah.
So that was the inspiration for this print, and I wanted to keep it really simple because the other prints all combine the colours, and this is really, really nice. Just 2 colours.
Yes.
And you can use again bigger pieces, smaller pieces. They will look lovely anyway.
Beautiful.
So,
I love this. Absolutely gorgeous as well, because with the ginkgo leaf, it's quite a big leaf, and I have seen it in designs of fabrics, and it's a very big print. But with this one, I love that you've taken that kind of inspiration, but kind of shrunk it down. It's got a very Japanese feel to it.
A little bit,
yes. Yeah. I love it as well.
Yes. And I love this brown colour as well.
It's gorgeous, yeah.
It's really warm. You can use it all year round, but especially if you want to make some autumn project, for example.
Nice idea.
It's really nice, yes.
This is a nice one as well. It's slightly more of an angular repeat on this one. So when you look at it, when you're looking at the horizontal lines, they are quite flush. They are a solid line. But when you look vertical, it kind of meanders, wiggles as it goes through.
Exactly, yes.
So, yeah,
but again, please don't mind about having everything exactly straight in the quilt. Make it a little bit more interesting.
Love it, love it. So that one is your rust. We've got 2 other colour options, one of which I'm really tuning into. I love it. But saying that, the green as well. I love the green. And again, green, nice, easy one, isn't it? A lot of quilts, if we're using florals, quite often you'll have foliage. So yeah,
and it's really difficult, I find, to find the right green.
Yes. Yeah,
and especially if you are doing applique, for example,
just about to
you need a lot of different greens, and this one is really calm. It's really a perfect colour.
Any of the fabrics are really good for applique, I have to say, because of that small repeat.
Yes.
But beautiful. Again, that just contrasts 2 different greens. Absolutely beautiful. Calling this one Ginkgo Pine. So if you like the look of that one, ½ metre, TNYV06. Again, it is in that big bundle, which I will go back and recap on before we say goodbye to you. But we've got 4 more fabrics. This one, I love this. Is this one duck egg? Are we calling this one duck egg?
No, this one is sky.
Oh, yes, sky. I love it though.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Beautiful.
It's really light and bright, and I love the combination with the cream.
Yes.
So think of slightly clouded skies.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, those small clouds. It's really lovely. It does very well in this collection because the other colours are slightly warmer, and this it's a little bit cooler.
Yeah, I get that.
So you get that contrast again.
Straight away, I mean, naturally, if any of you have gone for those gorgeous buttercups in the blue earlier on, but to be honest, I mean, well, you could choose any of the fabrics.
Exactly.
I always choose the easy option, so anything that's got blue in there, I will automatically go to it and bring that in, because that's naturally something that we do. But because everything has got kind of like the combinations of those creamier tones in, the sand tones almost, and yeah. It works, love it. So there you go. It has been a very popular option yet again. Oh, I've picked up a sticker. I don't know which one that came off. Sort that one out later. I'm not sure, but never mind. So yeah, sorry Hannah, what was the update on that one? Oh, we've only got 4 metres left of that one. There's not a lot at all.
You need to be
and you can go for multiples. You don't have to go for just 1/2 metre. Increase your quantities, and it comes as a cut piece. Last 3, I mean, look brilliant just together if you wanted to shop for these together. This is the one, I keep calling this a little wigwam on this one. What have you entitled this one?
Well, I called it Compass, which is actually a wrong name, but it made me think of, you know, the old merchant ships.
Yes.
And they had those tools to navigate.
Yes.
It just made me think of that. So I don't know if it makes sense to anybody else, but it does to me.
Fabric.
So exactly. And I really like it because it's more geometrical, but then again, it's placed quite randomly, this design, and it has the little dots in between. That also, again, they are in 2 colors, so it's the red and the cream.
Nice.
So it's a really, really versatile fabric.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Again, small repeats throughout, makes it very, very easy. It might be that you're taking inspiration from some of the others where you've got the little dots in there, the fast forward, that one is.
Looks lovely with this
you could
pink
choose
as well.
any, yeah, that's a nice one there. That is a nice combination. You could just go for
pink and cream.
Yes.
That would be enough to make one quilt. It would look beautiful.
Absolutely gorgeous. Love it. So there you go. All of these others that we're introducing are in the big bundle as well. So if you have shopped for those will be included with your order as well. So that is beautiful. Next one that we've got is this gorgeous red. Oh, this is
love
beautiful.
vibrant red.
Have a look at this one. Oh.
Yes.
Beautiful.
I think that's one of my favorite colors as well. Yes,
I think,
and I think you showed the quilt a couple of times. I used that one, not in, here it's in the cornerstones and in the center. But also I used this one in another quilt as a border fabric, which is really nice because it really makes the quilt pop.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And it's nice because it kind of gives your eye somewhere to go to when you're looking at the quilt. And it can be a good way of kind of pulling people's attention away from somewhere else. So, yeah, I like it. Cornerstones and centres of the blocks, as you can see there, so beautiful. Again, I love it as that border on that gorgeous.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is beautiful.
It's really warm and it's bright at the same time.
Absolutely. Gorgeous. Love it. So there you go. If you like the look of that particular one, then you can see the details are up on your screen for your half meters. It's in that big bundle though as well, which we will revisit in just a few moments. But this is a lovely, this, oh, there they go. So the edge in there as well.
Ah, yes.
Yes. I'd missed that. So there you go. Now the last one in that trio is this one. And this is a lovely one. Again, a different look. Totally different look with the greens.
I wanted to use some more purple. So we have had the darker purple before. And then this one is slightly lighter. And it combines, with green and yellow, which is quite surprising, I think. It's quite unusual, but it makes it so interesting to look at. And again, it binds all the other fabrics together. And yes, I don't want to call it an ugly fabric because it's actually one of my favorites as well. But this is something that really draws attention. And if you are afraid of using it in big pieces, just make small pieces. And what I like to do when I go shopping, for example, or when I choose the fabrics for a quilt, and I'm not sure because this is a big piece of fabric, if you see it like this, I just take a piece of paper, I cut out 2 by 2 inches in the center, place it on top, and then you have this small square, and you can actually visualize it, how it will look in a quilt.
That is a good tip.
So if you are a bit scared of colors or designs, it goes for any fabric. I use that trick, and
almost
it
like
really
a little
works.
viewfinder. Love that idea. Really clever idea. Good tip, that one as well. So again, if you like the look of that one, then the details are on your screen. Gorgeous heather tones with those.
Yes.
So those are all by the half metre. So as I bring this in, they never look as pretty as when we first started.
But it's all right.
I got in there and made a mess of everything. So let's bring those in here. The mega bundle. So we're going to bring everything in. So we're getting to the, use that item number or lose it. That's the kind of situation that we're in at the moment as well. So we only have about 5 of these bundles left when everybody has checked their baskets out. So, yeah, absolutely beautiful. So if you're looking at this and you're thinking, I love them all, but I don't know if I can stretch to all of them, don't forget you can take advantage of split pay. So split pay gives you the chance to take the bundle with the saving, because you are getting a saving. You'd usually be spending about £150 on the individual prices that we've just gone through. But with this one, you have got that saving. You've got 9 meters coming to you, but that initial payment today along with your post and packing if you've not shopped with us already, means that you're paying just £67 and 75 pence? No interest, 82p, I do apologise. I don't know where I got that from, but there you go. So yeah, as you can see there, it's £67 and 92p. Yeah, brilliant way of getting hold of everything. And as you've explained to us, Ellen, it makes sense to go for all of them.
Yes, because especially when you want to create this scrappy look, but you are afraid of combining the fabrics yourself, you have it all done for you. It's all sorted out. You don't need to worry. It all goes together, and still you will have a very, very versatile package to go with and make anything that you want.
Absolutely. And it's the tone as well. Sometimes when we're trying to pick colours out, and you might think, oh, well, I'll go for some of them and I'll use what I've already got in my stash. Because Ellen uses the same palette throughout, it means that as time goes on, you can just go to the fabrics that you've got from Ellen and know that they're going to work together. If you go to another brand and think, oh, it's the same sort of tone, it won't be. They've got kind of obviously the tiniest amount of difference can make it stick out. So, yeah, this is going to be a situation where everything comes together. Now, I will warn you, now that we've gone through everything, and sorry if it took a little bit of a while, but I think it was important to do so, we have got more people shopping for this than we have available. And we can't make up any more of these bundles because we don't have enough within the half-metre pieces, because the buttercup, that one has sold out in the pumpkin as well. Some of these others, the lighter tones, they are on the verge of going as well. So, yeah, that's all I can say. If you want it, go for it. There will be a bundle later. The bundle later, you'll have different kind of quantities of fabric, so because it is a kit for this quilt behind us as well. So that's going to be at 10 o'clock. So, yeah, do come back and join us. But this bundle, it's your last chance now, really, to get your half metres of each of these. We will see more from Ellen. You will find these using, and, yeah, you need to be getting it now as well, I have to say. So there we go. There are going to be people that miss out on this one, so check your basket out. Ellen, have you enjoyed your first hour on TV?
Absolutely, yes.
You've been absolutely brilliant.
Thank you.
Absolutely amazing. So,
can't wait to be back in an hour.
Oh, well, we'll see you, how about in an hour?
Perfect.
Should we do that?
Perfect.
We'll do that. You go and grab yourself some breakfast, a cup of tea, and I will see you a little bit later on.
Okay, thanks.
So, yeah, stay tuned. Lots more coming up. We've got the lovely Sarah coming up after the break, so I'll see you the other side of this.
Hi everyone, Andy here from Hobbymaker. I'm very proud to tell you that Sewing Street, Hobbymaker and Jewellery Maker are launching their first crafting weekend in conjunction with Craftopia, taking place on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May at the Abbey Hotel, Golf and Spa here in our hometown of Redditch. What you can expect from the weekend is 4 workshops featuring 4 of your favourite crafting experts. From Hobbymaker, we have Sandra Rushton, who'll be focusing on an introduction to zantangling. We have Carla Bagshaw, who'll be introducing us to the world of thermal cinching and bookbinding and all things American crafts. From Sewing Street, we have Wendy Orlando. She'll be introducing you to hand sewing with a couple of projects that you can make along and take with you. And from Jewellery Maker, we have Debbie Kershaw, who'll be guiding you through how to make your own jewellery that you can make and take away with you. The workshops are a huge part of the weekend, but what's also included are all of your meals, your accommodation, all of the extra elements that we have planned for you, including the legendary Saturday night dinner. Well, not only will it be a 3-course meal, it will also include a craft raffle and also a craft quiz as well. There's another reason to join us for the weekend, because we also have an exclusive 20% discount for everyone who attends that you can use across any of the Gemporia craft websites. So that's Hobbymaker, Sewing Street or Jewellery Maker. So make sure you join us for what is a limited edition experience at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in Redditch on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May. I hope to see you there.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Join us this Friday for the K Facet Day. We've got everything you can imagine. We've got quilts, we've got pre-cuts, we've got fabrics, we've got extra wide, we've got Catherine White, and we've got me. Make sure you're there from 8 o'clock on Friday. Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to our second live segment of our morning with you today at Sewing Street. And I am having a fabulous day. I've got so many wonderful things to share with you and wonderful people to meet, because it's my first time of working with the lovely Sarah from Made and Make. Hello!
Hello you, nice to work with you too.
I am very excited, I have to say. Everybody's been telling me how wonderful you are, so I've been looking forward to meeting
gosh, that's a lot to live up to.
I love it. Now, we're going to be here with your brand. Now, it's the first time for me to be working with you.
Yeah.
So I know our viewers, many of our viewers will know you already, but we've got new viewers joining us this morning because, of course, lovely Ellen was with us in the last hour. So tell me a little bit about you and your company, because it's all brand new to me.
Okay. So, welcome, morning everybody. So I'm Sarah and I set up Made and Making about 12 years ago, and we run sewing and craft workshops in, it's like a big garden studio in the grounds of a garden centre.
Oh, lovely.
Just in Hassocks, which is out the back of Brighton.
Okay,
so, yeah.
Nice part of the country.
Yeah, so we run loads of different things, sewing, patchwork, we do calligraphy. I think today there's tapestry weaving and punch needle going on today down there. So there's about 20 different tutors that come in at various stages.
Oh my goodness.
And then we go and teach at the national shows. I come and do this. We take people on retreats. So a couple of weeks ago, we took people to the Spa Hotel in Tunbridge Wells, and we were doing a dressmaking retreat.
It sounds like heaven.
2 days of decadent sewing. Everything's provided for you, and we float around, and there's about 4 tutors helping.
I love that. So go and check that out. Yeah. So where do we find all the information for this?
So go to website and go to www.madeandmaking.co.uk. If you want to go on the retreat, that's sarahbrangwynretreats.co.uk.
Perfect. There we go.
Thank you.
But don't do it now.
No,
don't do it now. Because we've got a lot to share with you. Yeah, I should have left that ready to the end of the show. No, don't lose any viewers. And now you cannot fail to have noticed this beautiful, striking quilt behind Sarah. This is incredible. I love it. If you love a contemporary look, that almost yin and yang of colours, then this is incredible. I love it.
Yeah, no, it's really striking, and I called it Magic Movement because the more you look at it, the more you see. It's like one of those crazy puzzles. You can see circles in it, although it's all straight lines. and quite geometric in its construction, like the elements of it, it actually creates quite a fluid kind of...
And it's amazing because it depends, you're quite rightly, how close you are with it, or as you move away. Because when you look up at the top right corner, I looked at the top right-hand corner of this quilt, and I thought, oh, we've got curves in this.
Yeah.
But you haven't.
No, it's a trick of the eye.
It's amazing, absolutely. And as you kind of, it's almost like your peripheral vision. So you can kind of almost see kind of like a squoval, square oval, I don't know. But it really does play tricks on your mind. But it's all straight lines.
Yes, and it's a really good introduction to the technique of foundation paper piecing because it's really straightforward. And foundation paper piecing as a patchwork technique can be a bit of a headbend at times.
Yes, yeah.
So the lovely thing about something like this is it's quite straightforward individual pieces. And you're doing them repetitively, so you can really embed a technique when you're doing it over and over.
Okay,
yeah.
So what sort of, and I hate saying this, what level of sewer are we looking at? I mean, are we looking at a first-time sewer project or a confident beginner, or...? I
would say that it would help if you just know a little bit of patchwork and respect some, like just know some of the basics. But as long as you know a little bit of patchwork, this and the handout I've put together, the pattern I've put together for it, it's got step-by-step instructions of the technique. So if you've not done it before, I'd say this is a really good introduction to foundation paper piecing, but you're going to benefit from having a bit of patchwork knowledge. And I have to say, one of the things that struck me when I was looking at the instructions, because sometimes you can know the complexity of something, like if it comes in volumes. Yes. But this, literally, it just strips down to 4 sides, as you can see here. And at that repetitive nature as well, it's going to be one of those situations that maybe do a trial block to start with, and once you've done a couple, you'll be right into the swing of it. Absolutely. So that's a brilliant lead-in. So when I do projects, I quite often make up a trial block. So I've got original one from this one, but then I had to go in a different colourway. Okay, yeah. Wow. So if you are going to do something and you've got some fabrics and you're doing something like foundation paper piecing or any patchwork, I quite often make one block. And then I'll use like a collage app on my phone. And then you can drop that block into like a 4x4 or a 16x16 grid. And then very quickly you can see, is my fabric placement, because on this, the fabric placement can make a really big difference to the look of the quilt. You can see if it's going to work out or not. And I love those apps. Collage apps, if you're wondering what those are, if you've got a phone and you go to your app store or wherever you actually get your apps to go on your phone, just put in as a search collage, and it's often used for photographs, isn't it? Yeah. You'll take maybe 4 different photographs, and you know when you see them on social media, they're kind of almost like a scrapbook page. But if you put the same block that you've taken a photograph of in each of those 4 kind of segments, if you've gone for a 4 segment one, it gives you an idea of how it's going to look as a quilt. It's a really clever way of doing it, so check it out. It's worth having a little look at, but not now. Again, not now. We should have had an information section at the end of the hour, shouldn't we? I love it. Now, let's talk about bundles, because you've already got the details that are up on your screen. Now, this is the red that we've just been looking at. So you're going to get a lot of fabric in here. So you've got 4.5 metres of your fabric there. So that's of each of those, so 9 metres in total. You're going to get your instructions there, your comprehensive instructions. I quite often like it when you've got exactly what shows in the picture. Yeah. So if you are that kind of person, then that's what you're going to see being used in your Magic Movement Quilt here. You've got templates on the back as well. I know, Sarah, you're going to take us through that in a little while, but it kind of gives you an idea of how those come to. And you've also got a link on the back here as well. So down at the bottom here, you've got, no, it isn't, up here we go, where your green dotted line. You've got the link there. So when it comes to actually binding your quilt, that's where you're going to get the instruction for that. The instruction for binding isn't in the pattern, but the means to it is there, which makes it sense. So I like that. And also you've got lots of information here. Again, we're going to learn about that as well. It's nice to have that link, because sometimes on a quilt it just says, and bind. Yes, so often. And that's it. Yeah. And it's like, and how do I do that? I don't know what I'm doing with binding. So having that video tool is going to help you. So there you go. So those 2 fabrics coming together as well. Now the quilt itself, oversized, the size of the quilt, it's a large quilt. What sort of size is this quilt? So this makes up to about a 67-inch quilt, and that's a 4x4. So there's actually 4 of the blocks across and 4 of the blocks down.
Okay.
But the lovely thing about that is, you know, if you wanted it to be a bit wider to drape, people like to put them over beds and not drape, do drape. Yeah. So you could add another row on and then it might drape down the sides of your bed. It's quite flexible. You can add in, which is why on the cutting instructions we've shown how many you need per block. Right. And then we've multiplied that up for this quilt, but so you could easily multiply up to know how much you need to cut if you were going to add a few extra blocks.
And talking about cutting, you're going to give us some really good hints and tips on that in a few moments. So if you are nervous, don't worry. Sarah will be explaining to you how you're going to cut your fabrics to start with. So that is your first option. 2 fabrics, fabric A, fabric B. On this occasion, you are looking at the gorgeous red and that fabulous, almost like ivory tone, which is the one that we've got in the studio. Is that right? $64.99 for 9 metres of fabric and the actual instructions as well. Wow. That is amazing. And a brand new interest, a brand new way of sewing potentially as well, which I think is brilliant. I mean, $64.99, that could almost be like a couple of classes that you're paying for, and you've got to add your fabric in as well. So I think that's brilliant. Brilliant. So there you go. So when everybody has checked their baskets out, half of the colourway of that particular option has gone. So yes, please be quick for that one. Do not miss out on it. But we do have other kind of bundles available to you. Next one being a Liberty one. Now this one variation, obviously we're talking Liberty, so it's referenced with regards to the price. £99.99. The same. You've got 4.5 metres of each of your fabrics, and you have got your pattern in. There's a lot of fabric in here as well. It almost looks like a bolt when you open it up, doesn't it? It's beautiful.
I've got some demo blocks made up.
Oh, okay. So these are the combinations coming together. Nice.
So, yeah, so this is another colourway, and this is a really gentle one. It would look really lovely in a cosy cottage with, you know, beams.
Absolutely.
Or a really lovely nursery quilt as well for a granddaughter.
Just see the vibrancy of the quilt behind it as well. What a difference.
I know, but it's lovely and gentle, really nice.
Beautiful. There you go. So if you like the look of that one is your combination for those two. We don't have huge quantities of these. 2 split pays on this one, 0% interest, as you know. No fees, no interest, no credit checks, just nice and easy. Choose that option and you'll pay £49.99. So there you go. If you're wanting to get hold of that one. It's that sweet spot of £100 with regards to the pricing, usually with the split pay. Not always, sometimes people forget to take it off, but anyway, there we go. Now, this one, if you like the look of the red, but you like a different tone, shall we say, then the blue is brilliant. And this one comes with this gorgeous, almost like blush pink, which I think is a lovely combination. Obviously, needless to say, you're going to get your instructions there as well, so slightly different. Of course, if you wanted to, and you're going for multiple colours, it might be that you're wanting to cross them over. You might want to go for those with your blue and take the pink over to the red. So I think we're calling it latte. And yeah, actually, it's one of those colours that kind of morphs. Because it looked quite blush, but I suppose I haven't got anything that's got a brown tone other than the table, but it kind of looks almost like a milky tone then, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Ooh, plays tricks on your eyes. So there you go. This particular one, if you like the idea of those 3 together, your 4.5 metres of your navy, that gorgeous latte, and then, of course, you've got your quilt pattern and instructions all there, coming together for £64.99. 3 choices. I love it. Now, you may think, well, hang on a minute. I would love to use those instructions with my own fabrics. Well, here you go. If you've got your fabrics already, then just £9.99. And I know a lot of you do like to kind of build up your patterns. It's a nice pattern. The quality of these patterns is brilliant.
Oh, thank you. I'll take that.
Absolutely, and you should, because there's lots of photographs in there. So if you're a bit like me and you don't read, I can read, for the record.
I'm visual.
I just sometimes choose not to. And it's the old adage, isn't it? Picture says 1,000 words. So I love it. All there, all full of information. But let me warn you, the patterns by themselves, already nearly 100 of these patterns have gone. So that is a lot of patterns in the short amount of time that we've got. And don't forget, you have got the tuition in here and the link that's going to help you with regards to your binding as well. So there you go. All there for you for just £9.99. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I mean, that's a brilliant price for so much information. Question. Oh no, it's a message come up. I recorded Sarah's instructions for finishing binding on a quilt. Never do it any other way now. Karen, aww. I need to check that out myself.
Thank you, Karen.
Oh, there you go.
Really pleased to help.
Oh, bless you. And this is the key thing. It's sometimes having that tuition it's almost like a light bulb moment, isn't it? It makes life so much easier.
Yeah,
so yeah,
absolutely.
I love it. So there you go. Any more information that you need, just message in and I'll ask the questions when you message those through. But probably best if we just hand over to we. So yeah, the pattern's gone absolutely crazy. So lots of you have gone for this one. Be quick. You're getting it in the bundles automatically. So don't worry about that if you've gone for the pattern. You don't have to add this in. But if you wanted to shop for it by itself, got loads of other fabrics that you might want to shop for. But yeah, very busy for the pattern for the Magic Movement Quilt. So there you go. Right, over to you then, Sarah. What would you like to share with us?
Well, so I am just going to literally start from the ground up a little bit in case somebody's going, foundation paper piecing, what's that? And basically, it's a technique where you're actually going to stitch. So this is the back of a quilt block, and this has got the papers here. And we're actually going to stitch through the papers. Okay. And what that does is it means that when we finish, we've got a better chance of getting really nice points. This won't be perfect, what you're looking at, because I'm not one of those people that thinks the patchwork police are out there to be adhered to. So there'll be little bits where it might not be. But generally speaking, what foundation paper piecing gives you is a really good result. And I am going to give you some tips later on if you get little bits like this. So it uses papers. And that helps us get a better result. And so on something like this, where it is really about the precision, that makes a big difference. So the very first thing that we have to do is get our templates. And just a couple of tips on the templates, really. So on the pattern, they can be scaled up. And then there's also a link so that you can go and print them off full size on the actual, from the website. And then they'll come out full size on a sheet of paper like that. And then because we're going to be using the papers, you might want to think about having a light box to hand if you've got a light box. And if you haven't got a light box, we've all got a window because that's going to help you. Yeah. And then another way of doing it is to use tracing paper. So you can get sheets of tracing paper that you can put through your printer and you can just print it off onto that straight away. Or you can just get a roll of tracing paper from your local art shop, place it on top and trace it off. The tracing paper sometimes helps, so I used tracing paper when I did all of the photos for the pattern.
Yeah, I tend to, yeah.
But actually, it's easy enough to do it with normal paper as well. If you are going to do normal paper, make sure it's not your best copy paper. The thinner the copy paper, the better at the end of the day, because it's going to be less impact on your needle. And also it's easier to take the paper out at the end.
Talking of needles, I mean, do we need to worry about, because we often talk about don't use your best scissors for paper. I mean, do we need to worry about using paper on our sewing machines?
So it can blunt your needle a bit quicker. Okay. And on a project like this where it's all foundation paper piece, it might be at the end of the project that you use your needle and you go, oh, actually that could be improved, and you might want to put a fresh one in. Okay. So it is going to wear your needle down a little bit, but you know, if there's a lot of sewing,
it's not going to do any damage.
It's not going to do any damage.
Yeah, that's not a lot, is it? Really, to worry about. Okay.
And always make sure when you're printing that you do your test 1-inch square. So on the back of the pattern, it says to scale it up, and this little square on the back of the pattern will become 1 inch when you're at the right sizing. Because sometimes when you print, if you don't print actual size, you'll end up with the blocks coming out slightly smaller.
Now, if you're looking at printing, we have got the perfect foundation paper. So if you've already got your paper, then you can do. But we have got a bundle, or it's a pack of paper, should I say. So if you do like the idea of getting hold of this one, it's easy enough for you to use with your printer. So you get 100 sheets in there. I think it's classed as letter size because it's 8.5 inches by 11. But you can see from the pieces that we just saw a few moments ago, it doesn't take the whole area up here, and it's just a specialised paper, so if you did want to go for it, we have got that available on a little pad. So there you go. I've not seen that before. Useful to have. $14.99 and the details are on your screen. Lovely. Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, so we're going to use papers, and So the next thing we need to do is pre-cut some of our pieces of fabric. And this pattern uses a lot of really simple shapes. So we're basically cutting out squares, triangles and rectangles. And when you get your cutting instructions, it's going to tell you exactly what you need to do. But obviously you've got a really big piece of fabric and sometimes that can be a bit daunting. So what I tend to do is I'll look down all of the sizes that I've got to work with and I'll try and work out if there is a convenient size strip that I could work with. So looking on from fabric A, which is the coloured fabric, I've got to get 4.5 by 8.5, 4.5 squares, 5.5 squares, 3.5s. So I might start off by thinking, right, I'm going to cut A1 and B1 piece, and I'm going to cut 4.5-inch strips, and then I can break that down into my 4.5-inch squares, and I can also break it down into the rectangles that I need as well. So just look at your pattern and just work out where you've got common measurements, how to cut strips off of your fabric, because ultimately that's going to mean that you can be more frugal with your fabric, and then you'll have a little bit more spare to play around with if things go wrong.
Makes sense.
I don't like pressure, so we always want to have a little bit at the end. And then we've given you instructions as well on how to cut those various shapes up to get the right size for what you need.
Perfect.
So, I am going to demonstrate this morning how to do the centre panel of the block. So a whole block looks like this, and I'm just going to talk you through that centre square there.
Lovely. The red and white bundle, incidentally, is now in red and ivory, should I say. It's single figures now that we're looking at with that bundle. That's the one that's behind Sarah. Sorry, Sarah.
That's quite all right. So I've printed out my pattern. At this stage, if you wanted to, you could just trim that down. And what it's got on it is it's got a dotted line to show you where your ultimate seam line is going to be, and then a solid line, which is going to be where you're going to trim everything back to when you finish this particular part of the project. So you could rough cut it back down to that shape if you wanted to. I'll just leave it as it is for now.
So is that a 1/4 inch seam allowance?
1/4 inch seam allowance,
Got you.
yeah.
Yep. Okay.
And so I'm just going to bring the light box in because I think it's just going to make it slightly
this
easier.
is something that quite often people wouldn't necessarily think about it and might find struggling, but having that illumination from the back does make it much easier, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely does, because we're going to work, this is going to be the side that we're going to stitch from, but all of our fabric is going to be put onto this side here.
Perfect. Incidentally, we've got the details up on the screen for your Pure Light Thin. It's very, very light, very light. Very quickly, because I know we want to get back to the demo, but I just wanted to illustrate just what a brilliant price this is, $32.99. If you go off and do your research, as we have done as well, it's not exactly the same brand, but A4 is A4, isn't it? So A4 is A4. It's the level of lighting can be altered as well in the same way, but you're looking at £70. So that's why I wanted to kind of show you that is a really good price. So very, very similar, does the same, but $32.99. There you go. Lovely, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to have to get a piece of fabric to go behind my square of my pattern. So I'm just going to turn the light box on and put it up at full light. And then I'm just going to place my paper pattern over the top. And is that coming out or is that too bright?
It's only because of our bright lights here. It's a little bit tricky with the lights as they are, but I think we can still see it. We're okay.
Let's have a go. I'm just putting this one over the top so we can see. Does that work a bit better? Let's just see. Just want to be able to show.
It's the combination of the bright lights that we've got here and the bright lights from the actual...
So it's not working in the studio. Ah, there we go. Right, I'll stick with this one.
Okay.
I at home would definitely use the light box.
No, that's fair enough. Well, we explained that it makes it easier at home, but obviously you won't have the lights we've got here in the studio. If you have, you'll have a big electricity bill. So, yeah, fair enough.
Okay, so when we're putting our fabrics behind our papers, we want to make sure that we've got 1/4 inch all the way around our shape. So at the moment, we can see that that fits really nicely. And then the first seam that I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be adding on piece number 2. So whenever you get a foundation piece pattern, it will be numbered to show you which one you're going to do next. So what I do is I get a piece of card, and I've got my little mantra written on the back of my card. And I've got that mantra in the pattern for you.
You find yourself chanting, don't you? You're doing this.
So I'm going to be putting a piece of fabric behind here, but I'm just going to trim this now to 1/4 inch.
Okay, so that's This is a brilliant little rule. I kind of struggled before I actually got hold of this little rule. Can I show you the one that I've got here? Because it's a little bit larger than the one that's been... In fact, we've got different sizes. So they all do ultimately the same. So we've got a double pack where you've got the small and your large one. This one's the one that's the best value. This is a game changer. If you're looking at doing your foundation piecing, it just makes life so much easier. The idea being is, I don't know whether you'll pick it up from there. If I hold it nice and still, hopefully you'll be able to see. You've kind of got a flat part and then you've got this raised part. And that kind of accommodates for the fabric that's been folded and the pattern. So you can hook that over your fabric, as Sarah has been doing. But you can see there, you've got that little kind of ledge. If I step back from there, I don't know whether you'll be able to see it from there. So you can see you've got a thicker side, and that thicker side kind of hangs over the edge of the fabric. So the recess that you've got here is where you've got your layers of your folded fabric, and you've also got your pattern there. So it still lays flat, which means when you come along with your rotary cutter down the edge there, you've got a lovely crisp cut. Duo pack, so you've got two different sizes with this one. You've got your 6-inch and your 12-inch, because there'll be different sizes. As you get larger and further progress through your quilt block, you will need the larger one. So it's a good combination. I've only got the small one, but I do need to get the larger one. So good combo. And they are available individually if you want to shop for them individually too. So there you go, details on your screen. Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, so I've trimmed back to my 1/4 inch, and I've now got to position a bit of fabric on the right side. So that piece of fabric is right side out, so that when it folds and gets stitched on, it ends up coming up here like a triangle. So, and this is where everybody can teach the same thing but use different words or have different ways of explaining it. So whether I'm doing it with tracing paper, or if I just fold this in exactly the same way, I can show you how I would do it with card as well. I'm going to reference this shape. So here you can see it really clearly because it's tracing paper. If it was a light box, you would see it really clearly. If I haven't got a light box really closely to hand, then what I tend to do is just grab a pencil, and I'm just going to really lightly, because I can see the shape through the print, through the back of the paper, I'll draw on the shape in the same way. Yeah. So I can see it on the back of the paper, I can see it on the back of the tracing paper. I then take the shape that I'm going to be adding, and this would be fabric right side up. So if this was pattern fabric, that would be the fabric right side up. And I place that on the table so that it's exactly the same as the shape here. So it's a triangle. I haven't placed it like that or like that. I'm placing it exactly the same as the triangle here, and then I literally lift that up and I match it. So I'm matching the raw edges and I'm trying to centre it so that I've got the edge here and the edge here that I can see. I need to make sure that I've got a 1/4 inch of fabric beyond this line, and if I was to place the ruler there, you can see I've definitely got it that side, and I've definitely got it that side as well. So that piece of fabric positioned like that will cover that fabric when it's folded out.
And that's really good illustration of cutting your fabrics before you start, because I've tried to do foundation pieces with just kind of scrappy shapes.
Yeah.
And it's really, it blows your mind, because it's when it's folded over, you've kind of got the reverse and a mirror, and you just can't get your head around it. So the advice of cutting it to the triangle to start with, I think that is brilliant.
Yeah. I mean, if you're super confident, but I end up wasting more.
Because I hate wasting
fabric,
I do. Which is why I try to use the scraps, but it doesn't work.
No. So I've got my fabric in exactly the right place. I'm going to fold my paper back out, and now I stitch along this line that goes between fabric 1 and fabric 2. So at the moment, the only bit that's pinned is the square. So I would normally pick that up really carefully like that. I'll take it over to my sewing machine, and then I open it out at my sewing machine.
Oh, okay, that's good
advice. You could put an extra bit of, you could put another pin in it if you want to. And I'm just going to get that positioned and drop the needle down.
I suppose the more pins that you put into your pattern piece, so the kind of, you're lessening the kind of stability of it, so to speak. So, okay.
So a couple of things about the sewing. Yeah, definitely have a sharper needle in to start with, because it is going to get a little bit blunt. And because we have to rip the papers out, we want to make sure that we're working with a shorter stitch length. So on my machine, I would normally drop my stitch length down to about 2.
Yeah, same here.
And maybe even a bit shorter, but don't go, if it's your first time of doing it, don't go lower than 2, because it's a bit of a pain to unpick. So there's that finer balance. But you definitely want it shorter, because it's perforating the papers, just like old-fashioned postage stamps, and it's getting it ready to be torn out. Because you're sewing on the line, for this particular sort of patchwork, at this stage, you don't need a 1/4 inch foot.
Okay.
If you've got a 1/4 inch foot on your machine, it won't matter, but I'm actually going to be sewing down the line, so that's what I'm concentrating on.
This is, again, it's changing your way of thinking, because quite often when we see a line, it's like, oh, stitch 1/4 inch away from it when we're doing our kind of half square triangles and things. So actually on the line. Perfect.
Right, so I'm literally just going to stitch down the line. Just going to shorten the stitch length. And we'll just go a little bit faster.
So are you going exactly to the point of the square, or do you go beyond?
No, just to the point of the square.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so I'm just going to take that pin out. And then I'm going to turn my pattern over, and I'm going to push that fabric up to the top.
Okay.
And then before I do anything else, I'm just going to look. So I'm not going to properly press it. I'm just going to push it up where it should be. And I'm just going to check that I've got my 1/4 inch all the way around. And I have.
So you're making sure that that segment that's number 2 is filled with fabric in
Absolutely,
effect.
yeah.
I'm with you.
And now that I know that that's good and I'm not going to have to unpick it, I'll happily give that a quick press.
Lovely.
Oops.
So it's that little mantra that we saw earlier on as well, which was the fold, the trim, the sew.
Exactly. So that's now in place. I'm going to turn this over. And then the next piece is number 3, which is directly opposite. So I'm going to fold. And I mean, I've got a postcard, but it can be any old piece of card. It does tend to be best if you use card rather than a ruler.
Yeah, rulers are a bit thicker, aren't
They're
they?
a bit thick, you don't get the same precision. I'm just going to twist that round, pop the ruler on top.
So there you go. So again, that add a 1/4 inch.
Just cut down there. And again, take a triangle. Make that triangle look exactly like the shape that you're working with. Keep the fabric nicely pulled up so it's nice and flat behind. Line it up and then just check that again, if I just place that there, you've got that enough fabric hanging there. And if I was using the paper, I might again just get a pencil out quickly and draw. So I take that all over to the machine.
Very repetitive nature, this style of sewing, isn't it? So yeah.
It is. So there's another really good point. Oh, you're brilliant with the lead-ins this morning.
Oh, sorry.
So, you've got to make, for this quilt, you've got to make 16 of the blocks. And a block is basically sitting about here. So there's quite a few blocks to make. And depending on how you enjoy doing your patchwork, you might go, oh, that's loads, you know, and I want to get it done really quickly because it's going to be a gift for somebody. Batch make.
Okay.
So what I would do is I would print off all my papers, and I would do exactly the same step on every paper. So instead of moving on to number 3 now, I would go back and do 1 to 2, 1 to 2, 1 to 2. If you keep your brain in the same part of the project when you're stitching, or I do same crochet, whatever you're doing, if you keep your brain in the same part, you're less likely to go wrong because you're repeating the same part of the process.
Yeah, that's a good point, yeah.
And you're a lot quicker as well.
Oh, there you go.
So yeah, if you're going to do it, some people might enjoy having an afternoon and making a block, and then they'll sit down another day and make another block.
Yes, yeah.
But
so when you're actually working on the segment that you're here, this isn't classified as a block per se?
No, this is part of the block.
Okay.
Okay, so I've just stitched up here. I'll go back to the front. I'll push that up. And some people just use like a roller at this stage.
Yeah, I've got a little kind of, it works on the pressure tug,
Yeah.
there's no heat there, but
So we can check that's covering. So I'll just quickly iron that.
And it does feel as if you're doing a kind of lot of flipping and turning, but you'll get the hang of it. After you've done maybe the first patch, I suppose you could call it, then you will find that you're kind of in that mindset. But do make a note of those steps as well. That you can see them on the little postcard there that Sarah's working with. I mean, it really is a good idea because it kind of you can kind of look. So where am I at next?
Yes.
And you can see it there. Yeah, like that.
So I'm going to fold this one back. Going to take that down. I'm quite tall, but I really struggle sometimes.
Yeah, these tables are quite high.
They're quite high to get the pressure. So take that out. So again, I'm just referencing my triangle.
I love that tip that you've given to us of taking the paper to the new piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a difference.
The moment you pick the piece up, you're trying to put it on something and it's got to go underneath it.
Yeah.
So take that over. So you can see straight away on this project that if you start with the centre block, and it's the same with all of the blocks, to be fair, it's a very repetitive addition.
Yeah.
So once you've got the first bit embedded in your head, you've got a really good chance of going forward with this really successfully.
It's like sewn by numbers, isn't it? You've got the numbers there to help you. Just as Sarah's doing her sewing there, we have got the details on the screen for the pattern. So let me just explain to you exactly what you've got with your pattern. It's been a very, very popular way for everybody to get involved with the show today. We've got bundles with the fabric. So if you like the look of the quilt that's behind Sarah, then what you can actually do is go for those bundles, and you've got your 9 meters of fabric as well as the pattern. So if you shop for the fabrics, you won't need the pattern, but if you are using fabrics of your own, you will. So here you've got a full illustration there of obviously what you're going to achieve, how much fabrics you're going to need, also your fabrics A and B, because it is literally just 2 different fabrics. Of course, you can mix it up once you get your confidence. If you fancy playing around, then by all means you can do. Your cutting instructions there, lots of information given to us from Sarah a few moments ago. If you did miss it, go back home and watch that. But what you've got here is a comprehensive guide to how you are going to create your pieces. So foundation paper piecing works on that paper principle. Don't forget, if you do want to print off more of your templates, we have got the foundation paper, but just using a printable tracing paper or an economic photocopy paper, shall we say, almost the cheapest and nastiest that you can get hold of. You don't want to use your best paper, and you've got all your full illustrations there, and that will take you through each and every one of those fabulous blocks that you're going to be creating. Then we talk about finishing your quilt. There's hints and tips, and also a little link there to take you to one of Sarah's favourite techniques. And as we heard from a viewer earlier on, it's a technique that they use over and over again now. And then you've got all the information that you need about kind of upsizing, because obviously the template that you've got there has been scaled down to fit within the pattern, but Sarah spoke about that and how you can actually print off those. But for $9.99, phenomenal value for money. Very, very, very popular way for you to shop. Don't forget those additional things like your add a quarter ruler. We've got all of those available. We'll give you a little bit of a review in a few moments, but make sure the key thing is you are getting your pattern, because you're going to need that, and it is very, very popular. So whether you're going for it in a bundle with your fabric, don't forget we've got loads of fabric to share with you as well. But literally hundreds of the pattern have gone. Very, very popular. Right, so where are we up to now then, Sarah?
So now, if I just flip it over, I've completed all of that cream layer.
Lovely.
And so it does look like a cream against this,
yes.
this pink.
Yeah.
So now we're going to be looking for the next number. So we've done 5, so now we're coming up here actually to number 6. So we're starting on the next layer of fabrics. So in your cutting instructions, each block template is labelled A, B or C, and then each piece is numbered. And as you're cutting out, I would get yourself some little scraps of paper or some post-it notes, cut your fabrics, and then put a post-it note on top or a little scrap just to let you know which ones are which, and then you can have it all organised.
Ah, good tip.
On your table. So I'm just going to run this down there. And so now I'm actually cutting off parts of the fabrics before, but I'm leaving my 1/4 inch seam allowance. And again, it's exactly the same principle. So now this fabric's a little bit easier. It's got a right and a wrong side. It's always the right side up when you're on the table.
Yeah, it was difficult to see with the plane earlier.
Yeah. So right side up, because whenever you stitch a seam, it's going to be right sides together. So the right side of my pattern gets lifted up on top. And this is exactly the way that I teach all the beginners that come through, is lift and place.
Once you've actually got your head around the technique, it can become a favourite way of creating your blocks. If you struggle with your points and all of that kind of thing, and maybe your fabric's moving, and you just want something that's going to help you create that precision, then foundation piecing could be the way that you actually do achieve that. Of course, it's not fail-safe. There are going to be situations where you don't have those perfect points, and I know Sarah's going to give us some little hints and tips on that in a little while as well. But it's one of those ways that, I don't know, I think it's almost like a puzzle. Mind you, quilts are puzzles, aren't they? That's ultimately what they are. But it's something that I find very, very satisfying when I started with it. I'm not going to lie, the first few, it's like, oh my goodness, can't get my head around this. But I have to say, you've explained it so well, and your hints and tips, I think, are going to help a lot of people. A lot of people.
I think the lovely thing is when you do teach lots of people, you have to find all the words.
Yes.
Because you need different words to different people, so
yes.
you go through it all. So I've just put on this first layer of the pink for the outside. And this is where foundation paper piecing really comes into its own, because it does allow you to get these really lovely points finish on your fabrics, because you're always following the straight line of the stitch, you know, from...
And that's why you stop at the end.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
So that's 6, so we're just going to come up here and replicate that with 7. So this bit of fabric here you can see is really wonky. It doesn't matter, because I'm just going to be trimming it back to 1/4 of an inch. So there is a bit of trimming, there are scraps, but those scraps can be collected and used for other projects quite often, so all is not lost.
I love it, and it's just such a clever teaching method that we've seen with this one. So yeah, give it a go. I mean, if you're investing in the pattern, you're only looking at £9.99. You've got photocopy paper maybe at home already, printer paper. So it's a very affordable way for you to give a new way of sewing a go. And it's straight lines. We all love a straight line.
I think the other thing is that it's one of those techniques that if you do it and you get it right, you're really, really, really
yes,
chuffed, because it is a headbend to start with. And then you don't do it for a while and you come back to it and you're like, oh, I can't remember it. But with that pattern, those step-by-step photos, they're still going to be there for you to reference back and remember the little mantras.
And I think it's one of those areas, of course, that everybody at some point thinks, I want to have a go at that.
Yeah.
And this is a really good way for you to have a go.
There are some really lovely detailed blocks that you can progress onto when you've mastered the technique.
Oh gosh, it's amazing,
yeah.
Some of those, yeah.
So, you know, this is it in its simplest format. Simple is good sometimes.
And they all work on that same principle that we've seen, that almost like 4-step principle that
exactly.
you've got. So once you've kind of got your head around this, whether you're creating a series of cushions or whether you're making them up into a quilt, then you're well on your way to kind of looking at the pictures that you see. Some of the pictures that you see of foundation pieces are amazing, because you can work with the tiniest amounts of fabrics that you couldn't you couldn't achieve cutting them and then piecing them together in your traditional 1/4-inch seam way. So yeah, it is a fabulous craft. Oh, I do hope you give it a go. Well, I know lots of you will, because lots of the patterns have gone, so... Thank you for bringing this to us, Sarah.
Oh, it's a pleasure. I just know how much people get put off by foundation paper piecing, and I love it.
Yes, yeah.
And I think the fabric can distort less as well, because you're not manipulating it as much, because the way you're doing it is I don't know, I think it's a much more careful form of patchwork. So I'm just going to add on...
the fabrics as well. I mean, obviously the fabrics that we've got on the show today, they're quite... When I say plain, I don't mean that they're boring or anything like that, but they're not overcomplicated designs of fabrics.
No.
Is it good to start with a plain contrast, to start with, like a darker and a lighter tone, rather than coming out? I mean, we've got some fabulous fabrics that have got lots of colour on there. Are you best to shy away from using 2 fabrics that have got a lot of pattern to them?
I think if on this particular one you had 2 fabrics with a lot of pattern, they would be fighting each other.
Right.
So I think you need one that is either plain or low volume, so that gentleness, and then it doesn't have to be a gentle colour, but just a gentleness to the print. or the texture on it, and then the other one should be the kind of slightly more demonstrative sort of...
I like that phrase, low volume. I'm going to keep that one if that's okay. That's a really good description.
So it can definitely carry pattern. The quilt can carry pattern in the fabric choices, but you want that contrast. And so you've either got to get the contrast through colour or pattern. And I think that having one that would be low volume, not too busy, sort of a gentle background will always work.
Yeah, perfect, thank you.
Okay, so that is the last piece just gone on. So I just press that.
Gosh, that hasn't taken long at all, has it?
No, it doesn't. And this is me going slow. So my paper's crinkled a little bit just from the iron, but you can see that that's all now covered.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it is there. So then what I would do at this stage is I'm now just going to go around. So I'll just use a slightly longer ruler.
Oh, do you want to use that one?
Oh, perfect.
There you go.
Absolutely perfect. So now I'm just going to go around the edge of my paper. So I'm putting the 1/4 inch on the dotted line because I just want to keep a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And I'm just going up there. And
now, at which point do we take the papers away? That's the thing, because I imagine a lot of people would be itching to tear them away at this stage.
So when you've done your segments of your block, so to speak, they're all going to look a bit like, oops, a bit like this. So they're going to have paper on the back. I leave the paper on, oh, that's missed the cutter, at this stage, because then when you come to join your segments together, you're going to use these dotted lines as your stitch line.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, if I flip this one over. Oops.
Oh, there's the one that you've just done in the centre.
Yeah. So I've just done this one with you guys live here this morning, and then I've added the other bits on. So when you've created your final block, this is what it's going to look like at the back.
Right.
Okay? You could, if you wanted to, take these papers out the stage before you join, but you leave the bit of referencing here of being able to stitch them together. And also, the longer they're on the paper, the better.
Okay.
Okay. When piecing a block together, you're either going to piece it together in rows or columns. So you're either going to piece those 3 together, then those 3 together, and those 3 together, or you're going to do it like that. But that's how you're going to do it. You're always going to do it in rows.
And it shows you the different patterns there. So as you were saying, almost doing like you're sewing en masse. You do all of the centres, all of the corners.
Yeah.
And yeah, makes sense.
And then all you're going to do is you're going to come to the back, and then you basically sort of fold, and then you put your finger there and you tear.
Okay.
So then you're just going to grab the next one, and I always just have my finger down.
Does it matter what order you remove the papers?
No, not at all.
Okay.
And then they'll all just tear out, and then you'll end up with something that looks like this.
There you go. So if you're looking at this and you're thinking, well, those templates, okay, you're going to need multiple templates. So when it comes to printing, the instructions will explain to you how many of those that you're going to need. So obviously you're printing off more than one because you're tearing them, so you don't keep the templates.
Yeah. So when you've taken it all off, you'll notice that basically all of your seams have been pressed to the outside fabric. And that's because of the way we construct it. That's the foundation paper piecing. And then the basic patchwork knowledge I was talking about earlier is just about making sure that, when you join your rows together, you'll be trying to nest your seams and things like that. So that's just making sure that seam allowances go in opposite directions. But you might always end up with some little bits of paper in like this. You can get some tweezers if you want to and sit there and methodically do it. To be honest, if mine looked like that, I'd just carry on.
Yeah,
I'm not going to worry too much about that. That isn't going to spoil my quilt. If my quilt goes through the wash, it's not going to create a massive problem. It's little bits, they're just going to kind of disintegrate. So I wouldn't stress.
Now, I know you wanted to give us a couple of hints and tips if there were areas that didn't quite match up. So before we do a bit of a review, could you just mention that?
So the idea of foundation paper piecing is that you can get absolute precision, but sometimes you'll just join things together and you might find that you've lost a point. So there's a little bit of a point being lost here. And all you've got to do, if that bothers you, and it doesn't have to bother you, is just look at the back and go, okay, so how come maybe that happened? And as we can see here, we've just got a slight difference in the edges of the seam allowances. And if one of those had been moved a little bit out to the edge, if this one had been moved a little bit out to the edge, then we wouldn't have lost the point of the bit underneath. And then there are some bits where it's quite bulky and it feels like we've lost the point, because you do get quite a lot of bulky seams with this technique. And traditionally, we would press our seams always in one direction. But if you find that you're kind of losing a point a little bit, you can either just make sure and give it a tug and just check whether that point is actually lost. And it isn't, you see, it's just the pressing. So if you're losing points to pressing because there's too much going in one direction, then maybe think about coming to the back and just pressing that seam open, sort of butterfly style. So if I just give that a little bit of a press with my finger and then turn it over, you'll see it sits flatter straight away.
Okay.
It's just here. So if you do lose your points, just always look at the back of your work or feel your work just to understand why.
Would best press help in situations like that?
It's certainly not going to make it worse.
Yeah, because I must admit that is something that I find very useful when I'm actually working. So. Yeah. Thank you for that.
That's quite all right.
In fact, I need to top up on some of these. I've not used Best Press before, but once I started using it, that was it. I'm never turning back. So it's going to help with all of those different seams that you're having to press in a variety of different scenarios. So $11.99 there. Comes with a trigger. That particular one has got a lovely linen, fresh fragrance to it, but we have got other options available. But $11.99 if you're wanting to go for that particular one. Thank you, Sarah, for that. I'm going to very quickly give you a little review of the different fabric bundles that we've got, because we have got fabric that will enable you to create your quilts in a variety of different formations. So let me move these two out of the way to start with the red one. And the red one is the one that you will have seen hanging behind Sarah. All of the blocks, the bundles are the same with regards to the quantity of fabric. They just vary a little with regards to their composition. And we have got a Liberty-based one that we've got available as well. So we've got the dark blue, we've also got red. This red one here comes with this kind of lovely ivory tone, 4.5 metres of each of those, and of course your pattern. Pattern, if you want to shop for itself, $9.99 is available, but you don't have to shop for it if you are going for the bundle, because it is already included. And there you go, you can see what it looks like in its glory there, all put together. Looks absolutely amazing. Beautiful. But if you want to go down the blue route, well, we have got the blue available for you. We've got this latte fabric, which it kind of morphs into different colours. It's a beautiful... so sometimes when you put it with a pink, it looks more pink. First of all, I thought it was more of a blush pink, but now when you move it away, you can see that it is more of a latte. So yeah, you've got that gorgeous pattern there again, $9.99 that would normally be. 4.5 metres of your two fabrics. Don't forget, you want to have good contrasts. And if you are completely new to your foundation piecing, then for $64.99, you've got everything you need there to create your quilt top. So I think it's a really good idea. The red version obviously is still available, and that's the one that we've seen hanging up. But if you want a blue variation, then there you go. That is the way that you can do it with regards to that one, which is lovely. And we do know how you love your Liberty. So I'm going to get Sarah to show us the block that she made up using this Liberty fabric. And this is beautiful because you've got your gorgeous soft pink, you've got more of that latte. This one is a Liberty fabric though, so that's why there is a slight adjustment in that price, but that does mean that you have got split pay on this one then as well. So it's up to you which way you're wanting to shop for it. And this one, I have to say, it's a lovely soft combination, Sarah, these two together.
Gorgeous, isn't it? I think that's really gentle. I love it.
Lovely, absolutely beautiful as well. And it's going to make up the same size quilt, whichever the bundles you go for. It's exactly the same size, which is a 67-inch square, which is a really good size. But because of its kind of block-like formation, if you want, you could extend the design if you wanted to, so as it drapes down the side of your quilt as well. So there we go. And I'm just going to very quickly mention some of the additional things that have been used as well. So the pattern on its own, sorry, I should have mentioned that one to you as well. So there you go, your pattern by yourself. It's gone absolutely crazy. You are loving it. $9.99, small price in my humble opinion for you to learn maybe a brand new way of quilting. And with that tuition from Sarah and those tips, I know you are going to love this. So Sarah, thank you for all of that, the information. It's been a brilliant pattern there. So that is your pattern. But additional things, do consider. Paper card, that has gone. Don't blame you. Brilliant by that one. and well done for getting hold of that. The Adder 1/4 inch, these are brilliant. If you're wanting to go for the two together, you have got your 12-inch and your 6-inch. Most cost-effective way for you to get hold of these. You can see how you've got that lip that Sarah was taking advantage of. So that's £24.99 for the bundle if you're wanting to. The large one, if you wanted to shop for the large one, it is available on its own. Comes with all the packaging, which does explain how you're going to be able to use it. You can see there all down there. But the large ruler, if you're wanting that one there, £17.99. Brilliant value for money, very usable tool. But then the small one is available as well. So if you prefer to shop for the smaller one, then you can do. Just £12.99. You can see why that bundle is such brilliant value for money. Needless to say, website, you'll find everything else you need, your pins, your rotary cutter, clips, more fabric. So yeah, do go and have a little delve on there. But very quickly before we say goodbye, Sarah, we're going to see you in an hour's time. What you got planned for us?
I am going to bring you a little sewing organiser because I like to sew on the go, and I think we all do. And yeah, it's got loads of little pockets and some zips.
Somewhere for us to keep all of these bits.
Yes.
I love it. There you go. And there you can see, isn't that gorgeous? So we will see you in an hour's time. Now, do not go anywhere, though. Lovely Ellen is back again with that gorgeous quilt kit. Now, if her fabrics are anything to go by, I know we're going to be busy. So I will see you at the other side of this. Bye for now.
Join us this Friday for the Kate Facet Day. We've got everything you can imagine. We've got quilts, we've got pre-cuts, we've got fabrics, we've got extra wide, we've got Catherine White, and we've got me. Make sure you're there from 8 o'clock on Friday.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hi everyone, Andy here from Hobby Maker. I'm very proud to tell you that Sewing Street, Hobby Maker and Jewellery Maker are launching their first crafting weekend in conjunction with Craftopia, taking place on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May at the Abbey Hotel, Golf and Spa here in our hometown of Redditch. What you can expect from the weekend is 4 workshops featuring 4 of your favourite crafting experts. From Hobby Maker, we have Sandra Rushton, who'll be focusing on an introduction to zantangling. We have Carla Bagshaw, who'll be introducing us to the world of thermal cinching and bookbinding and all things American crafts. From Sewing Street, we have Wendy Orlando. She'll be introducing you to hand sewing with a couple of projects that you can make along and take with you. And from Jewellery Maker, we have Debbie Kershaw, who'll be guiding you through how to make your own jewellery that you can make and take away with you. The workshops are a huge part of the weekend, but what's also included are all of your meals, your accommodation, all of the extra elements that we have planned for you, including the legendary Saturday night dinner. Well, not only will it be a 3-course meal, it will also include a craft raffle and also a craft quiz as well. There's another reason to join us for the weekend, because we also have an exclusive 20% discount for everyone who attends that you can use across any of the Gemporia craft websites. So that's Hobby Maker, Sewing Street or Jewellery Maker. So make sure you join us for what is a limited edition experience at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in Redditch on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May. I hope to see you there.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back for what's turned out to be an amazing day here at Sewing Street. Mind you, they all are really, aren't they? So there we go. But I'm not with you as often as I'd like, so I'm really enjoying myself today because I've worked with two brand new people to me. Somebody who's brand new to all of us here at Sewing Street is the lovely Ellen, and you may well have tuned in and saw Ellen at 8 a.m. making your TV debut.
Yes.
Has your phone been going crazy in the break?
I didn't watch my phone. I didn't want to get too nervous for the second hour.
Oh, well, from what we saw in the first hour, no need to worry at all. We've had loads of fabulous feedback, so thank you guys as well.
Thank you.
And of course, at 8 a.m. we were teasing them with this beautiful quilt behind you. This is gorgeous. Tell me about this quilt.
Well, this actually reflects my love for scrap quilts. And I just like to use a lot of different colours in one quilt to make it look interesting. I wanted to try this foundation piecing technique a little bit more. It's a good practice for me also, working with the machine. And it's just really nice because it's very beginner friendly as well. You can try and experiment a bit by mixing and matching all the different fabrics. If you have some scrap fabrics at home that you really want to use, you can insert them as well. So it has a lot of different possibilities. And if you want, you can adjust the size as well. You can make it a little bit bigger or smaller, or rectangular if you want to put it on a bed. Nice. So lots of possibilities.
And I love that. It's kind of like a scrappiness to it, but then a neat and tidy scrappy, if that makes sense. Makes sense.
So if you're new to scrap quilting, you are like maybe a bit nervous, but because this is all one fabric collection, you don't need to be nervous because everything will go together.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And that is the beauty of this, because this has been created using some of Ellen's own fabrics. She's created loads of beautiful collections. We've been sharing one too with you today, and this is a beautiful collection. We saw these as half meters earlier on, so if you like the idea of going for fabrics individually, we have got them available. But of course, when you are creating a quilt, it is so useful to have just what you need within the quilt. So let me talk you around the details that you've got on your screen to start with. HE6691, that is the item number that you need in order for you to get everything that you can see here as well. And I know lots of you have already taken advantage of this. You've already checked your baskets out. You are sitting back and you are relaxing, which is a lovely feeling because you know that your kit will be on its way to you. Some of you have taken advantage of those three-way splits that we've got on this one as well. So if you don't want to stretch to the full price to start with, notice I'm not referencing the price just yet, you have got a three-way split with this one as well. So at the moment you're looking at £56.66. And the reason I say at the moment, because we're going to play around with that price a little in a moment. Now within your kit you are going to get a pattern. Now this pattern, we've needed to print this one off ourselves today, but you know how our patterns come to you from us here at Sewing Street. It'll be one of those fold-out kind of booklets, so it's going to be really easy for you to take advantage of. And you'll have all the tuition that you need in there, including the templates that we will learn a little bit more about as well. Foundation piecing, there's lots and lots of different techniques for how you can do that. So yeah, we're going to be learning Ellen's twist on that in just a few moments. But feast your eyes on these beautiful fabrics. Oh my word. Ellen, don't they look gorgeous when they're all together? They look beautiful.
I love it.
It looks amazing. And these are all Ellen's designed fabrics. So yeah, brand new guest to us here, visiting us from Belgium, and she has been designing fabrics for a little while now.
About 7 years now.
7 years, but
yes.
Oh my goodness. This is the first of many collections I am sure that we will see coming to us as time goes on. So let me talk around the fabric that you've got. To make your 71-inch square quilt, you have got all your fabrics for your quilt top here. 9.5 metres worth of fabric. Now the larger fabrics you can see over to the side here. So with these, if we start with the blue there, you're going to get 2 metres of that particular one. That one was called Buttercup, so if you're looking for that one and you're wanting to go for that particular print, not all of the colours are available of that one because we did have sellouts in the last hour with regards to that one. This next one that we've got here, this is the lemon cake, if I remember rightly. You've got 1.5 metres of that one, and that's in the sand. And then venturing these, just in case you want to go for extra fabrics to work alongside these. The next one that we've got is your compass, and this compass one is in this beautiful red. You've got 1.5 metres of that in there. So really good size pieces straight away as we're working our way through these. This one is called Fast Forward, and that's in that sand tone again. And with this particular one, you're going to get 0.5 metre. And then we've got more of those fabrics in now these are kind of your long quarters. So cut from selvage to selvage. It's a cut that we don't often mention. So just to illustrate what it is, same amount of fabric as a fat quarter, but it's cut selvage to selvage, as you can see there. So along the bolt, which is one of the better ways for you when you're actually working with this particular quilt. To be honest, you could use scrappier pieces if you wanted to, but it's nice, means you've got plenty of scope with regards to those cuts, but we'll learn about that in a little while. So you've got the compass there in that gorgeous pink. You've almost got your lemon cake, also got lemon cake in there. You've got Fast Forward. All of these you will find on the website, so you can go off and find those. So these have been put together because if you take all of these ingredients along with the pattern, you are going to be able to create the beautiful quilt that we've seen behind Ellen. So details are on your screen. So HE6691, that is going to get you everything that I've just explained to you on its way to you. You've got a 3-way split. But of course, I mentioned to you that that is the price at the moment. So let's have a little look at that price. What you got for us, Hannah? Oh, we're celebrating brand new brand here, brand new guest, and a brilliant price, £149.99. Now, if you've already checked your basket out, don't worry, you will be paying that lower price because of the way it works here at Sewing Street. Your basket's contents are calculated just around midnight tonight, then everything is batched into one order. Your payment will go out, or your split pays if you've chosen split pays on certain items, and one post and packing. So don't worry, just shop for what you like the look of, shop for what you want to take advantage of, and when we haven't got huge quantities, do it all very quickly. So £49.99, that is your first of your 3-way split. Already shopped with us, don't worry, you don't have to add on that post and packing, but what an amazing quilt you are going to be able to create. It is beautiful. I'm going to pass the pattern back over to our lovely Ellen because she's going to need that in a few moments. Any questions that you've got to ask, by all means get in touch. I'll try and remember and think of questions to ask as time goes on. But I'm going to hand over to Ellen so Ellen can actually go through everything and explain how you're going to create this masterpiece of a quilt. So what do we need to know, Ellen?
So first of all, really important, the pattern has instructions for the quilt, both in inches as well as in centimetres.
Okay.
So you have to choose one of both and then finish the entire project in that unit of measurement. Okay. So don't switch halfway because it won't fit. I don't want you to email me being angry that it doesn't work. So it says here at the beginning of the pattern, before you start, which is really important, just read that little bit. It's not purely decorative that it's there. It's actually really important. And if you choose to work in inches, then you can use the black templates. If you choose to work in centimetres, you use the red ones. So you will find them further on in the pattern. You will see that we have 4 different strips. So those are the strips that will actually come in each block. So each block contains the 4 different ones because I didn't want them to look all the same. That's a little bit boring, isn't it?
Okay, right.
So, and I did mix and match them per block. So, for example, I call them A, B, C, and D. That's the easiest. But it's not always A, B, C, and D in that specific order. You can mix them up to make different blocks, which is really nice.
And now I'm looking at the corners and saying, yes, the corners are different, aren't they?
Exactly.
So will we need to repeat that, photocopy that, or are there enough?
Yes, you can photocopy, or you can trace it onto interfacing, as you prefer. I like to photocopy because it's just really quick. Quick and easy. And then you will see that you will find the same templates in red, so if you prefer to work in centimetres.
I love that idea, because we tend to do a lot in inches, but I suppose in Europe it's more centimetres?
It depends.
Okay.
Yes, it depends. So some prefer centimetres.
It's good of you to give us both.
Indeed, yes, because there's so much coming from the US as well. It's all in inches. Yeah. So, yeah, people are getting used to both, actually, at the moment. So that also goes for the pieces that come in between all the scrappiness. You will find all the templates there. And, of course, the diagrams, but I will take you through all that, so you don't need to worry about that.
See, it all comes together.
So, I prepared the first part, which is part A. So you will need one of these per block. You will need A, B, C, and D to make one block. And as you look at the quilt, you will notice that I tried to tone down the scrappiness a little bit by using the red fabric in every center and then using this lemon cake sand around it to create this little distance between the center and then the scrappy strips. Besides that, I didn't really mind which fabric was going where. I just made sure that the corners are all different.
Okay.
That's it. Besides that, you don't need to worry about anything.
Okay, that sounds good.
So let's start. For foundation piecing, you place the fabrics to the back of the paper. So I like to turn it around. I prepared a small piece of lemon cake sand. That will go on part 1. So it's really important to follow the numbering on the pattern, because also that is not purely decorative. It's there to help you and to guide you along the way. So I will turn the paper around. I like to put a little bit of glue there, just to keep the fabric piece in place. And when I place it to the back of the paper, I will make sure that it actually covers all lines.
See, yes,
so yeah, these are actually the sewing lines, or the finished size of the pattern.
Okay.
So you need to add the seam allowance. So it's really important that you have some extra fabric on all sides.
And I noticed that the fabric was right side up.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. You want to put the wrong side of the paper to the wrong side of the fabric. So, because when it's all sewn, we will turn it around and the nice side of the fabrics will actually show. You will also notice that I used a little bit of extra fabric just to be on the safe side. I don't want to cut too small and then find out that I,
got little gaps.
Slide it a little bit. Yeah. So I use a little bit more just to be sure.
Okay.
So part 1 is actually the most easy one. It's just gluing it to the paper.
Okay.
Finished. I have prepared some strips. The pattern will advise you to cut strips from the width of the fabric. I don't need that much to demonstrate today, so I just cut some shorter strips. And we will use, let's use this pink one for the second.
So at this point, you just choose the fabric. It doesn't matter which one.
Pick them randomly.
Okay,
yeah, they all go nicely together.
They do.
Maybe you don't want to put the 3 blues right next to each other.
Yes.
You want to, mix and match a little bit, but don't overthink it.
I like that. Yes. Don't overthink.
I really like to keep things simple. So that will be our next fabric. But before we do that, I will cut away the excess fabric here, because we don't need all of that fabric.
Okay.
So I'm just going to cut it to a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And for that, I will place the ruler just here on the line, so between part 1 and part 2.
Okay.
I'll place the ruler there. If you're off a little bit, it doesn't really matter.
Okay. Well, I suppose the scrappiness of it is very forgiving.
Also, yes, it is. And also, you will eventually sew on the line. So if you fold and cut a little bit off, you will still be safe.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I do is I put my nail just across like this to be able to make the fold. Then I put the ruler on top, making sure that the 1/4 inch line matches the fold of the paper.
Okay, yeah.
And I will cut.
I'm just wondering whether we've still got any of those early bird rulers available, because there's a 1/4 inch marking on those, which might have been an idea.
It won't work with me here.
Oh, is it? We need a new blade.
I think we need a new blade, no problem. So now we've got that 1/4 inch seam allowance right here. Fold it open. And I will take the pink fabric and put it upside down, lining up the edges of the fabric like this. So when you fold it open, you will see that it will cover the second part.
Ah, that makes sense.
That makes sense. You can pin if you want. I'm a little bit lazy. I don't do that.
I'm glad I'm not the only lazy thing.
Let's call it efficient.
That's a good phrase. Yeah, I'm going to keep that phrase, efficient.
Yes. So we're moving everything to the sewing machine, and this is not my machine, so I'm going to see if it works.
It's a bit weird, isn't it, when you use a different machine?
It is. Let's see how we can do that. Oops.
Okay.
No, it won't go back.
Let's have a look. I'll come over and join
I
you.
guess I'm doing something wrong.
It's not a machine that I'm familiar with as well. I think that's your centre. Now, do you need to alter the stitch length? You've got it on 1.5?
I altered it to 1.5 because you want a really small stitch.
Okay.
That will help you to remove the paper without damaging the seams later on.
Now, I
so
think we
that's
have it
really important.
I think it's on a straight stitch at the moment by the look of it.
so.
So I think you're okay.
Yes, let's see. Let's do. No, it's not.
It might be because you've got the foot pedal. There you
yes,
go.
We didn't have that yesterday when I practiced.
Okay. You do that to trip you up. There you go.
Yes, there we go. Okay, and I moved the needle just to the side of the pattern. I don't start before the line.
So you start off the template?
Yes, I start like inside the template and then do a little back stitch.
Oh, okay.
So just to secure the threads. And I don't go beyond the edge of the pattern because that will help me later on.
Ah, okay, fair enough then. So start inside and go back to the line and then start to sew. Okay.
And I will sew on the line. If you're a little bit off, it's really no problem.
Okay.
Just go to the end.
The line.
And then
couple of little stitches back.
A little back stitch.
Okay. There you go, got the hang of it now. Perfect.
Oh, I will be friends with the sewing machine at the end of the day.
Are you okay if I stay with you here?
Yes, of course. Right? Yes. I can hand you this to iron.
Oh, well, I didn't realise I was going to have to work.
Oh, yes, you do.
Okay, in that case, I will do. So just pressing,
just
not
pressing,
not moving.
Yes, not pushing.
Press, there we go.
Just pressing. Yes, you want to have this nice and flat.
Is that okay?
Yes, that's perfect.
Fair enough. Details are on your screen, incidentally, so if you do want to take advantage of the kit for the quilt behind us, should be £169.99, but we've got a cracking deal on this one, and you have got your split pay as well, so you can take advantage of those. Right, so what's next then?
Yes, so we will turn it around again, and we will go on to step 3, and we will do exactly the same that we did before, so that's the new one.
I've bought a selection. Yes. I don't know which. They may all be rubbish.
We will try.
See how we go.
They won't be. So now I'm going to put 3 to 2. So I put the ruler on the line between those pieces. Fold the fabric, the paper, sorry, not the fabric. Place the ruler with the 1/4 inch on the edge of the fabric.
I've got my fingers crossed now for
you. Okay. Oh, that's again a different one.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. I'm discovering all kinds of new stuff here. That's nice.
Is that one still as bad?
No, it's better. It's just my cutting that sucks.
I'm sure it's not.
Okay, so we can put that one up.
And I like that as well, because when you're putting it back in your pile, you're putting it to the bottom, so you're using...
I did it to the bottom now, but you can put it everywhere you want. Okay, so there's not an order to it, so yeah. Well, actually at home I just put a basket next to me and then put it there. So, okay, so you see when we fold it back, we already get this shape. Let's just remove the thread. And we will go with the next fabric, for which we will use the green one. Just again, randomly picked, it's right on top of the pile. You want to make sure, because this goes a little bit diagonal, that you really want to, that you really cover the entire piece. So if you want, you can put a pin, you know, fold it back and just check it.
Okay, yes, yeah.
But I think I'm quite safe here.
Okay.
So let's repeat what we already did. So this time it will go smoother with the pedal.
Okay.
Oh. There we go.
Now, it's a small seam, so I suppose if you wanted to, you could hand sew this?
Oh yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That would be really nice, really relaxing.
And it's nice because with the template and the small amount of fabrics, it's something you could take on the train with you, on holiday.
Yes,
very easy.
And you don't need to prepare anything. Just cut the strips, put them in a small bag, preferably something that you've made your own, because that looks nicer than a plastic one.
We've got a nice bag coming up. Sarah has got a lovely project bag that she's doing in the next
Wonderful, wonderful. So now we have added the next piece. Take away any loose threads.
This my department.
We will iron again.
Okay, a little bit of a press. Not feeling as pressurised this time. There we go. How's that?
Thanks. So again, we will flip it back. Continue with number 4. So again, I will place the ruler just like this. Fold the paper. Place the ruler on top. And again, if you're a little bit off, it's not that bad. Let me just put it in the middle somewhere.
Because I mentioned it at the bottom.
It's all about having fun with the fabrics. Yes. It's not about being that precise and everything.
And these have just been randomly chosen.
Yes.
But they look beautiful because they're from that same collection.
Yes, yes. You could do it with whatever fabric you want, but because this is the same collection, you are absolutely sure that it actually all fits together and it gives this nice feeling, you know.
Do you worry about direction of the fabrics? I noticed you've picked up a fabric that's got a more directional pattern with this one. So how would we work with a directional pattern? Just do it the same?
I don't mind. So I would just place it on top and I will see where it ends. It doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
It makes it a little bit more exciting to look at.
And also
everything is really straight.
It takes the pressure off. You enjoy the project.
Yes, yes. We need to be kind to ourselves.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
Sometimes we are just too strict, and with that we limit our creativity, I think.
So a bit of advice out there. So again, starting just inside of that outline.
Exactly.
Little reverse back for a couple of stitches and then sewing right to that line again.
And you see that I go quite slowly.
Yes, yeah.
That's partly because I'm not used to this machine, but also because I like to be in control.
No,
and if the
not a bad
machine
thing
goes
to
really
do.
fast, I mean, it just does what it wants, not what I want.
If you need to slow it down, you can use that one.
Yeah, I know.
Brilliantly, I love this.
Okay, so
another little bit of pressing. Now, I'm going to do this one and then I'm going to head back over to my counter because I need to give you a review of the fabrics as well.
Yes, and we will continue with the next.
And then I'll let you carry on if that's okay.
I have one prepared, so I'm all done actually. So for this this particular piece, you will just continue doing that until the end. So 7 and 8 will be the last seam.
Perfect.
And then I will show you the next step.
Shall I show everybody what they're getting in the bundle?
Yes, and then
we'll come back and look at that.
Perfect.
Right. I'll be back in a few moments.
Yes, take your time.
I'm going to duck out the way so you can have a really good look at it. Half of the stock has gone. Now, of course, this gorgeous quilt that we're chatting about is a design that's been put together by the lovely Ellen, utilising her own designed fabrics. It's absolutely beautiful. I love the simplicity of the construction of this one because it's something that is so achievable. If you've thought that you couldn't create beautiful quilts like this, well, please do think again. It's all down to the tuition, it's down to the pattern, and also it's down to the fabrics as well, because you need to have a collection of fabrics when you've got so many different small pieces coming together that they need to be coherent. They need to look as if they belong together. Sometimes we will do those kind of real kind of vivid contrasts, but quite often we're wanting something where the colours kind of flow through, and that's exactly what you've got with this kit. Now, we have dropped the price down on the screen to £149.99. It was originally £169.99 and you had your three-way split. You still got that three-way split, which means that today you are paying just £49.99 along with your post and packing if you've not shopped with us before. This is a kind of a version of the pattern. You're actually going to get a booklet pattern when it is sent out to you as well, but we just had to print this one off this morning and we haven't got access to whatever that machine is. So there you go. It's the information that is the key thing, and it is all in there. Now what you're going to get in here is some beautiful, beautiful fabrics, and these are all from a gorgeous collection, the name of which has just suddenly escaped me. What was the name of the
Of Old and New.
Of Old and New, that's it. And that's kind of the sentiment that we get from Ellen, because she loves to take historic styles of fabrics from vintage quilts and that kind of inspiration there, but bring them along with modern technology, modern looks to them as well. So you've got a lovely array of different quilts. You've got quilts where you've got your larger pieces. So this one here, the Buttercup, you're going to be utilising that one as your border. You've got 2 metres of your fabrics within there. You'll also be utilising these two here. Your triangles you're going to be utilising as well. You're going to be cutting some of the triangles using these. Get 1.5 metres of those two there. So these ones are called Lemon Cake, and you've also got Compass there as well. In rose hips, so if you want more of those fabrics you can go for them. You've also got some you've got 1 metre there as well of that one. That one's called Fast Forward. I love this because I was working with Ellen earlier and she was explaining to me where her inspiration was. I've got the connection now between the names of the fabrics and what they look like, because it makes sense. So there you go. So there you go, look at that, and you can see there those gorgeous, that fabulous Fast Forward being used in the triangles there, and the Compass being used for those squares in the centre there, and a little bit of Lemon Cake there, as you can see, creating the sashing. Then you've got your long quarter, should I say, and you've got 14 of those, and those are the pieces that Ellen is using to create that kind of scrappy look for each of the arms, so to speak, that are going out from the centre. So you've got the same quantity of fabric as a fat quarter, but rather than it kind of being cut into a square shape that you get from a fat quarter, it's cut from the bolt, so it goes from selvage to selvage. In fact, I'm doing lots of this. Let me show you. It's probably easier, isn't it? If I hold one of them up, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about, because it'll go selvage to selvage. There you go. But you've got all of the fabric in there. And of course, that cut lends itself brilliantly to the quilt itself. And I am sure that you will have fabric left over that will be able to go on to create maybe a cushion to contrast and things like that as well. So yeah, really brilliant value for money when you're considering that for £149.99 you are going to be able to create a quilt that is actually 71 inches square. Phenomenal. If you want the metric, you're looking at 1.75 metres there, 177 centimetres square. So it's a really good size quilt. But of course, the nature of this quilt, because you're looking at different blocks, you could actually make even more of these, make it 5 by 5 blocks, make it more of a rectangular look, turn them in additional cushions, table runners, tablecloths. There's loads you can do. It's having the knowledge that you need, and that's exactly what you're going to get with that pattern there. And you can get this all on its way to you for just £49.99, which is phenomenal, and you are going to have so much fun with this. Absolutely beautiful. So there you go. Details are on your screen if you want to take advantage of that. So Ellen, we've covered our template.
Exactly.
You were saying earlier that you always make sure that the triangle at the end is different.
Yes, I don't want to have 4 triangles with the same fabric.
Okay.
To me, that sounds a little bit boring.
Okay, that makes sense.
So I really like to make it a little bit different. So these are all different, but also you will notice that these are all different.
And I suppose by making sure that you do that, it means that you're not going to suddenly find the last one is matching and there's nowhere else to put it.
Exactly,
So,
yes.
Okay.
And I mean, we tend to be really organized and structured and think that, yes, if this fabric is here, it needs to be here and here and here as well,
yes,
which also can have really nice effects. But for the scrappiness, try to challenge yourself a little bit and
push the boundaries.
Do something different.
Absolutely.
Yes, exactly.
So what's next?
I have prepared another piece. So this, it's not A, it's C this time, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't make any difference. So I have covered all the different parts.
Okay.
And now I will I wanted to say square it up, but it's not really a square. I'm just gonna cut back all the seams, so I'm placing the 1/4 inch line on the printed line.
Okay.
And just make sure. Let's see if I cut correctly.
You might need to press a few times with that rotary cutter.
No, it's not the rotary cutter, it's me, because my table at home is just a little bit lower, and you put the pressure a little bit differently. Yeah.
These counters are quite high, so it's not
well, I think they're good for the back. But so again, I place the 1/4 inch line on, which is the sewing line actually.
Okay.
And I go all the way around just to cut all the sides, so it's 5 sides in total. If you're using centimeters, of course, you can take whatever seam allowance you prefer. You have this extra fabric on the sides. You will lose a little bit, but it makes it just quicker and easier to assemble these blocks. Okay. And then we have the last one, just like that.
Wonderful.
Perfect. So we have our piece finished. You can see that I stopped sewing exactly at this line every single time, which is quite important because I'm going to remove the paper now.
Okay.
Yes.
Because this is the thing, isn't it? It's like, when do you take the paper?
Yes.
A finished piece. Then,
exactly. And many people say that you should leave it in as long as possible, which I can really understand. But I found that, you know, assembling the block, some pieces of fabric get covered in the seam allowances, and they're just really difficult to remove.
Okay.
So I prefer to remove it now.
Fair enough.
And because I stopped here at this 1/4 inch, I will have, you know, these seams to indicate the seam allowance that I will use later on.
Of course, yes. Oh, that makes sense,
So,
yes.
Yes, and you just simply, you know, pull away the paper, and because you use this small stitch length, it pulls away really easily. You can do this while watching TV.
This is something
watching
you
the
can get
show.
Exactly, yes.
Yes.
Get the children involved with this.
Oh, exactly. Yes, absolutely.
Talking of which, when we've actually completed the quilt, are we okay to use the pattern with our own fabrics afterwards? You happy with that?
Of course, yes, no problem at all.
Because I've been doing a lot of memory projects recently, using clothing from people that have passed or have died.
Yes, that's a lovely idea.
It's a nice way of kind of taking those fabrics, and because it's a scrappy look, it doesn't matter if the fabrics are a different type of fabric, because it's kind of in essence making a project of that clothing. So
yeah, and because you're sewing on the paper, it doesn't change the shapes.
Yes,
whatever material you use.
Yeah, that's a good point. So nice if you were using almost like a stretchy fabric potentially as well, like baby grows and things like that. I know a lot of people will do that as the child grows up. Lovely.
So now we have our strips, so we need to make 4 of those in total to make 1 block. And on the back it looks like this.
Looks beautifully neat, doesn't it?
Yes.
All that trimming as you've been going. And the beautiful pressing of
that was a very important part.
The pressing. Incidentally, a pattern is included with your quilt kit. The pattern's not available on its own at the moment. So yeah, if you are wanting to take advantage of this design, then the kit will include your pattern, as you can see there. Beautiful, lovely. So what's next?
Good. Next step, we're going to assemble the block.
Okay, lovely.
So we need the templates. So that would be the template E, which is the center of the block.
So it's the middle of the block, not the cornerstone.
Not the cornerstone.
Okay,
no, it's the center of the block. And then we have template F, which is the triangles.
Okay.
So all templates are without seam allowance. That's really important to remember.
So there's no seam allowance on the template because they are a paper template. So yeah.
Yes, the thing is that they use different seam allowances in every country or region. So yes, it's usually a 1/4 inch seam, and I've heard that it's 1/2 centimeter, 6 millimeters, 7.5 millimeters. So you can choose whatever you prefer, whatever you're used to. Yes, so the templates are actually finished size.
Fair enough.
Need to remember that.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's take this one. I will just place it. I like to place it to the back of the fabric. That's just my personal thing.
No problem.
It doesn't really matter. And I will cut this with the 1/4" seam allowance. If you're afraid that it will move, you can use double-sided tape.
Okay.
To keep it in place, or use a little bit of glue.
Oh, we've got the glue pens on the show, so if you do need those, yeah.
And then it will stick. And you can, again, easily remove it, so that's really nice and quick.
Perfect.
And so I will cut all the sides. It's actually the same as we did with the scrappy piece. So all sides with a 1/4" seam allowance. And because it is glued, I can easily turn. Just like that.
Lovely.
And I like to prepare all the scrappy strips first, and then assemble the blocks.
Okay.
So, you know, if I want to change something, I still have the possibility to do that.
Now, the pieces that you're cutting away, do you keep these yourself, or do
well,
some
when
people
it's,
do, some people don't?
Yeah, this is really small, I don't keep it. But whatever is left from the other colors, because there's plenty of fabric in the kits,
okay.
I keep it, of course.
Yeah,
Do we throw away fabric? No.
Well, even the tiniest bits, I've got a big bin and I use it for stuffing.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Yes. So now we can remove the templates, and we have this just at the right size.
Perfect.
And we will do the same. I will not cut this one, but we will do the same with the fast forward fabric and the triangles. I don't know if you noticed, but I did mind the direction of the fabric here a little bit.
I did, yeah, because
so,
it does flow. Yeah.
Yes, it's not really necessary to do that, but it's just my preference because it's already quite scrappy. I thought I would tone it down a little bit by really minding the direction of the fabric here. So actually you could just place them like quarter square triangles, yes, and you will be all ready for one book. And for this, what you could do, just to be sure, if you're not really confident on your 1/4" seam, you can cut it and then mark just the corners with a small pencil dot, just to be sure that that's the corners, and you can pin it on later.
Ah, okay. No, that makes sense.
And then we go to the final step. It's really quite easy.
It doesn't take long to come together, this, does it?
It's really easy. It's really fun.
Fabulous.
Yes.
So we've got.
I really like simple quilts.
So now we've got the straight pieces, we've got the triangles, and we've got the squares.
Yes.
Okay.
So I already prepared a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to randomly place the 4 strips, just as you like them, making sure that this sand lemon cake fabric is always, you know, touching the red compass.
So when you're actually making up I keep calling them arms. I
Yes,
don't know what else to call them because
fine.
So whereas you're making sure that the triangles are different, you need to make sure that that first one is the same fabric, the lemon cake fabric.
Yes.
Okay.
To me, that was really important because it makes the center stand out a little bit more.
I like that little frame.
If it's in a different color, it would just be like a regular X form, where here it's just the 4 arms and the center.
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay.
So what we would do is make it in 3 parts. So the triangle to the strip, and again for this, do the same for the bottom, and then here I attached it to the center piece. Okay. And look what I did for the seam allowances, which is quite important. So I ironed them that side.
Yes.
Going towards, it's the light fabric, I know.
Oh, it's a rule that's been broken.
Yes. But it just looks nicer because you have all those seam allowances here, and if you press it the other way, it's really bulky.
And sometimes the fabric, I think, tells you which way it wants to go.
Exactly.
So,
and
yeah, just go with
listen.
the flow.
Yes. And, you know, the guidelines, because I stitched only to that 1/4" seam allowance, I really have this nice indication of where to sew.
Perfect.
Here I press them to the center. So if my 3 parts are finished, I can put this to this and lock the seams.
Okay, lovely.
To ensure that I have this really nice intersection there.
Perfect.
And the nice thing is, if you have put the dots here on the back, I don't know if you can really see it on camera. You can match them up.
Could you hold that again
yes.
for us, just to show us? And we're going to get a camera on that, if that's okay.
So I have the little dot here, just to mark.
Come over and help you, because it's
the 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Oh, there we go. Got it.
It's really, really small.
Perfect.
And
just
that way,
marker.
yes, if I want, I can just simply take a pin. Oops. Pin here, because this marks the corner of the strip.
Yeah.
And
because of the sewing line.
Yes, exactly. And then pin also here. And I will make sure that everything lines up really nicely.
See, that's why it's important not to go over that line when you're stitching the arms of your design. Yeah, makes sense now.
Here you can lock the seams. You can put a little pin if you want. You can put some in between if you want as well. That all depends on your sewing skills and what you used to do. Okay. And then when you fold it open, now I pinned it the wrong way. I should pin it the other way. When you open it, you can check that the edge of the fabric here, and it's not all pinned and sewn right now, but the edge of the fabric here should, you know, really continue here. Yes. So if there's a difference, maybe you've cut or pinned a little bit wrong, you should try again, just to make sure, because you want your block to have this nice square.
Makes sense.
Yes, and you don't want to lose any fabric and seam allowance.
Doesn't it look beautiful when it's all starts? I mean, it looks beautiful anyway, whichever stage you're looking at, because the fabrics are just so gorgeous, because working together so well. So that is the block. That's it.
That's it. It's really easy. It's really beginner friendly, but it's also nice. You know, if you are an experienced quilter, this is just a simple project that will give you a lot of fun.
I love it. And that project all comes together in that fabulous kit. Ellen, thank you for taking us through that. So the kit details that are on the screen are going to give you all of the fabrics that you need to create your quilt top. So you've got obviously your instructions, your tuition, you've got your template in there, which you're going to replicate. Don't forget, whether you work in inches or choose to work in centimetres, you are accommodated for within there. Just choose a side, so to speak, and stick to it. That's the key thing. So the illustration there showing you how all those fabrics come together. And of course, when you are going for the kit, you know that when you look at that border fabric, you know which fabric it relates to. So you haven't got to kind of do that kind of combination or try to do that kind of translation of using your own fabric. So that's why, as a novice quilter, this is going to be brilliant. You're going to be learning about paper piecing with this one as well. But have a look at these. Now, you're going to get a lot of fabric in here. So you're going to start off with your, was it 2.5 metres of the buttercup? So the buttercup, this was a very, very popular one, 2 metres. Incidentally, each one of these are available for you as 1/2 metre cuts. We've got those available as well. But in the kit, you will actually get 2.5 metres. And this, Ellen, I might need some help with. Ellen, come and join me, because these are your gorgeous fabrics. There you go. There's the salvage edge there. So you are getting a lot of fabric. In fact, we should have done it the other way around, shouldn't we? Yes. Sorry. You'd think I'd done this before, wouldn't you, Ellen? So this, we've actually gone on to the long shot now on the camera there. You can see it's literally the size of our desk. It's huge, big piece of fabric.
You will have some left, because I prefer to cut the border lengthwise.
Yes.
So to not unnecessarily add seams, because that's just doesn't look that nice.
That is a really good point, because if you're going for your 1/2 metres, you're going to have to go for a big piece of fabric just for your borders.
Exactly.
So yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No,
so
that
you
makes
cut
sense.
the borders first, and then whatever is left over, you can use that to make the scrappy strips.
That is a good tip. Yes. That is a good tip. So that one is that beautiful buttercup. That's lovely. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, Ellen. I'm going to let you have that one, because I'm going to grab the next one, if that's okay.
Doing that.
I didn't realise Kat had joined us then. Sorry, Kat. So this one here, this is the compass. And the compass, you're getting 1.5 metres on this one. So again, these are big pieces of fabric. Now, I'll take that one from you, because you've got more work to do yet, Ellen. You need to,
I need to help you with that one.
Come back again. Yes. So again, we're going to go for...
I'm not going anywhere.
I've done it again, haven't I? Oh, no, they're all right there. So there you go. So you've got... Don't forget the fabric itself is 44 inches wide. But I mean, it's irrelevant really when you're buying a kit. You're buying the fabric for you. So this is used on your cornerstones as well as the centres and also the binding as well. So that smaller therapy is key when it comes to actually creating those. So you can see on the quilt there where it is applied. Shows you we're getting a lot of fabric in here.
Yes, absolutely.
A lot of fabric.
Whatever is left over, you can use it in another project.
Absolutely. And especially if you've got this scrappy. I do apologise, it's scrappy.
It's scrappy.
My teeth, I do apologise. Scrappy look. Okay, everybody, stop laughing at me. I've got a feeling that's going to end up in the Christmas bloopers. So Merry Christmas if you are watching. So yeah, your scrappy quilt, that is a key thing. You've got lemon cake in there as well. Should we open this one up as well?
Yes,
Why not?
I will just stay here.
Not? I'm just trying to cover myself now. Dear me. There we go. Right, so let's open this one up. So again, a long piece of fabric. Now was this one a metre? I think this is a metre.
I think so.
Oh, metre and a half again, so the same as the red.
It's a little bit more.
This is beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. The quality of the fabric is good. I mean, hold it up there. We've got quite a bright screen. And this is something that's quite valid. We've got a bright screen behind us here, but when we're holding that up there, you can see the quality of the fabric's phenomenal.
Yes.
I mean, it's a light fabric, but you can't
really
see that
nice.
screen coming through at all.
It's a
And
really
of course,
nice
this is
quality,
something,
and it has this really nice feel to it.
and this is something that was important too, because
Absolutely.
we might have viewers that are joining us and they're thinking, oh, who's this lovely lady on our screens? Well, this is Ellen. Ellen has joined us today. First time on TV, first time showcasing her fabulous fabrics, thank you. She's designed all of these gorgeous fabrics as well as the quilt pattern that's included in the bundle that we've got on our screen here. So this is her 11th collection, I think you said, didn't you, Ellen? So all these gorgeous fabrics, and you've got them in the right amounts, so you don't have to go off and buy a half metre of all of the fabrics, because you've actually got the different ones in there as well. So you've got 14 different long quarters. So this particular one, I think that one sold out in the half metre bundle, so you can't get hold of that one other than the kit that we're looking at here, and also we have got your half metre pieces. So we only have 3 opportunities left when everybody's checked their baskets out. When it comes to checking your basket out, you can check it out all in one go if you're wanting to, or you can split the cost. And this is something that might be making it more affordable to people, just that first payment today. So
yes, exactly.
Yeah, so
and then you can get started right away. You don't want to wait, right?
And then I mean, it's not a competition to actually complete it in a certain amount of time, but is this a project that would take like months and months to create?
No. I actually did it in 2 weeks.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I needed to be here, so
I see. Pressure was on.
And my mother helped. She ironed and cut everything. So it was teamwork, but it's actually a really nice project. And once you did one block, you really know how it works. You don't need the pattern to read it for every single block. So you get experienced. It's a really nice way to practice.
So imagine that, actually getting this delivered for £49.99 and actually having your quilt completed before that second payment goes out of your account. I mean, that is phenomenal to consider that. Beautiful fabrics if you're wanting to take advantage of those. They all come together in the kit, and you can see when you put them all together, they look amazing. Now, Ellen, was there anything else you wanted to show us with regards to your demonstration, or do you want to stay with me?
That was the most important thing.
Come and join me then. Let's have a little look at these fabrics. So that was the kit. So that is all of the fabrics that you need for that particular project. And we've got more people shopping for that. You wanted to wait till the end, which is fine, but go for it. But make sure you're checking your basket out for that bundle. But if you've been inspired by those fabrics and you're wanting to go for a different length, we have it available to whatever cut length you choose, but they're in half metre pieces to start with. Just increase your quantity, so if you want a full metre, order 2 and so on. You do the maths. But they are all available with the exception of one of those, which I think has snuck in. That one's gone, hasn't it? Yeah. So, oh, it is in the mega bundle, of course, yes. Dear. Forgetting, we're doing the mega bundle first, right? Do apologise. Now, the mega bundle is all of the beautiful fabrics. half-metre pieces, and this is a way that you can get hold of that gorgeous collection for just £135.84. Now, if you were to shop for them as half-metre pieces, which you can do, they're on the website, each and every one of them, but you would be paying in excess of £150 for that. So you've got your saving with this one, you've got your split pay on this one as well, and then you take inspiration from whatever pattern you so choose. And it might be that you actually go off and have a little look at Ellen's website, because there's all sorts of different patterns that are available there as well.
Yes, with every collection I try to design patterns that contain either patchwork or applique or both. As well as small projects, medium-sized projects, large projects, and oftentimes also something like a pillow or a bag or a pincushion.
Nice,
so yes.
nice.
Yeah, I got you covered.
I love it. So much thought. And these are the 18 fabrics here, should I say. These are the way that some of them have been utilised in, whether it's a case that you're looking at quilts. Some of the colours may be very different because there are different collections that Ellen has designed. I'm sure many more of those will be coming to us on our screens, hopefully in the not too distant future. But you can see there's lots of different projects there. So it could be that you're taking inspiration from that particular project, but utilising it using these fabrics. But I think brilliant value for money. Ellen's first show with us, you have been loving everything that she's brought to us. These fabrics, the quality is phenomenal, and it all stems from the fact that you are a quilter as well.
Absolutely, yes. And I still make all of the quilts myself, because I know there are lots of designers who have quilters that work for them, which is perfectly fine. But I really want to experience the fabrics as well, and make sure that if I want to change something in the pattern, for example, I can still do that.
I love that.
Yes.
And I have to say, the thing is as well, inspiration-wise, again, people join us at different times during the course of the show. So anybody that is new to yourself, and Ellie's Quilt Place, EQP, that's what you're looking for when you're looking for Ellen's company. It all came about watching your mum quilting when you were 10 years old.
Yes.
And she taught you to sew as well?
Yes, the biggest part. And then I discovered some things myself as well. I actually never took a quilting class.
I love that, but look at this. She's on TV with fabrics and everything.
But that's the nice thing, also, the techniques that you use, they can change over time. You just use whatever feels good at that moment. Yeah. You learn different things. It's really important to not really copy, but to adjust it to what you like.
Take inspiration, but adapt it to how.
Yes.
And I think that's the thing that you've done. Everything that you've brought to us today, whether it's be the fabrics that people are using with their own patterns, whether people are inspired by the fabrics to create that beautiful quilt, then this is the key thing. You've got everything covered, and I know we're going to see a lot more from you, Ellen, as the future goes on. Now,
I'd love to come back.
No, definitely. You're definitely going to be coming back. Now, if you do want to shop for the fabrics, is their half meters. I've mentioned the bundle, the details which are up on your screen. Let me explain to you how you can get the fabrics on the website. So obviously you go to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. If you're anything like me, you'll start putting in the www and it comes up with the rest of the address, and that's when you know you visit the website a lot. So you can see there, you can click on watch live. That's where you can watch our show. And if you scroll a little bit further down, it will show you under today's show deals, it will show you some of these items as well. So once a show has gone to air, you'll be able to find everything that has been used during the course of this whole show. So we've got segments, so obviously this hour is Ellen's hour, but because the whole morning is classed as a show, you will see things from the previous show at 8 AM as well as shows in between. So you can shop for any of these individually. So say if you wanted to go for, where should we go for? Let's go for the lemon cake there. Or actually, whichever. Choose a fabric, pick a fabric, there you go. So if that's the one that you're wanting to choose, you add to your basket. Now, if you're wanting to go for a half metre piece, that's all you need to do. Go to your basket, check your basket out, and off you go. But if you want to increase your quantity because you've got a project, 1.5 metres maybe, you're going to increase it to 3 units, which will come as a cut piece because we cut to order from the bolt, and then you would just log in and check out your basket. So that's if you're shopping online. If you prefer to speak to a human being, then of course you can speak to a human being using the telephone number in the bottom corner of your screen. And they are are there to help and guide you as well. So if you've seen something but you don't know what it's called and you don't have access to the website, they can do the looking for you. But of course, we've got different ways for you to get hold of those fabrics. I'm going to move the mega bundle to one side and bring back in the quilt bundle, because this is your last opportunity for you to see this live. You can go back and watch on repeats. Whether the stock will be available, I don't know. But in here, you are getting your cut pieces going from your 2.5 metres right the way through to your long quarters. And everything put together with the guidance and tuition that Ellen has put together in her instructions. You're going to be able to create this. I cannot wait to find out and see those photos of viewers.
Exactly.
How do you feel when you see those photos come through when people have completed a project?
I love that. Yes, I feel really proud of them.
So you should.
Yes.
So you
it's
should.
lovely. Yes, and I always hope that they had just as much as fun as I had.
I'm sure they will, because you've certainly made it easy, and that is the key thing.
Yes.
So don't be afraid, don't worry. Everything that has been broken down, you can go back and watch the show, jump onto YouTube, look for Ellen's name, or look for the kind of name, the title of the quilt. We're calling it Down the Road, or Ellen's called it Down the Road. I haven't asked you, why did you call it Down the Road?
Because it's for Sewing Street. And I was thinking, I want a name related to the show. And I was thinking street, road, let's go for Down the Road.
There you go. Oh, I love that. I didn't realise it had been put together especially for us.
Yes.
Oh, wow. So there you go. That's the kind of information a proper presenter would find out at the beginning of the hour. But sorry, you got me. I have to say, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So, yeah, check your baskets out. Ellen, I am sure you will be getting the call. In fact, the buyers will probably be coming down the stairs to speak to you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your ideas, your inspiration, and your beautiful fabrics.
Thank you for having me. It was a real pleasure.
Oh, adorable. And thank you for your wonderful words that you've been sending, lots of messages coming through. So we will see you back here again very soon, I am sure. You guys, I will see you in a couple of minutes. I will be back with Sarah just after the break. We're going to get you organised. I'll see you in a bit.
Hi everyone, Andy here from Hobbymaker. I'm very proud to tell you that Sewing Street, Hobbymaker and Jewellery Maker are launching their first crafting weekend in conjunction with Craftopia, taking place on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May at the Abbey Hotel, Golf and Spa here in our hometown of Redditch. What you can expect from the weekend is 4 workshops featuring 4 of your favourite crafting experts. From Hobbymaker, we have Sandra Rushton, who'll be focusing on an introduction to zantangling. We have Carla Bagshaw, who'll be introducing us to the world of thermal cinching and bookbinding and all things American crafts. From Sewing Street, we have Wendy Orlando. She'll be introducing you to hand sewing with a couple of projects that you can make along and take with you. And from Jewellery Maker, we have Debbie Kershaw, who'll be guiding you through how to make your own jewellery that you can make and take away with you. The workshops are a huge part of the weekend, but what's also included are all of your meals, your accommodation, all of the extra elements that we have planned for you, including the legendary Saturday night dinner. Well, not only will it be a 3-course meal, it will also include a craft raffle and also a craft quiz as well. There's another reason to join us for the weekend, because we also have an exclusive 20% discount for everyone who attends that you can use across any of the Gemporia Craft websites. So that's Hobbymaker, Sewing Street or Jewellery Maker. So make sure you join us for what is a limited edition experience at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in Redditch on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May. I hope to see you there.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Join us this Friday for the K Facet Day. We've got everything you can imagine. We've got quilts, we've got pre-cuts, we've got fabrics, we've got extra wide, we've got Catherine White, and we've got me. Make sure you're there from 8 o'clock on Friday.
Hello there. Hi. It's 11 o'clock. We've only got a couple of hours left on Sewing Street this morning. That makes me feel quite sad. But I'm happy this hour because I am back with the lovely Sarah, and we've got the most amazing project to share with you. Hello, my lovely. You all right?
Yeah, very well. I've had a cup of tea, biscuit, chill.
Lovely.
Yeah, watch the
A little bit
one.
envious, I have
Sorry.
to say. But not to worry. I have to say, you have brought us a brilliant project. I love this. What is the kind of background to this? How did it come to be?
So, I see lots of people come in the studio with different organisers, and when I go sewing different places, I like to have my bits in there. But I've struggled finding things that can take, like, I've got my favourite little mini cutting mat, which is about A4 size.
Right.
So,
Let me
was
pass
like,
that to you.
Yeah. So this has got 5 pockets in it. And one of the things I really wanted was patterns, cutting mat, and they just slip in the back pocket like that. And then all my tools and everything else can go in here. They're not in here because they're in there at the moment, because you've got a demo. But yeah, so it was all about trying to get something that was a decentish size but not too big.
Okay.
Although I do want to do a big one as well. But yeah, so that it fits in a number of things. And then I've also left the bit up here free format for people so that they can design what they want up there. So I do a lot of hand sewing on the go.
Okay.
But people might want to put their threads up there, and then they can put some elastic in for threads. So that bit's a little bit free form.
Okay,
That's just a
nice
scrappy bit of
idea.
felt. And you can hang it up. so that, you know, wherever you are, if you've got a hook, you've got a little burstation, and then if there's anything that's really important that you don't want to lose, like sometimes I put a little bit of ribbon through my favourite rulers and things,
yes,
then you can clip it in and it won't fall out.
I love it. Yeah. What a brilliant idea. I love it. Now, this is a project that we have got a fabulous kit available for you. So if you fancy the idea of taking advantage of this, it is a beautiful Liberty fabric that you're going to get to create your project. And I've got it in front of me. We've got other options that are available, but ultimately you are going to be able to create something absolutely beautiful. What else do I need to add into the kit before I go through the kit? Do we have to think about wadding or anything like that?
So there's a bit of interfacing on the back of the fabric. There's a little bit of the fusible fleece, just to make it a little bit, the H640. Yeah. And then the hardware is really up to you. I mean, there are ideas that I've thrown into it, but I think all of my project patterns are recipes, and you can tweak them to suit.
That's a nice way of thinking of it. Yeah. So add and take out what
exactly.
Like the handles all attached as well. So what are you getting in your bundle? Well, first of all, most important bit, you're going to get your instructions. And as we've seen previously, I mean, these are put together so brilliantly. You've got everything that you need to know. You've got all of your tuition there as well. So really, really easy for you to actually create your project. But if you're wanting to create that version that we've been sharing with you, and the one that indeed detailed within the instructions, you're going to get your PVC. Now, the PVC, there's quite a lot in here. Do you reckon you could perhaps make 2? Have you got half a metre in here?
Definitely, definitely.
Perfect. So let's get you this one made and then well on your way to your next. You've also got, oh my goodness, this gorgeous Liberty fabric. Beautiful. That gorgeous blue, and you're going to get a metre in that one, and then you're also going to get your contrast there, and your contrast. Are we getting a metre in the contrast as well? Yeah, fair enough then. So there you go. So 2 metres of fabric, 2 metres of no, 1 metre. Half a metre. Get it right. If I work through all of them, I'll get the right one.
You needed that tea and biscuit.
I did. I'm still thinking about tea and biscuits. And it's all included in there. In fact, I should have just read it on the screen. In total, you've got 2 metres of fabrics and half a metre of your vinyl and your pattern instructions there as well. All you need to do to add in is something like your H640, which we have got available for you as well. Oh, Hannah's doing something. What are you doing, Hannah? Oh, she's playing around with stuff. It's getting towards the end of the morning. The chevrons are there. What's your plan? What's your plan? Oh, so this means that the vinyl is free. Okay. And you've got enough there for you to create this project and to get you well on the way to your next project. So your vinyl is free in that price on your screen, £26.99. That is a good price for that project.
Really fun. That includes a pattern.
Includes a pattern as well. Phenomenal. Yeah, it gets you well on your way. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of that one as a bundle, I love that, the Retreat Organiser, and it's perfect, isn't it, for going on to your retreat. So, yep, there you go. Details on your screen if you want to take advantage. NA6691. That is for the Liberty Blue and Pink organiser with that one as well. And you're getting your vinyl for free with that price. You're just, in effect, paying for what you can see there, but you're actually getting all of it. So there you go, £26.99. Now, I am a fan of a polka dot. So, which we've got, I can see the polka dot, but I don't know what we've got underneath. What we've got underneath? Are you ready? Ooh, look at this. That is a nice combination. So this one is the navy variation. So you've got definitely your navy with your polka dots there, and you've got your navy backdrop with your flowers, and then you've got these gorgeous blooms coming through. Again, you are going to have your pattern in there as well. Fabric-wise, you're getting a big piece of fabric. So it's a metre in each of the 2 fabrics. These are lovely fabrics. Have you put these bundles together, or have they done it here?
But I love that one.
Ooh, they've chosen well, haven't they, here? Look at that. That is a beautiful fabric.
That's what I'd call a hero print. It's really nice. You'd want a nice bit of it to show it off, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. Quite often the fabrics that we're sharing with you in these bundles are available on the website. If you go off and have a little scoot around, you might find more of those. I don't know what that one's actually called. Otherwise, I would tell you, but I don't. So navy floral, that's what we're calling it. So, yeah, by all means, go off and have a little scoot. It's going to come with the polka dots, same size piece with that one. And, of course, this one, price-wise, $29.99. Hannah, if you've done it for one, you haven't thought this through, if you've done it for one, you've got to do it for all of them. £26.99, and again you're going to be able to make a different colour version of this fabulous project utilising that bundle. Just add in a few extra bits and pieces like your hardware, like your felt. If you choose to, you might choose to put something else. You might want to put another little pocket there because you've got more than enough with the PVC that you're not actually paying for. So usually £26.99 would get you that, which is brilliant because you've got the inspiration, you've got 2 metres of fabric, which is brilliant, but you're actually getting your vinyl as a bonus in there. You're not paying for that. So that is your second option. 2 more options. I am going to go for this one here, which... Oh, now this one's slightly different fabric with this particular one. So it's a slightly weightier fabric. Feels like a Panama, yeah. I was going to say that is. Sometimes I look at things and I think, oh, that feels like a Panama or a half Panama. And then I'm like, oh, I'm not going to say it out loud, just in case. Just in case. I'll just think it for a bit longer. So this one, beautiful, 100% cotton. Gorgeous. Now, it's the snake's head design. Is it? I can't see any snakes in there at all. More like thistles. Oh, it's a flower. There you go. See, I'm very uneducated in these departments. But there you go. I need to grow another few inches. Too short, too short. But again, big pieces of fabric, 2 pieces of fabric, and PVC for free on this one. Oh, she's got to do it. She's got to do it. So you're going to get your ½ metre of PVC. You're not paying for it, and it's actually going to get you on your way to your set. There's a lot of fabric in these bundles.
I reckon you could probably make 2 straight 3 organisers.
I think if you look at the way you're cutting it, because I mean, you look at that big piece of fabric and that feature fabric there. I mean,
that one definitely because it's wider.
Yes, yeah, of course, yeah. I'm not a mathematician, but.
You could even, I mean, that's a lovely cushion fabric.
Just saying. You've got way more than you need. Way more than you need. But let's not tell anybody, eh? Just keep quiet. So there you go, £26.99. That one is your William Morris one. If you're wanting to go down the route for that one, then the details are on your screen. And then I'm just going to pop that over to the side as I bring it. I don't know which one's my favourite. I do quite like this one as well. And this one... polka dots. It's polka dots. I love polka dots. That features in all of them. This one's your Henry Glass. And there you go. $29.99. Is it? No. Bringing that vinyl out of the pricing, but it's still in your bundle. So $26.99. If you've already checked out your baskets, which I know some of you have done already, then you are still paying that lower price alongside everybody else. So there you go. 4 different beautiful options. You just need to decide. That's a gorgeous fabric. And again, way more than you are going to need. Way more. I wouldn't be surprised if you're looking at outers. You could potentially make 4, I think, 3 or 4 when you're looking at these. Dare I say. I mean, it's a little over that size, but if you did it that way, ooh, cut your fabrics carefully, make the most out of it. So there you go, £26.99. You're liking that one, and I can understand why. It's a really pretty one. Now, brace yourselves, because it's going to get crazy. The pattern itself is available, £9.99, and half of the stock has gone. That just shows you how popular organisation is when it comes to sewers. We love it. We love it. So again, if you're wanting to get hold of your Retreat Organiser instructions, it's all there for just £9.99. So take advantage of it while you have the opportunity to do so. Go for it. QSZ838. Is that all-important item number? Any questions that you need to ask, please shout. We've got the additional bits and pieces that we've spoken of, things like your H640, we've got zips, we've got felt. In fact, we're going to mention this because lots of you are adding this into your basket as well. Now, this is the medium weight of your H640. If you're not familiar with H640, I'm sure you will be, so apologies. Sold by the ½ metre, cut to order. So again, if you do want to go for more, you can do. One side, you've got little tiny pips. You can feel it. It's the rougher tougher of the two, and that is where the adhesive is for you to actually kind of adhere it to your fabrics. And you've got the fluffy side on the other side there. Instructions are actually on the selvage edge there, so you don't have to look for a little piece of paper or go onto the internet. It's all there. What sort of quantity will we need? Putting you on the spot, Sarah, with regards to this one.
So you're going to need a piece that's going to be the full size of the Retreat Organiser. So a ½ metre.
So if you cut it that way, you'll be okay.
But I do, I don't know if other people do this, but I do actually join that together
I
with a
do
zigzag.
all the time.
Yeah.
All the time, yeah. Just a lot of machines will come with a joining stitch, which is kind of like a zigzag. If you've not got a joining stitch, zigzag. But there you go, you can see. So that is your H640. You've got that bit left over there and that run across the bottom there as well. So you're certainly going to make one, and then I would take that piece, stitch it down the side with a joining stitch, and you're making two out of one piece. So yeah. There you go. And you won't see the join because it kind of butts together. Don't overlap it and stitch it because you'll end up with a ridge. Put the two together and do your zigzag so it kind of catches each fabric as it moves across. So there you go, H640, take advantage of that. Things like your zips and felt, they are all available as well. You've also got your interfacing because you're going to need that as well. Medium weight hemline, details I think popping up on your screen, not sure. Threads, we've got hardware, we've got the little hooky bits, as Hannah's just said to me. So yeah, move that out. Might already have these, but if not, we've got a little bundle for you. So there you go, you've got your little clasp there, and then you've got your square rings there. And he said square D rings, but that's kind of not the thing, is it? They're either square rings or they're D rings, but you know what I mean. And as I said, all the zips that you need, they're all on the website as well. So we get our bundle of gorgeousness home. What do we need to do first, Sarah?
Right, what do you need to do first? So, vinyl. If you've not sewn with vinyl before, let me just give you some hints and tips on vinyl. Sometimes when you're laying it out to cut, it can be a little bit tricky. So sometimes I put a piece of tissue paper.
I'm the same, yeah.
And I use that to help me cut. Sometimes I draw the shape that I need to cut onto the tissue paper. Sometimes, you know, there's just find a way so that you can see what's going on, because sometimes when the vinyl is there, it's a bit slippy and it's a bit tricky.
I'll give you that. You might need to reference that, won't you?
I will. And then when we're sewing with vinyl, we're going to lengthen our stitches. So earlier on, we were doing the FPP, we were shortening it all down. This time we're going to lengthen it, but it's for exactly the same reason. Every time you put your needle into the vinyl, it's going to create a hole in it. And what we don't want to do is end up perforating it too much, which is what we did want to do earlier on. So I would tend to use a stitch length of about 3.5 for my vinyl. But what I would encourage you to do is just use one of your little bits of offcuts and just stitch through it and just see what that looks like on your machine, because all machines can be slightly different, but you're looking for a longer stitch basically. Use a nice sharp needle, because again, it's got to pierce through the vinyl. But other than that, with vinyl, it's relatively easy to use, especially in the context of how I'm using it today, because our presser foot isn't actually ever going to really touch it today. It's always going to have fabric sitting on top of it. So we don't have to worry too much about a Teflon foot, which is what I would recommend in other situations.
Perfect. And of course, your vinyl is actually included free of charge in with your bundle price, because we dropped the price down, or Hannah dropped the price down. I just did as I was told to and told you.
Yeah. I would recommend when your vinyl arrives through the post that you just unfold it and just let it sit somewhere, because it does come crease when it comes through the post, it has to. But actually, it's not a memory crease unless you leave it like that, bung it in the pile and forget about it.
Yeah.
So I would just unpack it as soon as it arrives, a bit like the plants that come through the post, and just let it sit somewhere where it can sit like relatively flat. And then if you've got the opportunity to roll it up onto something, that's the best way to store it. But obviously, if you can store it with as few creases as possible and with as little weight on top of it as possible, that would be best.
Good tip, like that. But don't press it. Don't put any heat on it at all.
No.
Just leave it to do its own thing.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So you've got all your full cutting instructions, and just to talk you through the project a little bit, because some of it's a bit deceptive, it has actually got 5 pockets. So if I start down at the bottom, we've got a zip pocket here with a vinyl window. We've also got a slip pocket behind there. So
just mind your microphone. I just thought you were holding it up close to you there. Sorry.
So if I just do, so you've got vinyl pocket, you've got a slip pocket, so you can fit a ruler in there, and then actually you've got another slip pocket behind here.
They're like hidden pockets.
Yeah. So there's three pockets down there, and then if we look at the middle section, exactly the same. We've got a big zip pocket with that big slip pocket behind it. So 5 pockets, and then this area at the top, which I'll get onto, which is going to allow you to just be a little bit freeform if you want to.
Love it.
So I'm going to take you through the construction of this bottom area down here, because it's going to cover the zip and then just show you how we're sort of giving all the lovely detailing to it, really. So you get that flash of the outside fabric coming through. Nice. When it comes to cutting out your fabrics, all of the bits, ideally, I would interface them just to give them that little bit of extra strength so it holds its shape a bit better. You can do that one of 2 ways. You can cut all your bits of fabric out, and you can cut all your bits of interfacing out and then sort of match it all together. Or if you're quite happy to have a few offcuts hanging around, get your piece of interfacing across the back of your fabric, interface the whole bit first, and then do all your cutting up.
Okay, that makes sense.
And I keep those bits to one side and use them in other projects, so nothing's wasted. And actually, sometimes, depending on the interfacing, you know, if, for example, you did want to use it in a patchwork project and you didn't need the interfacing, you can sometimes pull it apart as well. So
sometimes reheating it kind of activates the glue to allow you to pull it apart again.
Yeah. So we're going to make sure all those bits are interfaced. So I've got the lovely William Morris one that I'm demoing with here, which is really nice, really nice. And it is a slightly different weight fabric, but it's got a lovely texture to it. It's got more of a weave to it. It's really nice fabric. So the very, very first thing we're going to do is we're going to put a bit of that fabric onto our vinyl. So I've got my vinyl here, and then because I don't want to put pinholes in my vinyl, I am just using your classic patchwork clips.
Ah, good point, yes.
To work with. And all of the seam allowances on this project are 1/4 inch. Okay. So I'm just going to swap the foot over on the machine. Engage the glasses so I can see what I'm doing.
Yeah, sewing machines don't work without glasses.
No,
they
don't.
I've done that myself.
And then all I'm going to do is I'm just going to attach this strip onto the vinyl, and then I'll be folding it back. So I'm just going to whiz that through. As I say, because I'm not using, because the press foot isn't touching the vinyl, I don't need to worry about a Teflon foot.
That's a really good tip.
Oh, and I forgot to do my stitch length. So I'm just going to increase my stitch length up. So the vinyl will feed through really well on top of your sewing machine. But if you find, because all plastic things are slightly different, if you find that your machine sticks a little bit, again, just taping a little bit of tissue paper over this part of the machine can sometimes give it a little bit.
Just the friction, isn't it? It just it kind of wants to grab on, Some really good tips there, though. It's a nice project to give it a go, to be honest. They're small pieces that you're working with, so very manageable.
So I'm just going to fold that back. So I can't iron this, so you are relying on the good old finger press. But a lot of these fabrics are all cottons. They're going to do it really, really well. And so, trying to see if you can see that. So that's that bit.
Have you ever done the rubbing it down the edge of the table thing?
No.
What's that? Can I come and join you?
Yeah, of course you can.
Okay. So it's a similar sort of idea. Similar sort of idea to the fingernail. But what you can do, this is a bit rounded here, to be honest, but what you can actually do is just rub it on the edge of a table like that. Helps more so if you've got a square edge, but then it will flatten it down a little bit more sometimes.
I love it.
There you go, you can have that one.
Oh. Fabulous. And that's the best thing about is just meeting lots of different people that do the same thing as you. Everyone's got
all got little tips.
Yeah. So, that's that bit on. So now we need to put the zip onto the top bit. So, and this is where you might want to think about whether you're a left or a right-handed person. So in this pouch here, I'm right-handed, but I'm pulling that way. It might be that you want it the other way. So it's for you to decide, because I'm right-handed, but that for me feels quite comfortable. But for somebody else right-handed, they might want to go that way.
And I suppose it depends on which way round you're holding it and different things.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but get it right at this stage.
So I'm going to put my zip on the table, and then I am going to bring my fabric up to it. Now you'll notice that the zip is longer than the piece of fabric. This is completely intentional.
Ah, okay.
So if I had a zip with the stopper and it was just the right size, then you've always got to be worrying about what that stopper's doing.
Yeah.
So I like to do it so that both of the zip stoppers are hanging over the edge of the fabric, and I don't have to worry about what they're doing.
It's always a good tip, that one. It seems a little bit wasteful, but it just makes it so easy. And quite often, I mean, when you're looking at $1.79 for a zip from us here, it makes sense that you obviously get a shorter one, and it'd probably be a few pennies less. But for those few pennies, I think it just makes it easier.
Well, do you know what I do, Hayley? I get longer zips, and I get spare zip heads.
Yes, that's
and then I'll maybe get a zip that's twice as long as that, and then I'll just put another zip head on the bottom bit that I chop off.
Yeah.
That or the continuous zipper, but...
Yes. Okay. Which are on the website, I think. So there you go. Lovely. So you've got your zipper foot on?
So I've just put my zipper foot on the machine, and people always wonder, oh, which way round should my zipper foot go? Because obviously you can go onto either side of it. So I am going to be sewing so that my zip is... to the left of my needle. Okay. So the zip teeth are going to be to the left of my needle because I am stitching down on the right-hand side of the zip tape, if you can see here. So the zip teeth are to the left of my needle. Therefore, my needle needs to come down on the left-hand side.
Right. Okay.
So,
oh, no, I shouldn't have said right, should I? Correct. I affirm it.
So if you ever get confused, just think about which side of the needle, in most situations, your teeth are going to be, and then that's which way round you should load your zip. Your zip head. Right, I'm just going to slide that clip down, going to get the zip lowered into position, and then I'm just going to stitch that on. You could, at this point, reduce your stitch length back down to normal if you wanted to, but I tend to think that sometimes we do it up and down, and we get confused. So I always just leave my stitch length at that little bit longer. It's not going to be to the detriment.
It's easy to leave it on the shorter stitch, and then you come to do some more PVC, and it's like, oh, I forgot to change the stitch back. So
I've lost my foot.
I'm with you on that one. Just try and keep it the same. Keep life simple. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Okay, so I'm just going to stitch this in place. So I've got the edge of the zipper foot running along where the zip teeth are. I'm just going to do a little bit of reversing there because it's the zip. And I can feel that as I'm running through. Sometimes you can use the edge of your zipper foot as a guide. So every machine is slightly different, I find, when it comes to zips and the zipper presser foot. And then I'm just going to do a bit of reverse at the bottom.
Lovely.
So now...
Looking good. Oh, I like that contrast. That black zip looks brilliant there. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so that's all attached to the right side. What I'm going to do now is attach a piece of fabric to the wrong side.
And again, the pattern will explain all the different sizes.
Pattern will explain all this because if I just show you the flash of the inside, you can see how it's nice and neat and finished on the inside as well.
Oh, I see, yes, yeah.
So some people might go, oh, well, I don't need that because I don't need this to be nice and neat and finished. But it's really important because it's going to join down to the vinyl. Yeah. Okay, so don't short circuit this one. Don't think it isn't necessary. So I'm just going to reclip.
That's it. Trust the guidance that you've got with your instructions.
Yeah, sometimes when we read a pattern through, we're like, oh, I don't know why they've done that. I'm not going to do that. But generally speaking, I think if you follow it, it will have worked out in the end. So I'm just going to stitch this on in exactly the same way, but this is going on to the back of the zip.
Lovely. Details are up on your screen for this particular kit. So this kit, the vinyl, the 1/2 metre of vinyl that you've got creating the pockets that Sarah's doing at the moment is free. You're going to get that. The price has dropped down to accommodate for that. This is the William Morris version with that gorgeous grey half Panama that you've got in here. Beautiful design. So yeah, 2 metres of your outer fabric, well, 2 metres of your fabric in total, split across your outer fabric and also your polka dot. You'll have loads of fabric left over because, of course, it's wide. It's extra wide, that William Morris fabric. If you are a fan of William Morris fabric, stay tuned after this hour because we've got an hour of fabulous William Morris, all sorts of gorgeousness. And this is the project that you can see is being created, that fabulous organiser. Love it. Looks amazing. Right, what's next?
So I've stitched that on. Now, I stitched it from the back and just did another stitch line. But if you were worried, you could have turned it over from the front and just gone over the same stitching there. Okay. And then we're going to look to press that away from, so you can see just in a little bit there, because I didn't follow the same line of stitching from the other side. There's a little bit of stitching come through.
Oh, there's worse things you could have done.
Well, if I was at home, I'd probably just re-stitch it to hide it, but we're demoing, we'll keep going.
Okay.
So what we want to do is we want this to come down and be turned under so that when it's in place, if I just hold it there like that for the moment, when we turn it over, we can't see any of it flashing through to the front, okay? So this is when I like to use the double-sided tape.
Ah, this is useful.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is just get a bit of the double-sided tape and I'm just going to stick that on top of the vinyl.
Again, it's another one that is so, so useful. I mean, it's actually called wash away quilter's tape, but you can see it's not just for quilting at all as well. You can use it in lots of different ways. Good thing is, though, it disappears after you're washing your projects, so you can use it in your quilts if you're wanting to. A project like this, you're probably not going to wash it away anyway, but it is designed to be used with your sewing machine, so please don't think that you can just go and grab any reel of double-sided tape and use it. You can't. This has been created by Sew Easy to make sure that it doesn't have any detrimental effect on your needle and kind of the workings of your machine as well. So yeah, very affordable at £6.99. A little goes a long way, so lovely.
So I've popped a little bit of that tape onto the back of here where my vinyl is, and it sticks really nicely to the vinyl. It's got a good attachment. And then this edge is going to get turned under, and then we're going to fold that down. So I'm just guesstimating that, but the measurement is 1/4 inch.
Okay.
So I'm just going to stick that on top of there so that the two layers are actually as level and even as I can get them to be, so that hopefully none of this back piece will show through to the front.
Beautifully neat.
So that's that pushed down. And if I just check from the front, I'm really happy with that. So what I can do now is I'm going to stitch that down, but what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to do it all in top stitching in one go. So from this side of the project now, I'm going to do a little bit of top stitching down here, where the two fabrics are onto the zip, and then I shall do a bit of top stitching down here, which will attach that fabric at the back to the vinyl and give a nice decorative effect as well.
Is it okay if I show everybody the bundle while you're doing that?
Absolutely, I'll get that done.
Lovely, and I'll join you in just a few moments with that. So if you're liking the look of the version that Sarah is working with, I have got everything that you need, bar your kind of, you might want to use foam, you might want to use wadding. That's not included within the bundle, you choose. But what is included free of charge is your PVC, your vinyl, 1/2 metre, which is going to be more than enough for one project. You're probably going to be able to make at least 2. You're also going to get your William Morris fabric, which is extra wide on this occasion, which again is more than enough, because if I hold this up again and I show you, I mean, this is huge. It is huge. And when you consider the size of the project, you could potentially, especially with the William Morris one, potentially get 4 of those, because you're only using this fabric on the outer of your project. You've got the lining as well, and the lining to this one is a gorgeous kind of charcoal grey with a polka dot, really pretty design. In fact, they've all got polka dots. And again, you're going to get 1 metre of that, which is way more than you need as well. So think about how you're cutting your fabrics and maximise it. The little scraps that you've got left over, keep those, because you could use them for little purses, little bags, little storage elements. Could be tabs and tags that go inside, because you are deciding on the construction of your project, to be honest. You can do little kind of uniform elements like we're seeing Sarah do at the moment, but it is all explained within your instructions, which are coming as well with it as well. So absolutely beautiful. Now the Michael Miller one, I think it's this one, wasn't it? Is that this one? With the big flowers. The big flowers? So is that one? That one. Oh, I thought we said that was Henry Glass. The just like to keep me on my toes. So very quickly, and then we'll go back over to Sarah. So this one is proven to be a very popular option. So this one is a beautiful, it's almost like geraniums there, absolutely gorgeous. Polka dot again in that lovely duck egg blue there, and you've got your PVC in there, which you're not paying for because it's included within the price, and you're going to get your instructions as well. So £9.99 if you want to go for the patterns by itself, but to be honest, if you knock £9.99 off the price that we've got there, let's call it a tenner. Let's call it a tenner. So you consider £16.99 for you to actually get the fabrics to create potentially heading 3 or 4 of those. Then I think it's definitely worth going for. You've got a metre of this beautiful fabric, metre of the polka dot, and then a ½ metre of your vinyl, and you've also got your pattern there as well, all for just £26.99, and it's £19.99 for its pattern. I always consider the bundles, even if you're thinking, well, I don't know if I'd use that for that project. You've got plenty of fabric there for any project that you're wanting to create, so it's still worth going for it as well. So there you go. So those are 2 of the options. I'll show you the others in a little while. We'll head back over and see what Sarah's up to. So what's next?
Okay, so I've stitched all of that panel down to the bottom of the zip. So we're now going to create this top part of the zip. And what we're going to do is we're going to take this, so this is I decided this was the lining, so I was wanting to see the hero fabric on the outside. So this is now going to end up attached to the back of the zip like so, okay? So I've got the zip the right way up, and I'm just going to now stitch that zip onto that background fabric, and I'm also just going to baste down the edges a little bit just to hold it all together to make it easier.
We'll stick with you on that then. So again, keeping your zipper foot in place.
Keeping my zipper foot in place. I was just about to do it without having clipped it, which would have been very much a schoolboy error.
Yeah, it's one of those things that sometimes you think, oh, I'll just speed things up a bit.
Yeah, never works out that way.
Especially if you're working with something, a material that you're not familiar with, so something like your PVC or your vinyl, as we're calling it, then yeah, it is worth taking those precautions. Don't use pins though. Quilt clips, we've got those on the website if you've not got them already. Yeah, just take your time with it, I think that's the thing. And as you said, lengthen that stitch.
Yeah. So I'm just feeding that through.
There we go. It's not struggling at all, is it?
No.
For anybody that's not stitched with vinyl before, I mean, is it a tricky fabric to stitch with once you've kind of got over that stickiness of
I don't think so. I think the most important thing is to have a decent weight one.
Yes.
So I'm a bit thrifty, and I do sometimes repurpose packaging.
Yes. Yeah.
And what you find is that that's quite a bit thinner, and then it just doesn't hold up quite so well, and it distorts. It stretches as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
So do go for, just spend a little bit of money on that bit, because actually often it's the vinyl that elevates the project, makes it look a little bit more important. So we've just done the zip, and then just so that my foot isn't going to touch the vinyl, I'm just going to whiz down, and I'm not going to do the whole area, I'm just going to do a little bit at the bottom on both sides, just so that that's all anchored together.
So it's basically just keeping it secure for the next stage. That makes sense.
Yeah, so you're going to do it within the seam allowance. You're going to do it quite close to the edge.
Good tip.
So that's one side, and then I'll just do a little bit on the other side.
Now, if people are thinking of making these, obviously with the kits, or if they've gone for the pattern, are we okay to make and sell? I mean, what's your angel policy?
I don't mind. I think as long as people have made them and they then go on to sell them, that's absolutely fine. Obviously, that isn't. I'm giving you the pattern.
Yeah.
So, no, I don't have a problem with anything.
Because I'm just thinking, not just as a retreat organiser. I mean, these are going to be brilliant. Kids could have these in the back of the car.
Oh, do you know what? It's not dissimilar to a book bag, that they take to school.
Put a colouring book in there. Put pencils in there. It might be those little game cartridges that they pop in.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
stuff like that.
Yeah, you could just change the way. You could have 2 loops at the top to tie it through the headrest or whatever. No, do you know what? I made an organiser when our kids were small, and it's never occurred to me that this could be a replacement one. So what am I doing next? The next thing I'm doing is, so this is a piece of my back of my hero fabric. Now, you might say that it's a bit wasted because it actually ends up going down the back of the pocket, but it's going to give me this nice little bit of contrast here as well.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So bear with, all will become clear. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to clip that onto, this is the right side of the zip. Okay. And then, as I said before, if you turn it over and go over the same line, that can be a lot easier for you. So this time, that's exactly what I'm going to do. So it's all clipped together. And I'm now just going to stitch over the same line that I stitched on earlier.
It's a good tip, that one, as well, because it's not something that everybody would think of doing. But like you say, it makes it all nice and neat.
Yeah, it keeps it where it should be. I'm obviously using a contrasting thread, so you can see exactly what's going on, which is much less forgiving. But it's nicer if you can stitch over the same lines, because then everything sits a bit better.
Lovely.
Okay, so then what happens is that gets folded up, and then you turn it over and it gets folded down the back.
Ah, okay.
And then when you line it all up, you get that lovely little bit of contrast up there. So again, just a bit of finger pressing, you could iron that if you wanted to.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to top stitch down that folded edge that's really close to the zip.
I love it. Shall I show you the next two bundles just while that's being stitched in place, just very, very quickly? Bundle that we're using at the moment, and I'll show you quickly this one. The reason being is it's oversubscribed. So this is your William Morris version. So the William Morris version has got that gorgeous fabric that's a weighty fabric, extra wide, more than enough to create your first, if not potentially 4 projects. You will need more of your vinyl. Vinyl, you've got enough there for 2. That is your William Morris one if you're wanting the look of that one. And your vinyl works out as being free because that price has been brought down. The other options that we've got, showing you the gorgeous florals. We've got that fabulous sample that we've seen on the set there, using that gorgeous Liberty. Did we say it was Liberty? We felt it was Liberty, didn't we? It is Liberty. And then you've got, oh yeah, it's on the name there. That'll be it. So you've got your polka dot and your pink there, and again, you're going to get all of your fabrics, way more than you're going to need. And then the last one that we've got for you, if you like your florals, then you're definitely going to want to go for this one, because you've got all your gorgeous hero prints, those large flowers there. And again, you've got that navy polka dot, you've got your vinyl there, and you've got your pattern. £26.99 again. Again, it's you're not paying for your vinyl and any of these bundles because the price has been dropped down. And again, we've only got a handful of these left, if as much as a handful, to be fair, if you're choosing this particular option as well. Now, the instructions by themselves, they are available as a pattern. So if you want to get these, £9.99, well over half the stock has gone. But one thing I would say is do consider the price of those bundles, because if you're paying £9.99 for your pattern, just for an extra £16 there or thereabouts, if you excuse the pennage, you're getting 2.5 metres of fabric, or should I say 2.5 metres of fabric, not 2.5, 2.5 metres of fabric, and you're also getting your vinyl as well. Is it? Oh, that's the half. You said 2.5, so that's, yeah. So you've got 2 metres of fabric and half a metre of that. So yeah, it is 2.5 metres, isn't it, in effect? Yeah. So there you go, for £16. So yeah. And you don't have to use that. If you've got a different fabric, then you can use it. But as you can see, if you're going for something like the Liberty fabric, then you've got a really pretty look to this one, because that gorgeous little polka dot just enhancing the outside edges, and of course featuring as the lining on the inside. Love it. Have you had any questions come through? Everybody's following it. Oh, brilliant. There's no questions. I love it. Right, let's get back to Sarah and see what we do next.
Okay. So we've now created our little bit of a pocket, which is going to be this bit here. So I'm just going to now, I'm going to base the edges here where the zip is open, so that that's now closed. I'll trim the zip off, and that zip head won't end up pinging off that end. And then I'll just baste across this end as well, so I can't accidentally take the zipper.
Yeah, make sure that don't do what I've done once, and quite recently. Moved the zipper out the way and then basted it before I moved the zipper back in again, so I couldn't get it in to make the zip work. So very little tiny zip at the end.
So.
Once we've got to the end of this demonstration, I'm going to get you to take us around all the different pockets and things, because it's really clever, the construction. You've almost got hidden pockets in there. Love it.
Right. So that's that pocket piece created. So that's now going to get stitched onto this bit here, which is waiting for it.
Oh, Maxine's loving this organiser. Maxine, thank you. Isn't it brilliant?
So that is going to be positioned there. So we're matching up the bottom edge of that. And then this one is going to come down on top.
Okay.
So making sure that your zip head is well away. So even if you were closing it over here, just make sure it's well away from this bit over here.
Fair enough.
Because we're going to put fabrics right sides together. And we're going to clip all of that in place. So it's going to be, your needle's going to be going and your machine going to be going through quite a bit of fabric here, but it should be fine. If you
I suppose you've still got that longer stitch length, that's going to help with that.
Definitely. And if you know that your machine's a little bit finicky when it comes to tension, so some machines you have to change all the time, you have to fiddle around with the tensions, and some you don't. So if you know yours is one of those ones that's a little bit finicky, just think about the fact that your needle thread is having to go through all the threads are having to go through much more fabric. Yeah. So you can just lower to loosen your tension, and then there'll be a little bit more thread come through. So if my machine was normally on a 4, and I know it's a bit finicky, maybe I would drop it to a 3.
See, that's another little phrase, lower to loosen.
Lower to looser, higher, tighter.
Ah.
It's like being in the studio, you see, you're getting all the top tips.
I love this, because I always forget, lower to loosen.
Lower to looser.
Mind you, I must admit, my tension on mine's not too bad, so I just leave it while it's happy. But taking it slow. Oh, we've got another question come through. Sarah, could you use all of the fabric if you didn't want to use vinyl? So if you didn't want the see-through pockets?
Yeah, if you didn't want a see-through pocket, you could just have a bit of fabric. You would just, you could even just these bits that are surrounding the zip at the bottom, you could just make those longer.
Make them full length.
Yeah, or you could patchwork it and have a couple of fabrics there.
Oh, good question. Like that question from Lynn, that was, yeah. It's all about kind of, as you said, it's like a recipe. You've got the different sections that you can make. You can choose how few or how many you use of those, how you're putting them together, which fabrics you're using. It's having kind of the components to make it what you need it to be. I suppose as well, if you wanted that particular pocket to be a little bit longer or a little bit shorter, you can kind of play around with that. My suggestion would be make it as is to start with, so you understand the construction of it, and then play around with them so you don't confuse yourself. But that's me. Perhaps I simply need it simple. I don't know. But yeah, play around with it.
So if I just fold that fabric back,
lovely,
you can see that that's the
pocket. Yes, it's all got caught in, yeah.
So now what we're doing is exactly the same technique on this fabric here. We're just going to press back to the seam line. So I'm just rolling that out to the right place, and then flipping it over and folding it down the back. So then when you turn it over,
oh, look at that.
You've got that lovely finish.
Look neat.
Yeah.
So it's not an added binding, it's all done in there. Ah, clever. Incidentally, if you are inspired by the fabrics and you're looking for the bundle, sadly, it's our first sell out of the 4 bundles. So,
Is it?
Has gone. So if you could just repeat all of that with a different fabric, Sarah, that'd be really helpful. No, just kidding. But yes, if you were looking for that one, yeah, it has sold out. Instructions are still available. The other 3 options are still available. So yeah, you can still get hold of it. We've got a William Morris show coming up in after the break. So if you are inspired by that William Morris look, we've got loads of fabrics. You could kind of make your own kit up during the next hour. So I might keep a note of the pattern and take it with me for the next hour as well, because it might be an idea. So that's a bit that's wrapped around.
So now,
in place. Lovely.
That bottom segment, that whole bit there is now complete.
Got you.
Yeah, so it looks really complicated.
Yes, it does.
But it really isn't, because actually the technique of that attaching the top over, attaching the right sides together and folding it down the back gives you just a really nice, neat finish and a little bit of extra detailing.
When you come to your final construction and adding your binding in, it all brings it all together.
Absolutely. And
now, the binding, oh, so you're about to
say. The binding on this it's self-bound in a fabric, so it's entirely up to you which one you choose. But it's using what we would do traditionally on a patchwork quilt. So you don't have to be a quilter to do it, but there's full instructions that you can download and access again if you want to do it that way, if you haven't ever done it like that before.
Perfect. And the link for that is on the back of the pattern, so you can actually go and download that. So you don't need extra binding. It's a very clever technique. Check it out. Now, we've had a lovely message come through. There's a couple of things that we need to do. So this one, I have ordered the navy and going to put my tablet in it. It's a good idea.
Yes.
That is. Honestly, the size of it, in fact, I don't know where our tablet is. We've got it over there. I might go and find it. We'll see if it'll fit in just a few moments. So, yeah, Margaret, good suggestion. I think there's going to be loads of different ideas. Talking of which, can you talk us around your finished sample there? Because obviously there's those almost like little hidden pockets.
Yeah.
And I know you guys will have loads of ideas with regards to those. So, yeah, if you're wanting to pop whatever you like in, you can.
So, down at the bottom, we've got this multi-way pocket, which is the one I've just been demoing. So you've got a nice zip pocket here, which is about, I think it's about 8 inches square, to give you an idea of dimensions. And then behind that, you've got a nice slip pocket, which you can put something quite long into. And that will stay nice and in place. And then behind that, you've got a big pocket. Have you got the tablet there?
There you go.
So, tablet fits quite happily in there. Yeah. And also quite happily, because they're more or less the same size, in that pocket there as well.
That's brilliant, yeah. Fabulous.
So yeah, that's the bottom pocket. And then we've got another zip pocket up here, which is really quite large. So that's going to take easily longer things like scissors that wouldn't fit in the bottom pocket, some of your other rulers maybe. And then behind that, we've got that bigger pocket, which I was expecting. So for me, what's really important is to have a sort of decent sized cutting mat, but one that's portable. So that slides down in there. A4 patterns would go down in there as well. And then this area at the top is really just for you to make your own completely. So I show you how to do a couple of tabs in case you want to put some hardware there, in case you want to hang it up. But I've put a bit of felt because it's sort of hand sewing-y for me. And threads, when I go and take hand sewing on a trip, I actually take a bobbin of thread rather than the whole reel.
That's a good tip.
Just because they're more compact.
Yeah.
But I know some people like to have a long bit of elastic that's stitched in places to hold their reels. So you could personalise it and put that up there. Or you mentioned earlier about putting another zip pocket. You could absolutely just follow exactly the same technique and put one there. And then when it closes, it just closes by folding up. So it's rather than being constrained by a fastening, it can actually be as bulky or as fat as you want it to be, because it's just got to come together and then you're just going to carry it.
Wraps around. Yeah. And I know Sue was asking about having a look at the inside, so hopefully, Sue, that has covered all of the questions you might have. I think it's brilliant because there were pockets in there that I didn't even realise that were there. It's like bits disappear in there. It's brilliant. Brilliant project. Love it. So yes, if you're wanting to take advantage of it, the blue and the pink, that is the first bundle that I'm going to recap on. There's only going to be 3 options that we go through now because that's all that we have left. But of course we do have the pattern by itself as well. So if you're wanting to hang around for the William Morris fabric show after this one, then you might be able to choose a version there. But this one is a Liberty one. And that beautiful blue Liberty with the florals in there. You've got that gorgeous polka dot fabric in there. And you have got your vinyl in there. So you've actually got 1 metre each of those and half metre of your vinyl. Your vinyl, with the price on your screen, you're not paying for. So £26.99. Hannah's done us a really good price on these deals. And £9.99, a tenner, if you will, would be the cost of your pattern. So for £16.99, for you to get 2.5 metres of fabric, then yeah, I think that's a brilliant value bundle. So do consider that. You might have another project for the fabric. You might want to make it up just as we have seen here, because to be honest, it looks absolutely beautiful. Love it. But then we've got options. That's what we do here. We give you one choice and then move that out of the way and you see another one that's your new favourite. It's what happens here. This one has been a popular one. So this one is a Henry Glass one from his collection. It's that gorgeous green tone there. Lovely kind of bright tone. You've got that fabulous polka dot in there and you have got your vinyl. And again, I'm going to Come and join me, Sarah, for the last bit of the show. I'm going to get you to bring that over because I'm actually going to open up the fabric and show that the fabric that you've got is way more than you need. So if I hold the fabric up, and I'll get Sarah to show you, this is the kind of the outside of your fabric that I've got here. I mean, depending on how you position it, and it's almost non-directional, this one, Sarah.
Definitely got 3 there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Absolutely.
you could have more if you pieced it as well.
That's it, yeah. There you go. Thank you for that. And I suppose you could play around with the pockets if you wanted to do those in a contrast. Well, you become the designer, don't you? What Sarah's done is put it all down so as you know how it all comes together, but you play around with the fabrics and how you put it together. Similar sort of size fabric that you've got with your polka dots, your vinyl in there, 1/2 metre, and of course that all important pattern. So that one is your Henry Glass. The last one that we've got, if we've gone through them, we might as well mention the last one because this one has been a popular one too as well. Very elegant look with the gorgeous florals. Beautiful. This one you're liking a lot. This one is now limited with regards to the quantities available. And again, you are going to get your instructions with this one too. So there you go. But if you want the instructions by themselves, always a popular option. Many of us have got lots and lots of fabric that would lend themselves to this brilliantly. So yeah, as you've seen, you're going to get a lot of these out of just 1 metre of fabric. So if you want to use your own stash, then the details are on your screen there, QSZ838. Don't forget those all-important items. We spoke of interfacing and also H640. So you've got 1/2 metre here of your H640 to add that kind of squidginess, that little bit of kind of loft and padding to your project. So that is there. And then you're also going to need your iron-on interfacing, which we can help you with as well. From Hemline, so know that we've got quality there, and that is fusible, so very easy. You'll be able to see the adhesive on that when you open up the packet. And don't forget to add those little twiddly bits. Zips wise, we can help you with your zip. So the black zip there, this one is your 24-inch zip. £1.79. There's loads and loads of other zips that are available on the website as well, just to show you that is going to create that zipped pocket that you've got there. And of course you will have your longer zip section, so we can help you with that as well, because we have got those available for you too as well. 41 centimetres, that particular one, oversized because they're meant to be. And if you go back and watch the demonstration, you will understand why. Now, we've got the vinyl by itself that I know lots of you are shopping for as well. It's cut to order in half-inch increments. I nearly said that, 1/2 metre increments.
Teeny tiny people.
Little tiny pockets. So yeah, 1/2 metre increments. So if you do want to go for your pattern and your vinyl, then why not go for it? It's only £2.99, so definitely worth going for. And then the twiddly bits, if you want things like your felt and you want things like your hardware, you'll find all of these on the website as well. Sarah, when are you back on our screens? I've really enjoyed working with you today.
Probably August or September.
Okay.
We've got exams in our house.
Oh, have you? Yeah. Oh, gosh, focus is elsewhere at the moment.
Focusing elsewhere, yeah, just for the short term.
Oh, well, good luck with all of that. It's never an easy time in any household, is it? But I'm sure it'll all come good in the end.
Always
so, yeah.
isn't it?
Lovely. Well, it's been a pleasure. Thank
you. And
you. So there you go. That is us all done for this hour, but we have got another hour, which I would love for you to join us. We've got a William Morris hour. And I say William Morris in the loose sense because we've actually got some extra wide fabrics I'm going to share with you as well. So, yeah, they're nice fabrics. See you on the other side of this.
Join us this Friday for the Kay Facet Day. We've got everything you can imagine. We've got quilts, we've got pre-cuts, we've got fabrics, we've got extra wide, we've got Catherine White, and we've got me. Make sure you're there from 8 o'clock on Friday.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Hi everyone, Andy here from Hobbymaker. I'm very proud to tell you that Sewing Street, Hobbymaker and Jewellery Maker are launching their first crafting weekend in conjunction with Craftopia, taking place on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May at the Abbey Hotel, Golf and Spa here in our hometown of Redditch. What you can expect from the weekend is 4 workshops featuring 4 of your favourite crafting experts. From Hobbymaker, we have Sandra Rushton, who'll be focusing on an introduction to zantangling. We have Carla Bagshaw, who'll be introducing us to the world of thermal cinching and bookbinding and all things American crafts. From Sewing Street, we have Wendy Orlando. She'll be introducing you to hand sewing with a couple of projects that you can make along and take with you. And from Jewellery Maker, we have Debbie Kershaw, who'll be guiding you through how to make your own jewellery that you can make and take away with you. The workshops are a huge part of the weekend, but what's also included are all of your meals, your accommodation, all of the extra elements that we have planned for you, including the legendary Saturday night dinner. Well, not only will it be a 3-course meal, it will also include a craft raffle and also a craft quiz as well. There's another reason to join us for the weekend, because we also have an exclusive 20% discount for everyone who attends that you can use across any of the Gemporia craft websites. So that's Hobbymaker, Sewing Street or Jewellery Maker. So make sure you join us for what is a limited edition experience at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in Redditch on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May. I hope to see you there.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
I'm feeling a bit sad. It's the last hour this morning. It's been a brilliant morning though, hasn't it? We've had so much fun, so many fabulous guests. And this hour, I get the opportunity to share some beautiful, well, fabrics and beyond, to be honest, because we've got loads of wonderful things. But there's some things that we didn't manage to show you earlier on, so we're going to have a little look at those. And to be honest, when you look at these, well, it'd be criminal not to actually show you them because they are beautiful. Now, let me show you these fabrics, because these are extra wide fabrics, and we love our extra wides here at Sewing Street because we are able to bring them to you at such a phenomenal price. Now this one, oh my goodness, look at that. This is beautiful. Now, these are more than double the regular width of our fabric. So when you actually look at these, you're looking at, well, it's 2 3/4 meters wide. Okay, so I'm going to need a little bit of help with this one. So I'm going to look for a volunteer. Have we got a volunteer in the studio? Hey, come and join me, Jay. Now, here you go. Have you been on the camera before yet?
I haven't, but hello.
This is Jay. Now, Jay, you've only recently joined us here. Yeah. You settling in?
I am, yeah. Everyone's so lovely, so it's a great team to be a part of.
Oh, there you go. That's the correct answer. Right, now we're going to take a walk. Now, I've not had an argument with Joe. I'm going to walk in this direction because when I actually show you, this fabric is huge. Now, it's called extra wide for a reason, and this is beautiful because this is designed to be used, well, to be honest, it can be used in any project you like, but quite often we'll use them to back a quilt, which is why we need that extra width. Now, obviously, lengthwise, you've not got enough to back a quilt here because it's sold in the ½ metre increments, and we cut this to order. So if you have got a quilt and you're going to need 3 metres, then you just increase that quantity to 6, and that will accommodate for all of those repetitions that you need. But this is a lovely fabric. It's got that gorgeous, almost like a, well, it's called, did we call it alchemy, did we say, with that one? Oh, it looks like, oh, right, it's called Aurora. Oh, thank you, my sweetheart. Thank you for that. So, yeah, I mean, it's a lovely one. Lots of you have been taking advantage of that particular one. So, yeah, let me just show you that fabric again, just before we say goodbye to you, to this particular one. So there you go. Beautiful. I love all the different tones that you've got. Now, you've got almost like oranges. It's almost like fire running through it, isn't it? Deeper, darker tones there. Yeah, again, it does look like other fabrics that you might have out there from other designers, but it could be working. Maybe if you've got one of the Tim Holtz quilts and you're wanting to back it and you want something of a similar sort of style, obviously this is a very affordable way of doing it, $11.99 ½ metre. So as I say, take advantage of that one if you will. So I'm going to move that one from that gorgeous, bright, fiery red to something, this is very funky. I love this. Now, we'll open this one up again to give you a true essence of the feel of it. But isn't it brilliant? It's kind of funky and psychedelic and oil on water, and it almost looks like there's little eyes in here and all sorts. I love it. Again, it is that extra wide width, so I'm going to get Jay to help me again with this one, and we'll open this one up again. 100% cotton. What do you think of this one, Jay? Do you like it?
I actually really like this. You can do it for so much. It's like a perfect summer colour.
Absolutely. I'm thinking clothing with this one as well. So here we go. Let's open this one up. So again, because it's nearly, well, it's 2.5 metres wide, 274 in fact, you can see you've got a fabulous expanse of fabric there. So again, garments where you need more fabric, then this might be one to go to. It's a lovely kind of fluid feel with it as well. Perfect for you to use on the back of a quilt, but even more so for you to wear. We should wear our fabrics, shouldn't we, those gorgeous fabrics. $10.99 be the price on this one. Again, 100% cotton, cut to order. So if you want more of it, go for it. And Jay, I'm going to pass you that one again if I can. The details are on your screen. Pass it to Jay because she does it so much neater than I do. $10.99 is your price with this one. So if you do want to take advantage of that one, lots of, is that one called Crazy what? Crazy, I thought it said Paula then, or Paula. You can't call a fabric that. I've got a friend called Paula and there's nothing crazy about her. So there you go, beautiful fabrics. Absolutely gorgeous if you like to take advantage of that one as well. Extra wide. One more extra wide before we get onto the William Morris extra wide, and this one, oh, you love this one. It's always a popular one. It kind of plays with my head a little bit because I want to follow those lines around. It looks like maybe a cat's got hold of a ball of wool or something like that. It's all over the place here. Now, $10.99 is your price on this one. ½ metre again, 274 centimetres wide. Oh, Cat, you've leaned on the button. $8.99. Wow. ½ metre. That is an amazing price point. Jay, bless her. She's trying to do her jobs and I keep dragging away from what she's supposed to be doing. Thank you, Jay. We've only got a few more to go through and then I can leave you be. So there you go. Again. Now, previously, hundreds of units have gone of this. You've loved it. $8.99 for this amount of fabric. This is brilliant. If you think about the projects we saw just a few moments ago, that fabulous bag that Sarah brought to us, that organiser, you could literally be making, wow, you could probably make 5 or so out of that one piece of fabric and make and sell. $8.99, phenomenal value for money. Really funky. Oh, thank you, my darling. So, yeah, whichever of those you're choosing to go for, just make sure you check your baskets out. especially with that price dropping down. Lots of you have shopped for it previously, lots of you going for it today as well. So yeah, if you fancy going for any of those, please do so. You can understand why we wanted to squeeze those in at the beginning of our William Morris hour. So yeah, I'll refer back to those potentially as the hour progresses, maybe to give you some updates, but I'm going to pop them just on the side there and come back to them in a wee while. So, oh, picked up the wrong one there. There we go. So we have also got some William Morris extra wide fabrics, which I've got for you here. We're going to start off with the blue, I think, because this is always a popular one. So now with these, obviously William Morris fabrics can attract that slightly higher price point, which we've got on the screen here. But, you know, Hannah's in one of those moods. She could be up to anything. $14.99 usually, a half metre. Oh, dropped it down to $11.99. Ooh, now that's worth taking advantage of. Again, you've got that half a metre increment, so increase your quantity to however many you want. But again, it's a huge piece of fabric, salvage to salvage. What a beautiful way of backing your quilts. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, garments as well. You could be making shirts and all sorts out of these, couldn't you? There's nothing stopping you. It's a lovely 100% cotton. We call them backing fabrics because quite often that's what we will use them for. Because of the width. You don't have to join it. You don't have to piece it together. You haven't got any of those seams. But it's entirely up to you. Entirely up to you. And also as well, if you wanted to get enough to make a quilt cover, like a duvet cover, in that traditional sense, you could do that if you wanted to. Just make a big kind of pocket and drop your duvet in it. But that is beautiful, so that is gorgeous. $11.99, half metre, absolute bargain in my book. And lots of you taking advantage of that. You're getting a lot of your fabric, can just about hold it out. That is double your width. So you've got twice as much there as well for $11.99. So definitely want to shop for as well. These are fabrics that quite often we will keep in stock, but not at the price that you've got on your screen. So quite often you'd be shopping at that higher price for this $14.99. So get hold of it while you can. Pretty much everybody, well, in fact, everybody who shopped for that in this hour has multi-bought it because you kind of, half metre is good, but not when you're quilting, if you want it at the back of a quilt. So now this is the same print, but more of a neutral tone. So dark quilts, maybe you'd go for the blue. I'm just going to hold this up again. It's folded in half. I'm going to match the price though. Be rude not to, really, isn't it? You can't do one and not the other, Hannah. And again, there you go, your Strawberry Thief again, monochromatic in style. Maybe you're using your strawberry, I nearly said strawberry teeth then. All variations, but the right one, your Strawberry Thief fabrics on your quilt top. So, yeah, neutral look. Absolutely beautiful, gorgeous. Could just use it for cushions and things if you wanted to, couldn't you? You don't have to make a large project with it. So fabulous. $11.99. $11.99, absolute bargain. And then the last one that we've got in the extra wide, and this is a lovely one. Is that one an extra wide as well? Ooh. Velvet, velvet, velvet. Not that one? That one, okay. Sorry, just having a little conversation there, do apologise. So, this one. Now, this is your willow bough. Lovely. Another neutral. Another one that's worth going for at that price, just in case. $11.99, again, half metre. Again, home furnishings, backs of quilts, garments, you name it. Very usable piece. I like that one. I like that one, very kind of spring-like, isn't it, that? Like it. So there you go. So those are three. We've got one last one to share with you. Whereas those three kind of concentrated on one colourway, this one has got quite a few different colours in there, and this one is called Golden Lily. Golden Lily, but it's in kind of like an autumnal. Would you say they call it autumn? Autumn linen? Would you say autumn? I mean, you have a look, you decide. There's kind of your earthy tones in there. Isn't that lovely? Deeper kind of berry tones in there as well. Still 100% cotton. It's not a linen. Did we call it linen because of the colour? That kind of creamy tone. So again, price-wise, Do you know what? This has never come down to this price. Right, where's Jay gone? Where's my partner in crime? Come on, Jay, you're back on.
Your glamorous assistant.
The glamorous assistant, that's it. You got it right. There we go. Look at that. Huge. See, again, that's another one that go for a metre and you're going to be able to create a garment out of that very easily. Because a metre is a good length. I mean, if you're wanting for something like a longer body shape, longer shirt, maybe 1.5 meters, but you've got plenty there. Quite often I will buy 3 meters of fabric to make a garment, but with that, yeah. But it's $11.99. William Morris fabric, that's amazing. Thank you, my lovely. Yeah. So there you go, be quick. And you know what, that has never gone down to that price before. So yeah, if you like the look of it, here you go. Absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous. So lots of you taking advantage. I will warn you how these price drops work, because I wasn't familiar with this until quite recently. When our producers drop the price down, it's for this show, which means that it gets reset at midnight. So if you've seen that price and you think, do you know what, I've had a sleep, I've thought about it, I'm going to order it like tomorrow morning, it will have gone up in price to $14.99. So please, you're governed by two things: time scale, obviously it's going to go up in price, but also if we don't have any stock available, then you won't be able to shop for it for that reason as well. And that one especially, because it's never been that lower price, and it has been flying out. So yeah, lots of you taking advantage of it, so thank you for that. Incidentally, I have got the tablet now. I know lots of you sent messages through earlier on, so apologies that I didn't respond to them verbally on the screens because I didn't know that they existed. The tablet was under the desk. But anyway, thank you for all your lovely messages. Right, lovely Hannah, what we're doing next? Oh, cup of tea. Cup of tea. Oh, well, a teapot. Well, we're kind of getting there. It's the thought, isn't it? It's the thought that counts. That's what they say. I'm going to bring it in. Sorry, was I meant to leave it there? This is lovely. Isn't it cute? So this is called Tea for One. So you've got your teapot that nestles beautifully inside your teacup. How clever is that? That is lovely. It all comes gift boxed as well. So the box itself, I mean, it's not just like a plain white box. You've got a beautiful box. So that's an amazing gift for somebody. You could just throw a few little teapot bags in there as well. Oh, I like that as well. It tells you a lot about William Morris on the back there. So, nice. A little bit about him. Birthday, 24th of March. There you go. Love it. So there you go. $17.99, really brilliant quality. Lovely little teapot there. So if you know somebody, maybe they like their fruit teas or their infusions. Nice, classic style. I like it. £17.99. Excuse me, little sneeze. I think it's the hyacinths that we saw on that design there. Bit of an allergy. Right, so we've got a mug and the coaster. Is this the Pimpernel one? Pimpernel. This is so cute. And this is such a useful idea. So this doubles up. You've got your little coaster, which is lovely. And look at that for a posh teaspoon. And Hannah, I'm with you. That doubles up as a little lid. How often are you in the garden and you think, oh, just have a quick sip of my, oh, and you've got it turned into a swimming pool for insects. So there we go. Oh, pollen as well, yeah, tree fluff, yeah, all those different things. That will protect your cuppa. Beautiful, but equally so if you wanted to use it as a coaster. That's a lovely gift for somebody, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. So there you go. Comes again in a little box. Beautiful teaspoon with it. Gorgeous. $10.99. That's a nice little treat, isn't it? Yeah, we all deserve a treat now and again. My treat usually comes milk, no sugar, but my treat is empty today. But never mind. There we go. Good quality, I have to say as well. Can you hear that? Got a good little quality. Like it a lot. So there you go. If you fancy the idea of that one, then the details are on your screen. £10.99. We have got another mug, and this one, I love the different variations that we've got with these. So this one, this is a really pretty one. I'm going to bring this in. I don't know whether, what's the pattern on this one? Oh, it's all right. We've got some coasters, and I wasn't sure if it was the same design. It looks very similar, but there we go. So there you go. tin for your biscuits. That's a reasonable sized biscuit tin, isn't it? Comes with a bit of packaging on ours, but you can fit a few in there. We always like a bit of storage, don't we? So yeah, it could be that you're using it for something else. Now brace yourselves. So you're going to get both of these. So the mug. See, we've been looking at mugs at $10.99 earlier on, which I thought was brilliant, but $7.99. That's a classy look. I like it. You could give that with a little, I don't know, some little shortbreads maybe that you've made. Does it go in there? Would it fit in there? Does it fit in there? Hold on. Does it sit inside? Oh, so it does. Yeah. Ah, so when it arrives like this. Don't think we forgot to put your mug in it, because your mug will be inside the tin. And do you know what? You could actually utilise that, couldn't you, as a coaster if you wanted to as well. Oh, I love this as an idea, like a little biscuit tin. Now, yeah, the tin, obviously, you're just going to wipe that clean if you need to. I'll put the packaging back inside. The mug you're able to put in the dishwasher and microwave, which is useful for me. Is anybody else like me that makes a cuppa and they kind of get halfway through it down and it's like, oh gosh, it's cold. I'll put it in the microwave. 3 days later, you find it in the microwave. I do it all the time. I do it all the time. This is lovely. It's got a lovely look for. I mean, the price of going out and buy a William Morris mug, even a supermarket, if you're going to shop for a supermarket style mug, you're looking at £8 for a quality mug. Absolutely, every time. Pink and rose. Lovely design. Gorgeous colour to it as well. Beautiful print. And of course you've got that tin, and it will come in the tin. So it's a nice idea if you're making it as a gift for somebody, because sometimes when you've got a mug and you gift wrap a mug, it kind of looks like a mug before you've even taken the paper off, doesn't it? There's no easy way of gift wrapping that. But if that's inside the tin, then yeah, they won't have the idea, will they? I love it. It's a very popular item, that particular one. Don't blame you. Classy. And there's something about having a drink in a classy mug, isn't it? I don't know, it tastes better for some reason. I don't know. It's a bit like having an egg and cress sandwich that you bought from a supermarket or something. It tastes different to if you make it yourself. Don't know what it is. Lots of you are going for that as your multiples. Maybe you're getting ready for your Christmas shopping. Maybe you're thinking, do you know what? A set of 4 of those would look nice in my kitchen. Well, it's $7.99, very affordable. And then the tins. Oh, Hannah, you're on it there. So if you go for a set of 4, you've got tea, you've got coffee, you've got your biscuits, and you've also got your sugar maybe in there. Fair point for a William Morris little ensemble. Third of the stock has gone of that one. So, yeah, I think that's what a lot of you are doing. So there you go. If you like the idea of that one, I will keep you informed on that one. Hopefully you've got enough stock to see us right through, but take advantage while you have got the chance. Where are we going next, Hannah? We've got the coasters. We've got a lovely set of coasters. So these come in a lovely little box as well. Now, I've not seen these before, but I believe they are different designs. So let's open them up and have a wee look at these. Yes, they are. Panic for a moment then. So these are lovely. Obviously they're cork back, so they're going to help you with regards to protecting the surface when your hot cuppa is in place. They're 10 centimetres square, and they are a variety of William Morris prints and some very familiar ones there. We've seen these. So you've got your strawberry thief there, as you can see. Honeysuckle featuring there as well. These are lovely. Nice. A perfect size for your mug to go on. So I'll bring the mug in and show you. There you go. Optimum mug size. So there you go. Like the look of those? Well, if you fancy getting hold of those, just £19.99. We don't have very many of these. We didn't have huge quantities to start with, so we've only probably got about 7 of those left now. Lots of you adding those into your basket. It might be that you've made yourself a nice little table runner or a little tablecloth with your William Morris fabrics. Well, this would be a lovely little enhancement, wouldn't it, to go on that tabletop? Beautiful, like those. Come gift wrapped again in a lovely little box with a window there to show off those. I'm going to pop those back in there like so as well, which I think is lovely. So while we're looking at maybe kind of treats for ourselves but gifts for other people, why not have a little look at this one? Because this is beautiful. Gorgeous. So you would know these are your glasses, wouldn't you? If you've got your glasses in there. None of your boring navy blue. Have you got special glasses? Like, I don't know, you might have multifocals. Oh, it's got a cleaning cloth in there as well. Oh, look at that. In fact, have I got my glasses with me? No, I haven't brought them with me. I was going to give them a quick clean while I was here. So yeah, that's one of your, like, your traditional cleaning cloths for your glasses, which you should always use, shouldn't you? Not a bit of tissue or the edge of your shirt like I do all the time. Golden Lily is that gorgeous design there, and that design is echoed on a beautiful glasses case. It's got a lovely kind of velveteen finish in there as well. So your glasses not only are going to be in something that's quite stylish, well, very stylish, easily recognisable, but they're protected because that velveteen kind of finish that you've got in there as well. Beautiful. Lovely gift as well for somebody. $11.99, very affordable price, very affordable. Or maybe you need something to keep your sunglasses in at the moment. So it could be your sunglasses that go in there. Good solid closure there as well. Safe and secure, like it. So there you go. And that's got kind of like a velveteen finish to it as well. So yeah, nice. Like those a lot. So there you go. Another little treat maybe to yourself as well. So we've got that. We've got everything here. So I'm going to grab this. Ooh. Got doorstop. So again, nice neutral colours these. So we've got grey tones with this one. So very in keeping with many, many different decors. Looks stylish as well, doesn't it? So if you've got a doorstop to keep the door open, there you go. At the moment, with the weather being as it is, we kind of want that kind of flow, don't we, going through your house when the windows are open and get that air circulating. So, yeah, nice doorstop. You want it to look stylish, not just popping your door open with a wedge. $12.99. $12.99 if you're wanting to take advantage of that. Lovely neutral tones, I like that. We've got kind of like pale blues in there as well. So, yeah, nice. Quite squidgy. Oh, bit of news for you. Mug in a tin. Mug in a tin. We've only got 7 of these left. So there you go, mug in a tin. Last few of those. If you've managed to get hold of yours, well done. If you're yet to check your basket out, please do it quickly because by the end of the hour, potentially you won't have the opportunity because they'll all have gone. And of course, just to let you know that tin will actually house your mug. I don't know how it comes packaged to you. Something like that, like this. Something like this. So there we go. It goes like that. That will go on there. And then that goes in Hayley's bag. So there you go. There you go. It's all good to go. Look at that. And that's how easy is that to wrap up now? Love it. $7.99. There you go. If you want to, I'm not taking that home incidentally just before anybody messages in. No, I'm not. I'm not really. I need a big mug, like a bucket. I could drink my tea out the tin actually, couldn't I? Yeah. There you go. I'm not suggesting you do that, but there we go. Now, sewers and quilters. Quite often tools are key, and keeping your tools in one place. Oh, look at this. This is a nice little set. So in here, you're going to get a very classy look, actually, these pencils. So you've got a dozen pencils, 12 pencils in there, a little bit of foam in there as well to protect them. And you can see there, I mean, you've just got them handy, haven't you? When I'm doing markings on patterns and things, I can never find a pencil. And quite often I'll struggle. I'll find a pencil, but then I don't find a sharp pencil. So then I've got to go on the hunt for a little sharpener. So having a tin of these is perfect. Also as well, I'm wondering, have we got the early bird ruler? Has that gone away now? Because that would probably potentially fit in there. So you could use it for little things like your, you could be putting things like your, I don't know, your little, I don't know, unpickers and those little things that we use a lot but are very easy to lose as well. Now, I don't know whether it'll fit in. Will it fit? Oh, no, it's just a little bit too wide. Yeah, it is a little bit too wide. So this, incidentally, this is your was your early bird earlier on. I thought it might have fitted in, but yeah, but it won't. But I will mention the details to you anyway. Should be $16.99. So this little ruler here, absolutely brilliant little ruler. We've only got a couple left, a bit of cardboard there just to show you. So you've got lots of markings on here that are going to help you. $13.99. Yeah, £19.90 if I remember rightly. We could see this on the website when we did our searching. From Creative Grid, you've got your eighths, your quarters, and your full inch increments on here as well. You've also got your little grippy hearts there as well. So there you go. Yeah, if you missed out, 8 a.m. incidentally. If you're wondering what an early bird is, well, it's pretty much as it says on the tin, if you excuse the expression. Join us at 8 o'clock. Each day we bring you a brand new early bird, and that means that it gives you an opportunity to get a bargain deal at a wonderful price, but you have to be early to see those launch. So here you go. What did I say? Pencils. So I can't remember. Did I give you the details of this particular one? Oh, that one's done. We've got the daffodils as well. So there you go. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Again, 12 pencils in here as well. So if you like the look of those, then yeah, 12 pence. You pay more than that for 12 pencils, just as they are, I think. Yeah, quality pencils. £9.99. I don't know, I haven't got any markings on those to tell you anything about those, but oh, I've just gone looking for fabrics and I found this. What's this? Oh, sorry, I got a bit distracted then. Viscose fabrics we're looking for. Okay. Okie dokie, so we've got this little roll kit. It's all right. Oh, this is cute. Now, it's only £11.99. You're going to get all these little goodies in there as well. So you've got a little kind of pin keeper, a needle, a little pair of scissors, a little popper. And then you've got a little tape measure somewhere to see. That's again tape measures. You put them down. Don't keep them in a safe place. And then you've got a lovely little zip-up pocket there as well. That's cute. £11.99. Nice little gift that. Sorry, I got a bit distracted then. Not seen that before. I like that. So let's move that out of the way. Now I've got these fabrics. These are fabrics. No. Okay. Oh right. Sorry. I don't know why. I was just looking for smaller. Are these the pieces that you're talking about? They don't feel like viscose. Oh, I've got them. I've got them. Sorry, they were under the velvets, and I thought they were velvet as well. Oh gosh, I've got. Sorry, cat. That's come off something. Right. So these now different item numbers with these. There's a whole collection. Now these are lovely. Now viscose. This is a different weight of fabric, but it's the same style of print. So this much more fluid feel to it. So if I bring in something that's a similar, let's have a look. We've got strawberry thief in a different style of fabric. So this is a cotton. So within your cotton, it's a bit more of a not stable. Stable's not the right word, but yeah, more of a substantial fabric, shall we say. So you haven't kind of got the fluidity, because you use them in different ways. So your fluidity there, as you can see, with your viscose, so you can see there. So I'll move that one out of the way, because we're not talking about that one at the moment. So this, for your dressmaking, I'm going to hold it up to show you, because this is when, if you want a drape on anything, then this is the way you do it with your viscose. Absolutely perfect. It's lovely for your lightweight projects. Anything that you want that fluid kind of feel with it when it's moving. 1/2 metre increments, again, sold from the bolt, so you can go for whatever you like with this. And it's actually 150 centimetres wide, so it's quite wide with regards to working with, and it's just lovely. So if you want something a little bit more lightweight, that lovely fluid feel to it, then this is going to be perfect for you. So you can see there, I mean, it's just really easy to kind of flow. It flows. Fabric with a flow. Like it. So that one there, £6.49. Absolute bargain. Beautiful. Scarves. You can make scarves with that, couldn't you? Little infinity scarves and things like that to dress up a garment. So like that one. That one is your viscose. The other one that we've got is this one, which has got more of a green undertone to it. And this one is your golden lily. I'm not familiar with all of the different fabrics. Thankfully, Hannah is feeding me the information. So you'll know this one, I'm sure. But again, it's got that gorgeous kind of fluid feel to it. So a lovely one. And it's got a lovely softness to it. If you're making a garment and it's next to your skin, then this is going to feel beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Lovely. So there you go, if you like the look of that one. Again, a good width on that one. So yeah, 150 wide. So if you've got garments that you're looking at, again, you can see that you've got that gorgeous kind of flow to it. It just flows really, really well, doesn't it? Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. So yeah, treat yourself to that one. 1/2 metre, £6.49. You could very easily be making a couple of kind of scarves from that, because of it being 150 wide. And little infinity scarves, very, very easy. You only need probably a quarter of a metre, well, yeah, maybe half a metre. Yeah, mixture. Oh, what we've got here. Oh, please don't make Hannah's head any bigger than it is. We struggled to get her through the door as it is. Brilliant show today, Hayley. Thank you. Thank you very much. Brilliant guests as well. Weren't they amazing? Really do make the show, though, don't they, those guests? So, Hannah, you are so clever. That's Hannah, who is a producer in my ear, suggesting buying four mug sets for your, and then using on the tea, coffee, sugar, and a biscuit tin. Christine, our lovely Christine. So, oh, I know Christine. Christine, hello, Christine. There they are. They're in the gallery. Should I have given you an introduction, the guys in the gallery? Well, we've got a chance, shall we? There's Hannah. There's our lovely Hannah. And there's Dan as well. Hello. There you go. Oh, you saw the lovely Jay earlier on. Kat's in the studio as well. So, yeah, good team. There we are. They're just getting ready. Getting ready because we've got the handover to Hobby Maker soon. So where are we going next then, Hannah? The velvet. Now, I remember when we launched these. Oh, my goodness. It was such a treat. Because these are so affordable. Again, traditional. We've got your traditional styles within there as well. Where should we go first? We're going to go the Strawberry Thief to start with. Now, I vaguely remember when we bought these first time, we were doing a bit of research because we were talking about cushion covers with these, because obviously velvet is something that quite often you would, well, synonymous really, aren't they, with home furnishings. And we were talking about, so half metre, and this is 150, is it 150 wide, this one? And the reason I say that, 145, so not quite. And the reason I remembered that is because we were saying that if you made it into a square, that is a cushion front, potentially, if you wanted to add fabric to the back. To be honest, I would probably go, because of the price that we've got, $7.99, I would go for the fabric on the front and the back of a cushion. And what that would mean is if you go for a full metre of this, you will have half metre left over from each of the cushions, which means that you can actually make 3 cushions out of a full metre's worth of fabric. Now, this is when we started talking about making to sell, because that is probably like a little business getting started, isn't it? And I'm sure we went on to one of the kind of top-end kind of department stores, and we were looking at cushion covers that were kind of in the region of, I think it's like £15 upwards. Yeah, I mean, £15 for a William Morris cushion cover would be amazing as well. So Hannah's been doing a little bit of a dig around. This is the site, because it was made to order, I remember now. Yes. So there you go. So, yeah, so we're looking at these. We don't think they're velvet, to be honest. But look at that, £42. There's a little bit of pipe in there, which is, but you can or you don't have to. Cushion cover only. There's no cushion pad in there. 41 centimetres square, which we could do because it's 45 centimetres. £42 per cushion. Different fabrics to the ones that we're featuring, but ultimately, when you start thinking about, and you can sell it as a William Morris cushion then, because it's his fabrics. So that would be 3 good-sized cushions, which are not far off half a metre square, because you're looking at 45 centimetres. What did we say the width was? No, 145, wasn't it? Yeah, so it's just shy of 150. So they'd just be slightly smaller than a 50 centimetre cushion cover. And if you were able to get 1.5 out of an 8 metre piece, so that'd be 3 cushion covers for £16. Is that right? That just doesn't seem right in my head. 3 cushion covers. Wow. Anyway, we digress. So that one is your Strawberry Thief with your navy backdrop to it. Oh, we've gone looking again. So this has got the inner with it as well. So this one, is this one velvet? Oh, it is velvet, this one. So, see, they've done it the cheeky way. So this is the way that quite often I would do it at home, and they've done it themselves. They're charging £60 for it. So you've kind of got like a weave, a woven fabric on the back, which you could do if you wanted to. But at this price, I'd be doing it on both sides. So, yeah, £60. £60, that's what we just saw. Wow. Doesn't it change the way that you shop, doesn't it, if you're a sewer? And not that tricky to do, actually. You can making cushions. There's probably something on the Sewing Street website to show you how to make cushions, to be fair. Loads of informative kind of videos and things like that. So this one is Strawberry Thief again, with that great backdrop. Oh, it just feels so lovely. It's got such a lovely fit, and you feel a variety of different kind of weights of velvet fabric. Some of them you can run your hand over. It's almost a bit like a microfiber cloth. You know how it catches on those dry bits on your hands, but this super smooth. Tip from me, if you are sewing, I mean, with this one, you can't help but do it because it's a directional pattern, but just make sure that you have got your velvet fabrics all going in the same way, and you can feel that because when you stroke it, it will feel smooth. If you take it the other way, it's slightly rougher, and that's where you kind of get those marks in there because the pile is going in the opposite direction. Because this has got a pattern on it and it's a directional pattern, then you don't have to worry about that because naturally putting your pattern the right way around, you're going to get that. So again, don't forget, half metre $7.99. Again, if you are taking that and making a cushion, cutting that off there, about there, that's pretty much a cushion cover. A full metre, and you'll make 3 cushion covers very easily. So 3 cushion covers for William Morris velvet cushion covers for £16. And please, 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 so easy. Get yourself a zip, so a good size zip. Top tip from me when you're putting a zip in, and I wouldn't do an envelope back with this because it's a waste of fabric, to be honest, with an envelope back. Do a zip, insert a zip, put your zip at the bottom because when your cushions are sitting on your sofa, you won't see that zip then. Some people put it in the middle. You can do. I don't tend to because sometimes cushions get flipped over, don't they? So put it in the bottom there, and then if you're not proud at how you put your zip in, nobody will ever know because they won't see it really. So there you go. Top tip from me. One more velvet to share with you, and then that is the velvet department closed. And this one, you'll recognise this one. We saw it in the viscose, didn't we, a few minutes ago? Beautiful. Isn't that nice, isn't it? Gorgeous. And again, $7.99 half metre. What's not to love? William Morris traditional print. Might be that you've created a quilt utilising the cottons from this range, and you want to make a little cushion to go on a bedside chair or something like that. Well, there you go. That's the way you could do it. Or cushions to go on your bed. See, I like cushions on a bed. Cushions on a bed are a bit controversial, aren't they? Oh, Hannah likes cushions on the bed, although they do get thrown on the floor. There can be a trip hazard in the middle of the night as well. If you're a lady of a certain age, like myself, and you like to go for a little walk in the middle of the night, there you go. Just make sure you don't trip over your cushions, because you'll wake the whole house up if you do. Right, so there we go. Velvet's gone now. Oh, look at these. These are beautiful. So these are all tapestry fabrics, so they're woven fabrics. We're going to go through them individually and show you them in their gorgeousness to start with. So this one, oh, if you like this style that's got the deers, the reason that we've chosen this one first to speak about is this is the only one that is available now with the deers. So there are others that are available. There was only a little scratch on the tree, that one, rubbing his back. So these, they are woven. So you'll see that you have got that weave there. So I'm not going to pull it too much, but the fabrics literally will weave in and out. Mix-wise, you've got 80% cotton and a 20% polyester. I am guessing that these are kind of designed, they're tapestry fabric, so you tend to think of upholstery with these. And that little bit of polyester in there adds to the durability, which of course, if it's upholstery, then you're going to have wear and tear of people sitting on it or putting their hands on it. Again, cut to order, so half-metre pieces, make fabulous bags. 140 wide. So really good size width. Again, you could be making cushions out of these if you wanted to. It could be a case of that you're using them for bags. Make some nice bags out of these as well. And if you're looking for bag patterns, oh my goodness, we've got them in abundance on the website. So there we go. So if you like the look of that one, then please do go for it sooner rather than later. It's the only fabric that we've got left now with the deer, and when it's gone, that'll be it, I imagine. So yeah, take advantage while you can. And go down this route. So this is a nice one. I don't think I've seen any of these tapestry ones. Oh, this is a nice one. Oh yeah. So it's pomegranate with the ebony design because of the backdrop. So you've got that darker backdrop. It's not a solid black because it's a weave, but I mean, it's a very, obviously William Morris, it's a vintage style fabric, but I think it's got quite a contemporary look to it, quite a modern look. Really good weighty fabric. I mean, that's quite nice. That's the wrong side, actually. Quite nice, isn't it? So there you go. Lovely, isn't it, as an overnight bag? You've got gorgeous large blooms on there. You've got almost like tulip-style flowers with it. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. And all woven as well, so yeah. They always remind me of it. They're called carpet bags, weren't they, those? Like the Mary Poppins bag. So yeah, nice. Bag to last. That's the key thing. When you're making them out of fabrics like these, they're going to last absolutely ages as well. And with these, I think some people do use the back of them as much as the front, so personal preference. Oh, these are lovely. We've got so many gorgeous ones here. So this one, beautiful. I love that kind of sweep that you've got through. You've got summer marigolds with this one. This one is your aqua version. I love this because it's almost like guess the colour. You can see actually, so we're not doing it on this one, but guess the colour of the reverse and bam! Look at that. See, I don't know. I mean, that is the right side, but I do love that. So maybe if you're making a bag and you're not lining it, I would suggest don't line it on this occasion because the inside's going to look as good as the outside. But that is, oh, nice idea, little jacket, yeah. Nice little jacket. Obviously, when you're working with things like garments or larger projects, a ½ metre you'll need to increase to whatever you like. But we will cut that for you, all joined up. You don't have to piece it together. Where it is available to you, we will cut it in that full length, that meterage for you, just to include it. Now, we saw this one in that ebony backdrop, but this one's got, I like this one. See, I'd team this up maybe with denim. I think that, I've got that upside down. Let me just flip that round. I think it's that. Oh, I don't know now. I think it would work better because you kind of got the tulips going up, but then these ones look like they're coming down. That would work well with your denim. Again, look at that. Wow. It's got a very Moroccan feel with those colours. I love it. But that'd be a nice one. Maybe you've got a little bit of our 8-ounce denim. You could use the 8-ounce denim as the lining for your bag and utilise this. Oh, some summery cushions for your conservatory. That's a good call, Hannah. And you can sit there with your mug in a tin and have your biscuits. Oh, I am there. I am there with that sun beating down on my face. Is it still sunny out there? I don't know. It was sunny when I came in. Oh, this is a cute one. And lemons. We've got little lemons on this one. What do we call it? Oh, we call it pomegranate. I don't know. See, I'm seeing lemons here. See, these almost look like little peaches. That does look like a macaroon, I'm not going to lie, but yeah, but I think it's a plum. Do they grow on trees? I wish they did. I wish they did. Oh, gosh, I could eat my own body weight in those. They're beautiful. Anyway, we digress. So gorgeous again, nice zesty feel, maybe a summer room or a nice kitchen if you've got a conservatory, or quite often people will kind of add on to the kitchen and make almost like a little kind of lounge area. Then I think that'd be nice. Beautiful. So there you go. That one, if you like the look of that particular one, we'll call that one pomegranates. Then we're going to go quite dark with the next one, but a deep green. Not dark, but yeah. Blackthorn Forest. Feast your eyes on that one. Love that pop of blue that we've got in there as well. That is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Got the little kind of pops of red in there as well, which is quite cute. Again, look at that bright pink. That's quite funky, isn't it? We're not too sure about that one. I think I prefer the right side. Yeah, that does look like you've tuned out a little bit. So there you go. Beautiful. Again, all woven, as we've spoken of before. Beautiful weight. Just a lovely design. Really nice. Blackthorn forest, like that one. I like it because it's quite a vibrant one, isn't it? Sometimes they're on a similar sort of colour theme, the fabrics. So these ones have kind of got that injection. This is a nice one because you've got a lot going on, but it's not busy in its sense. Now, I think this is the same design. Is this the same design? Doesn't it look different with different colours? Nice peach tones. I don't know if I don't look on the... No, that's okay, the other side of this one. Yeah, but no, yes, not offended by that one. That's nice, very warm. Yeah, either side. I do like the blue though. Again, I'd be teaming it with my denims. Yeah. Nice idea, like that one. Yeah, pop that one to one side as well. So there we go. Pop that over there. We've got 4 more here. I've got some cotton fabrics as well. I don't know whether we'll get to show you all of those. Oh, now this is a power colour, isn't it? Look at that. Wow, what are we calling this one? The Cray. Okay. So here's me expecting to hear like chrysanthemum or dahlia or the Cray. Okay. That is beautiful. I mean, look at that. Gorgeous. So Cray as in like that kind of, is it like a stalky type bird? I'm not very good with my birds. The Cray. So I'm looking, I can't see any little birds in the background. But it could be inspiration from, we don't know whether the designer, you don't know, do you? You don't know where the inspiration. Ah, so this is the original. Ah, of course, because quite often they're remastered, aren't they? Yes. Still can't see any crays in there, but there you go. Still not sure, but it doesn't matter. As is not to reason why, I think the phrase is, isn't it? Some poet or somebody along the lines. Or my mother, anyway, I remember her saying that to me. As is not the reason why, as is just to do and die, or something like that. I think it's one of those, you know, when you're a child, you say, but why? And that was the response that I got. Oh, look at this. That's nice as well, isn't it? Again, you've got that almost like denim coming through. So this one here, this is your honeysuckle. Oh, I can see the honeysuckle there. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's one that I do know. Beautiful little garden, lovely. Oh, okay, yes. Yeah, that's not too bad. That's not too offensive, but again, that is the right side technically, but you decide. Your fabric, you choose what you want to do with it, whether it's bags, home furnishings. It's a nice amount as well, so if you've got something like a little footstool that needs recovering or a seat pad on a chair or something like that. Maybe you're doing a bit of upholstery. It's a very popular pastime, isn't it? Night classes in upholstery and things as well. This is nice. Nice kind of jade green in the backdrop of this one. Oh, no. That's a bit much on that one, but that is lovely. Like that one. Beautiful. So that's the honeysuckle again in the emerald backdrop. So I like that. And then the last one that I've got here, what have I got here? Ooh. See, that's nice. That's the honeysuckle in like pink tone. I like that one actually with the darker. Is that the, what do we call it? A rosa. See, I thought that was going to be ebony because of the backdrop. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. They just like to keep us on our toes, I think, the buying department here. Sometimes they'll use it back as the lead colour, sometimes they don't. Well, there you go. Beautiful, beautiful. So there you go. That is the last of your deluxe tapestry fabrics. 1/2 metre measurements. You decide how much you want to go for those. Now, I'm going to bring in the extra wide backings. We're just going to revisit these because we've got a few minutes left. So we're going to start with the blue, the William Morris. So this is where you have got a fabric that is 2 3/4 meters wide. This is folded in half, so yeah, because basically I haven't got long arms, so there you go. It'd be quite a stretch actually to have arms that are nearly 3 meters expanse. Yes, it would be a skill. Now it should be $14.99.5 metre, but we've dropped that price, or Hannah's dropped the price for us. Up until midnight, you are now only paying $11.99. Now it's a ½ metre increment, so your cut piece will be 1/2 metres. You can still do a lot, 1/2 metre. You can get a lot of projects out of a fabric when it's that wide, 274 centimetres wide. But if you do decide to go for more of these, maybe you're working a quilt, just increase your quantity. So double up your figures for a full metre, and it will be cut to order. Equally so, if you want 2 metres, then increase the quantity to 4 and so on. And then the other one that was very popular. Now, this isn't a William Morris one. Really, Hannah, this one's not a William Morris? I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, William Morris, yeah, I think, yeah, potentially not a William Morris, this one. But it's an extra wide. And you know the reason that we are showing you this one? It is one of the ones that we didn't manage to show you one of the previous hours. We did touch on it in this hour, and you loved it. So that's it folded in half, so yeah. It's huge. Huge. A lot of fabric. This is a fun and funky fabric. Now, whether I'd use it on the back of a quilt, I don't know. But you know what? I'd be using it on projects. So maybe you're making little bags for, like we saw earlier on, that little retreat organiser that Sarah brought to us. You could be making these for the kids to put things like their games in, or I mean, that'd be fabulous if you've got like a colouring book one or an art type one, because it does look like somebody's literally gone over it with the crayons. But there you go. I'll leave it with you, $8.99. So tomorrow is Kaif Facet Day. I've no idea. Is it his birthday? I don't know. I'm not quite sure. But what I do know is tomorrow is a brilliant day here on Sewing Street. So if you love your brights, if you love your gorgeous fabrics, well, tomorrow is the day for you. So kicking things off live bright and early at 8 a.m. Don't forget, that's when we'll be launching our next early bird, Kaif Facet Fabrics. You'll see Kaif's name appearing quite a lot. Is it John tomorrow? There you go. So John will be joining you at 8 a.m. 9 a.m. we are looking at the floral maze quilt with the lovely Catherine Wright. So make sure you tune in for that one. Then if you like your pre-cuts and your extra wides, well, 10 o'clock is the hour for you to tune in for sure. You've got your fabulous fabrics during that hour. And then we're looking at a chic shirt, all turning our Kaif Facet Fabrics clothing. I like the idea. And then finishing off the day, we will be chanting, "We love Kaif," over and over again, because we do, and we know you do as well. Thank you for your time today. Thank you for your company, and thank you for taking advantage of so many beautiful things that we've been able to bring to you. Can I urge you to check out on the website anything that you've missed? And don't forget, some of those prices that the lovely Hannah dropped will go back up at midnight. So if you've got something that's been discounted down, take advantage of it while you have the opportunity. So for now, I'm going to say goodbye. I will see you back here on Sewing Street on Monday. I've got a Handmade by Hayley show where we're going to be focusing on the Husqvarna Ranger sewing machine. So I'll see you on Monday. Take care, and I'll see you soon. Bye.